Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 11 a.m., we will speak with Isabella Carvalho, head of Digital APAC at Chubb, about designing for tomorrow, crafting insurance for the future population. At 12 noon, we will speak with George Kesselman, the president and founder at InsurTech Asia, about innovating from the core, the real engine for insurance innovation. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Siddharth Panwar, Chubb Studio Partner Experience Product Owner, about technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinWorks, about Towards Comprehensive Finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Winsley Bangett, the Vice President for New Business at Gcash, with whom we will discuss driving innovation, making protection more inclusive and accessible. Insurance for the New Possible is back live on day 2 of the Singapore Fintech Festival. Winsley, thank you so much for coming and doing this. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Really
it is so
nice
awesome.
Energy here.
It's really exciting, isn't it, in a way? You can feel it.
It is. And exciting to have this conversation with you.
So am I. Let's jump right into it.
Happy.
Let's talk a little bit about Gcash. How important is financial inclusion to Gcash, and how do you facilitate this inclusion, particularly for those that live in the more remote areas?
Cool. Financial inclusion is really at the heart of everything that we do in Gcash.
Right.
The Philippines is a developing economy with a large portion of the population still unbanked. And what we wanted to do is to be able to not just provide convenient services for them, but we want to make sure that we solve their everyday financial problems. So definitely we talk to them, we learn insights from them. And what we've realized is that it's not just about creating platforms or solutions.
Right.
It's enabling an entire ecosystem for them.
Right.
So for example, we have this user who is a seller. We call it a sari-sari store in the Philippines. It's like a mom and pop shop, but it is located high in the mountain trails.
Oh, wow.
And the funny thing was, when we encountered this, it's accepting cashless digital payments. So the question is, what's it doing in the middle of nowhere?
Right.
But what we've learned is that for the seller, it's really a utility, meaning he doesn't have to go down to the city, spend 2 to 3 hours commuting, spend $10 just to pay bills, settle his businesses there. So it's really a utility for them. And also we have this seller in the province where in fact now she could accept cashless payments all over the Philippines.
How does that work?
Seller wares. Because of course with Gcash what you do, you just you sell online, right? Informally, I have like for example a cake, right, or whatever merchandise that she sells, and he just posts her Gcash number. So accept payments, he ship out the products. So again, it's not just convenience. These are real life livelihood tools that makes them more productive.
How does that culture that you have inside the company like permeate so that everybody, because I can feel in your voice like this happiness about being able to serve somebody up in a remote area, either in the mountain or even in a remote province. How do you maintain that culture inside the company? It's so important, right?
Admittedly, when I joined Gcash, I was really impressed on how purpose-driven everyone is. Right. From the developers to our marketing to our sales. And these are young, energetic people.
It's a great feeling, right?
It is. And what happens is actually they're just out there looking for how can I make things easier, how can I make things faster,
Right.
how can I make things more convenient, how can I make things shorter for our customers. And I think that's I guess that's a culture that's being practiced across the whole organization.
Right. How do you communicate with your potential users, with your potential customers? I mean, in the Philippines, there are what, 100 million people, 90 million people?
More than 100,
More than 100,
120.
right? And how many, like 90 million people use Gcash? It's a big
Yeah,
number,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
But how do
It's
you
a huge number.
It's a huge number. How do you communicate back and forth with them to get the insights necessary to then do what you do and provide them the services that they need?
Well, a couple of things, right? So definitely we do your run-of-the-mill market research.
Right.
But what we do, because of our pervasive presence, and we understand not just their behavior but their data. And when you say data,
Go ahead.
the way they behave, the transaction signals that they send,
Right.
The affinity groups that they do. And from there, again, we work with a lot of market research and data scientists, and that's where we unlock a lot of insights.
Yeah, it's really great to do that. Let's talk a little bit about insurance. What are some of the unique features of G-Insure that make insurance itself more accessible to Filipinos?
Yep. So G-Insure is a unique digital platform that aims to protect Filipinos, right? So within Gcash, what it does is we provide easy access to insurance products.
Okay.
And secondly, we provide a diverse, comprehensive portfolio of protection services.
Go ahead.
So first, I'll start with access. So when it comes to access, we have two main channels. We have a digital marketplace, and of course, we have an embedded insurance. That's why we're partnering with Chubb. And it's very game changing for us because outside the marketplace, what it does is it makes insurance closer to the everyday habits. So again, it makes things relevant.
Relevance, right? It's really important.
Relevant.
Go ahead.
To whenever you are or whatever context that you're doing. Are you paying your bills? Or buying your load? Or buying online?
Right.
So again, it's very contextual. And on the second part is, of course, we have a diverse portfolio. We have 38 products across 8 categories. So it's really providing our customers that full suite of comprehensive coverage.
When you go back and look at the data you were talking about before, the way you interact, and then with the data scientists and the market research, are there situations where you see things being done and think, wait a second, if we insert a piece of embedded insurance here where it doesn't exist yet, that our clients would then need it and use it?
Definitely. And actually, as we speak, it's really, we've identified a lot of these consumer journeys.
Right.
And it's really up to us really just to develop the right products, the right journeys, and the right platforms for them. Again, we're happy with the partnership with Chubb. Actually, we've collaborated with a lot of products already, with a couple of products. And I guess the wisdom there is, how do you customize it? Based on who the customers are, what are their capabilities to spend, what type of protection do they need. So I guess it's a beautiful partnership that we have.
You mentioned earlier this idea about the Philippines being still like a developing market. And if financial inclusion is important, then financial literacy as well is also important, right? How does Gcash work to make the concept of insurance, the concept of protection, easy to understand for its customers who may not have been exposed to insurance yet, right? So that woman or man who's selling up on the mountain may not have been exposed yet. How do you help them understand what it's all about?
You know what? What's funny is insurance is not a foreign concept in the Philippines.
Right.
But what it is, the current perception is, it's expensive. It's complex.
This is what they think, right?
What they think.
Go ahead.
I need an agent or I need a financial advisor to sort things out with insurance.
Right.
So what we're doing is, of course, we do a lot of education. Financial literacy is something that we're very passionate about. So we do have a lot of edu materials. We have tutorials. But more importantly, the tools that we have are a couple of things. We have what we call an AI-powered CRM.
Okay, talk to me about AI-powered CRMs.
We use that to do hyper-personalized communications. So, for example, we know if you are a gadget user, are you a traveler, are you a shopaholic, right? Are you how do you call this, a working mom?
Right.
But it's really more of so that we get to understand what's the right product or service that we need to introduce you to. But outside of our personalized communications through CRM, again, that embedded journey for me is really game changing.
Yeah.
Because what it does, it's at the point of purchase and at the point of transaction, where you need it, the person who needs it, the right relevant product is there in front of you. So therefore, it's not really about pushing things for you, but making things relevant for you.
Yeah, in a way, it's more customer focused rather than product focused, right?
It
You don't
is.
just want to push a client a product.
Exactly.
You want to push them something that's relevant to them and let
Exactly.
them decide in a way,
Exactly.
right? And that's way more customer focused. You know, you talked about like embedding insurance into transactions and also into the point of sale and making it relevant. Is there a way to do the same thing for financial education? Do you know what, like you've just made a sale or you've just made a payment and then you can say, you may consider insuring this because of this thing? Does that make
Yes.
sense as well?
Yes, yes. And actually, financial education and tutorials, like I mentioned, we do have tutorials, but guess what we've built within the app is also an experience. There's an embedded tutorial or hand-holding experience within
Along the
app.
way.
Along the way.
Go ahead.
So we have what we call nudges.
Nudges.
Yes.
I like
We
it.
nudge you towards, okay, this is something that you need. You're traveling. We nudge you towards a travel insurance. It's a payday. Or, you know, I'm sure you're familiar with the double sales.
Yeah. So
Right.
1111,
Yeah, it's
1122,
1111,
constantly,
and then
yeah.
we nudge you towards, you know what, you should protect yourself from online shopping and online shopping fraud.
Right, I want to get to that too, but go ahead.
Yeah, so actually those tutorial nudges and walkthroughs are actually embedded in the experience that we've built in the app.
That's really
Because
cool,
again,
actually.
Gcash is, we are a mobile first, if not a mobile only
Right.
mobile only service.
Right.
So we want to make sure that things are DIY, things are simple, and things are really easy to reach by our consumers.
You mentioned this idea of hyper personalization and also using data, right? And also it's built into the experience. The Philippines is actually a really interesting language country, right? Where the native language, the Tagalog, if I'm wrong, tell me,
Yes.
but English sometimes get mixed in. Is there a way to understand the way that your clients are using language and then using the AI CRM to adapt the language specifically for a specific person where you can see like what the balance is between the
Yes.
Tagalog and the English that they use?
Yes. I may digress here, but
Please.
I want to pick up on your topic in terms of the CRM, because with CRM, what we do, of course, it's AI powered, it's targeted already,
Right.
But we also use it for A/B testing. So what we do for the
Interesting.
same concept or product or service,
Right.
we test various languages. So can we do it in English?
Right.
Do we do it in? We call it Taglish.
Taglish,
It's a
yep.
mix of English and Tagalog.
Right, that's why I asked.
Yes, and so definitely for specific products, for example, affluent products that are targeted to the affluent market, definitely English works.
Right.
But for the mass market, we make it Taglish, we make it Tagalog. So I guess it's really that flexibility and that hyper-personalized capability.
Do you find it fun? I can see in your face, like you look happy about this, right? But do you find it fun to do that A/B testing, find out what works? It's almost like gamifying the whole experience
It
in a way,
is,
and
it
you're
is.
like, that worked, and it feels good, doesn't it?
Exactly. Actually, I had been a career marketer,
Okay.
right? And having that capability really frees up a lot of unknowns for us, because
Yeah.
before you cannot act on if I don't know what to do with this, but with capability of A/B testing,
Right.
being flexible, being able to create multiple campaigns and targeted to whoever who's receptible or relevant to it, because it's the technology makes us really more powerful.
Do you mind if I ask you a little bit more about AI?
Sure.
So, almost a year ago, ChatGPT was released to the world. And before that, we were using AI in a bunch of different places, in places actually where people didn't even know, right?
Yeah.
Just like finishing emails and a bunch of other places. But once ChatGPT was released, did you notice a difference in the way, as a country, people were reacting to the presence of artificial intelligence, particularly in the context that you're talking about?
Yeah. So definitely, again, I know we are at the early nascent stage of AI.
Yes.
And definitely there's a very big utility towards efficiency and productivity.
Absolutely.
Right. And I guess that's where it's being used. And I see that at least in the Philippines, both from a business point of view and a consumer point of view, there's really an openness to it.
Yeah.
Right. More than a shiny new tool, it makes things more productive for us. I
Absolutely.
mean, Philippines is a service-oriented
Fair enough.
country. Anything that would help us address customer service,
Right.
business process automation.
Yeah.
Right? AI really, I think, would be at the forefront of that efficiency.
It does. If you think about all the content that gets produced in the Philippines, all the
Yes.
writing, all the image generation,
Definitely.
I use it every day, and it makes me so much more efficient. I want to talk about one more thing, and then I'll
Cool.
let you go. Talk to me about how the super app, because when Gcash started, it wasn't a super app,
Wasn't.
but it is now.
It is.
And how does that benefit not just the users, but the company itself? Do you know what I mean? The back and forth.
Cool. So definitely with Gcash, we've evolved beyond payments.
Yep.
So we started as a strong cashless payments capability.
Right.
We do the largest P2P transfer and remittance in the Philippines.
Exactly.
But we see a lot of adjacencies that really help financial inclusion. So, for example, savings. When you open a savings account within Gcash, we enable you to increase your wallet size. And when you increase your wallet size, again, you're open to more transactions.
Right.
With all of this transaction data, what we did is we have what we call our proprietary G score. The Philippines, again, largely undocumented. We don't have credit scores. Right. So we don't have collaterals. So what we do with our proprietary G score, it's a trust score, and now we enable people to be eligible for loans, for credit. And with that, again, with those transaction signals, we're able to build affinities. And from there, we could identify which users will now be eligible for insurance.
Right.
So again, it's a seamless integration from transactions, services, and again, personalized insurance.
And this is really where the rubber hits the road for financial
is.
inclusion, because the only way to, you talked about for the wealthy population, but the only way to get into that cohort is to learn how to save, to learn how to use credit properly, to be insured, to have protection. And if you can do that all in one place and make it easy for people to do it, that's where the rubber hits the road for inclusion.
Exactly.
I really want to thank you for doing this. I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did.
Lovely
this was
conversation,
awesome.
and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up is our conversation. Digital APAC at Chubb about designing for tomorrow, crafting insurance for the future population. At 12 noon, we will speak with George Kesselman, the president and founder at InsurTech Asia, about innovating from the core, the real engine for insurance innovation. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Siddharth Panwar, Chubb Studio Partner Experience Product Owner, about technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at Coinworks, about Towards Comprehensive Finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation. Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 12 noon, we will speak with George Kesselman, the president and founder at InsurTech Asia, about innovating from the core, the real engine for insurance innovation. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Siddharth Panwar, Chubb Studio Partner Experience Product Owner, about technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at Coinworks, about Towards Comprehensive Finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Isabella Carvalho, Head of Digital APAC at Chubb, with whom we will discuss Designing for Tomorrow, Crafting Insurance for the Future Population.
Insurance for the New Possible is back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival. Isabella, how are you?
I'm doing great. What about you?
I could not be better. It's great to have you back on the show. Let's just jump right into this. And I think this is something that you've actually said to me. Is it the journey that is driving conversion in insurance, or is it the relevance? And actually, more importantly, what should it be and how should it be?
Yeah, this is a very important question because, as you know, we sell a lot of embedded insurance.
Right.
Which means that our insurance is in path of a different journey that the customer is already undertaking. Right. So some may argue that customers will be taking up that insurance simply because it's that in front of them.
Right.
And there is some truth to that, right?
Right. And that's is it the journey or the relevance part of it? Go ahead.
So that's the point. So,
right.
However, if it wasn't relevant, would people really buy it?
Right.
So at the end of the day, it's really a mix of both elements. So that's the point, right? And as we move towards a second wave of insurance where we want to educate people to understand their needs, then the relevance aspect becomes even more important than the journey. Because embedded insurance and journey-driven conversions, they are important for entry-level type of insurances. When we start to show people that they actually need insurance and that insurance will be important for them to hedge for their risks. Once they understand that better, then they can go one step forward. And this step forward is driven by relevance.
Can you give me an example of I love this word. I wrote it down actually, journey-driven conversion. I think I'm going to have to use that in other parts of my life. Was this journey-driven conversion or was it relevant?
Yeah.
Michael, you're completely irrelevant. I think it's what most people will say. But can you give me a simple example of this and then one where it's actually relevant as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So one that is pretty relevant and led by journey as well is, for example, we work with a lot of e-commerce partners, the largest ones here in Asia, but also in Latin America, for example. Right. And when you're going to buy a phone online, right? Sometimes you're not buying directly from the brand, you're buying from a reseller. Right. So you need to trust that reseller. You need to trust the platform that you're buying. Right. So insurance is important in that trust mechanism because if something goes wrong, if the phone is not working, right? If there's a problem in shipping, you can have different insurance products that will be covering you against that risk. Now, the easiest way for you to buy the insurance product is at the same moment that you buy your phone. Yeah. Therefore, there you go, a mix of relevance and journey conversion, right? Because the moment you're buying your phone, you're going to see a little box that say, hey, look, there's insurance here for you. And you can opt in to that insurance and buy accordingly, right? And we sell quite a bit of those.
I'm sure. Look, I bought a new phone 2 weeks ago. And I was offered insurance at the point of sale. And it's funny for me, right? Because my job is actually a big part of my life. And when I was there, I was just thinking, embedded. I love it. I love it. Because it's exactly what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. And actually, when you think about like the job, your job is a great part of your life. The phone is a great part of most jobs.
Exactly.
Therefore, right, we need to have that protection for people.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting you say this, right? I could not live without my phone, and I barely use it as a phone. If you know what I mean, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but having it covered and protected is actually really important to me, because if it goes down, I have problems, and I think this is true for everybody. I want to switch gears a little bit, because I want to talk about tech. From a marketing perspective, something you also know well, how can we leverage new technologies to create and test different, what can I call them, messages?
Yes.
Again, ensuring we're targeting relevance again for really diverse audiences, right? It's a long question, but you know what I mean, right? What kind of tech can we use to get the right messages out to the right audience?
Yeah, so let me give you an example that is related to the phone example, right?
Okay.
Imagine that you're buying a phone and then you see that box offering insurance.
Right.
If the box only says insurance, would you buy it?
No, because I really wouldn't know what it was about. And also, it
That's
doesn't
right.
seem interesting to me. I may actually ignore it if it just said insurance, yeah?
That's right. So this is a simple example, but it really says it all, because if you say, instead of saying insurance, you say, if something happens to your phone, you're going to have a new phone in 1 day. Would you buy it?
Well, that's way more compelling to me.
That's
And a
correct.
completely different message. But is there a way to take that message? Remember, we said for diverse audiences. Is there a way to take that message, and actually in the context of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, a way to say the cohort for this person is a millennial, is a Gen Z, and instead of saying, you know, you may not be able to do your job, you say you may not be able to do your schoolwork. Can you do that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Because today we do a lot of A/B testing, which
Okay.
is showing different messages to different people or different prices to different people depending on the situation, right?
Right.
In order to be able to increase conversion and relevance. Again, relevance comes again. However, with artificial intelligence, the amount of tests that we can do in a set period of time
Right.
increases enormously.
Yeah.
And also it can be much more micro-focused. And this is when things become to be much more important and much more interesting for the customer. And it's not only about the messaging that you see in that box, but it's about everything marketing related, right? If you see a banner, if you see...
Yeah, it's not just the word or the question.
Exactly.
Right, so for me, you may show somebody, you know, like a movie star from the 70s or 80s. But for like my daughter, you may show Taylor Swift or
That's
something like
correct.
that. You can do that with artificial
Yeah.
intelligence.
Absolutely, because the first example you gave is really about text. However, of course, they're generating images as well, right? So
Yeah.
from a marketing perspective, I think the opportunity is really endless from the point of view of content, from the point of view of relevance, and also speed to market.
Right.
Because typically those tests that we do, they might be a bit time consuming and resource consuming, but
Sure.
both from us as well as from our partners. And also, I remember all the time, right? We work with very, very big partners.
Right.
And their main business may not be insurance. And oftentimes it is not, most of the times, to be honest.
Right.
So why would they invest so many resources on the insurance business? So, of course, I still believe insurance is very important and helps them not only in terms of the commissions that they earn, but also in relevance of the product, as the example of the cell phone can give to you. But if we can make their lives easier, if
Right.
they can invest in insurance, use insurance as a value proposition driver with less effort, that's a fantastic situation.
As an engineer,
Yeah.
when new technologies get introduced, do you get even more excited about how can I use them? In other words, do you look at things from an engineering mindset and think, oh, I think I can use this in a way that maybe other people haven't thought of because I've been doing this engineer thought process for a while?
I mean, I'm always excited about technology, right? So
So am I.
it goes without
Engineering or not,
yeah,
right?
it goes without saying, right? So I'm a mechanical engineer. I used to do, aeronautics. So you leave me in an airport. I love the planes. I love to see how it works, right? So this is also translated to everything that is digital technology.
Right.
Of course, every time a new technology is introduced, people will be concerned on how this will affect their work,
Talk to me.
how this will transform things that we do. But humanity is about transformation.
Right.
We never stop, and we have never stopped in the past. So anxiety is normal. However, the potential is gigantic. So for me, I see the upside.
Right. I mean, I talk about this all the time. In my mind, everything is cyclical. And whether it's, we talked about this yesterday a little bit, whether it's electricity, whether it's automated production lines, every time something new gets introduced, people get nervous. And that's fair, right? Because they don't know yet. And to me, just being interested in the new tech leaves me less nervous because I think through the arc of history, it's always benefited humans and not detrimented humans.
That's correct.
That's
And-
just my feeling. Sorry, go ahead.
And at the end of the day, one thing that I think it's important as well for us to understand, right? Because we talk about, okay, AI will replace jobs. perhaps it's true in certain aspects. However, the first people that may be replaced are the ones that are not using the AI to become more productive.
Exactly.
So if you're going to be replaced by someone, you're probably going to be replaced by a human that is using that technology better than you.
But the same thing. It's just the same
That's
thing as the
correct.
auto worker who's understood they're going to have an excuse me, they're going to have an automated production line. I need to learn how to use these machines on the production line
Yes.
so that I can keep my employment. And I think AI is the same way. No?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Can we talk a little bit more about this micro focusing as well? Because I think that's really interesting, not just from a marketing perspective, but even from a product development perspective.
Absolutely. So I think societies are evolving, right? So are the
Yeah.
risks. So when I think about you, for example, right, you're creating content.
Every day.
Exactly. But imagine that instead of creating content for Insurance for a New Possible for your podcast,
Right.
you're creating content for TikTok. So you're a TikToker, you go to a bank and try to get a loan.
Right.
Would you be able to get this loan?
Probably not.
So that's the thing.
But even this, I remember when my daughter said to me, I'm going to go down to the mall and watch a YouTuber. I was like, this is silliness. So what do you think the bank thinks about a TikToker?
That's correct. So
Right.
the point is, a lot of people who are doing TikToks, they have a lot of money.
Tons.
They have teams. This is really their job.
Yeah.
So they do not have access to financial products. And I gave the bank example, but insurance is the same, right? Because how can we protect, for example, their income? You know what I
Right.
mean? They should have products that are protecting
Absolutely.
them against issues. It's okay if you have an accident because your body, your content production is your life, right? Is what is generating income for you. So if you have a problem and you cannot do that anymore, you should be insured to make sure that you still have your earnings until you can produce your content again.
Right.
So this is one example where there is a void and we need to help. But there are many other examples, right? We just need to look at societal trends and try to fit those products in.
If we believe that the way people are working is changing, let me give you an example. I spoke to a team in India that is building an entire product, an entire platform around consolidating TikTokers, YouTubers, content creators into one place and providing them services. And I actually asked them, how many people are on the platform? 200,000 people.
Wow.
So I said to him, why don't you provide them with financial services as
Yes.
well? Because they can't get a loan and they can't get insurance. But since you have 200,000 of them in one place, maybe it's big enough to get group coverage. This
That's
is
correct.
the way things are changing, no?
No, absolutely, because there is an old concept in insurance which are affinity groups.
Right.
At the end of the day, this is a new type of affinity.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's a new type of affinity.
Yeah.
But I think that makes it super interesting. And again, because the guy who's building that platform is not involved in the insurance business or in the finance business, he's looking at it from the other side. But I'm looking at it from down here and thinking, I know that they need financial services as well, but they can't get them.
That's correct.
Right? Because even for someone like I have my own company, but still getting a credit card or getting insurance is very difficult. Still possible, but very difficult. But when I was at Goldman, I didn't even have to think about it.
That's correct.
And that's the way the world is changing. I want to talk about pricing a little bit as well, and then maybe I'll let you go. Maybe not. What kind of strategies or technologies are being used to price insurance in a less looking back way and more in a predictive way?
Yeah, that's a very good point because we were talking about, again, new technologies and data, how data is utilized.
Right.
And that's a very big opportunity, right? To underwrite people on the go. So that the different data points that you generate can help us to better assess your risk, right? And this will help us not only to be more precise in pricing, but also to be able, hopefully, to include certain populations that are now underinsured.
Right.
Right? So I give an example in health insurance. A lot of people that are overweight, above a certain age, with chronic illnesses, they have a hard time being insured.
Yeah.
But if you understand how they're taking care of themselves,
Right.
you might be able to give them the products that they need. And as a matter of fact, I was looking at a study not a long time ago about some people who have chronic diseases, but they really do take care of themselves because
Right.
of that disease.
Right.
And some argued that some of those folks may live much longer than the ones that in principle do not have any of the disease, simply because they are doing regular medical checkups, they're measuring their vitals, they're really taking care of themselves. So if you have this kind of profile of person, why would you exclude that person without better understanding that risk?
Right. But this is the thing about looking back, right? Or
Yes.
just using a table to do it. Because if you just say in the past, everybody with this particular chronic disease had this problem going forward.
Yes.
And were very difficult to insure. But the way we look at our health today, I mean, I wear this not for the time. I don't care what time it is.
That's right.
All kidding aside. But I wear it for my health. I check my heart rate, I run every day, and I measure everything here. And I feel like I'm pretty healthy. So when I go get insurance, I want to benefit from this. And I think that's different than it was in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, yeah?
And at the end of the day, the population is getting older, right?
By definition,
Everyone will be chronic or multi-chronic. Are we excluding everyone? We cannot. So
Right.
at the end of the day, we have to find a solution. And I think data, this is starting, right? This is a revolution yet to come. But now with the new tools that we have, I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to do it.
But you actually make a really good point. I hadn't thought about this, right? So we can go back to like prehistoric times and say nobody in prehistoric times died of cancer. But they didn't because they didn't live long enough
That's right.
to get it. But I don't think it's that far away from what you're talking about today. You know, you used to die at 70 or 72, but now you could live until 90, right?
With relatively good health.
With relatively good health.
Yeah.
Like I look at my own life and I'm thinking I'm giving myself until 95. But on purpose, right?
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened in the past. We're at a very healthy time and unhealthy time at the same period. I get it. But that means that insurance should then be providable to that new cohort, right? As well.
Absolutely. And the reality is there are so many tech innovations that can help tackle aging, right?
Yeah.
Senolytics, new innovations in the healthcare environment. So perhaps, and I hope that we're going to give not only longer, but we're going to have a much longer health span.
Yeah, exactly.
And many of those diseases of aging, so you're talking about cancer, some kinds of dementia and other diseases
Right.
that are associated with aging.
Right.
I really do hope for us, right? that technology is going to catch up. And
Probably more for me than for you, but
for me as well, right?
Yeah, fair
But
enough.
That technology is going to catch up, and we're going to have less and less of it, right?
yeah.
So it's not only a problem that insurance and data for insurance will be able to tackle, but we need all industries to be aligned, because at the end of the day, it's quality of life for all of us.
That is the
Right,
perfect
so
way to
that's
end.
the point, yeah.
Isabel, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate your time. You have to come back on the show again.
Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks.
Boon with George Kesselman, the president and founder at InsurTech Asia, about innovating from the core, the real engine for insurance innovation. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Siddharth Panwar, Chubb Studio Partner Experience Product Owner, about technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinWorks, about towards comprehensive finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
And when we looked at the benefit space, okay, and particularly Latin America originally, right, we said, okay, let's go to employee benefits. Let's go to large corporations. 99.9% have some sort of life and health insurance and benefits. When we go to the SMEs, 3%, 2%, 1%.
They couldn't afford to do it on their own.
They couldn't afford to have them on their own. Technology, software, distribution models, right? Legacy distribution models. And we said, let's reach those underserved consumers, those underserved SMEs with a disruptive, different proposition and help them live their best life.
At Chubb, even though we're a traditional company, we are very execution oriented. We love thinking how to do things different. We're always in action, always moving forward. So yeah, partnering with Eduardo and Butterfly's team was a great challenge, a breath of fresh air.
Culturally, right? We have a company that's 230 plus years, old, if you want to call it that way, and another one that's 4 or 5 at the moment. But for us, being culturally aligned, right, with our insurance partner was, at the top of the list, and later learned the same way. And that click was instant, and I think is the secret sauce behind what we do.
Why I'm in the insurance industry is because I do believe that the industry really has such an important social purpose. It's an industry which is there when the customers most need us, in a moment of crisis, in a moment of an accident. Right. When I think about it, and the way that we engineer things now in Chubb, and the way we look at it going forward, and how all the digital disruption is a fact. It's not if it's going to happen.
It's not a maybe.
It is where we are today.
Right.
Our decision to put purpose and social and environmental impact at everything we do is the secret behind our success and our growth. Because what happens when you are doing something for other reasons, right, than just the financial ones, you attract a different type of talent of company. You wake up in the morning energized, right, in a different way, with purpose, and you have significantly more resilience that you would have without, that purpose.
So you got to do something that you love.
Yeah.
And if you do it, you're going to do it much better. If you do it with the people with whom you share those common values, and you generate, again, you really expand that ecosystem as you go through your career. And in this case, obviously, I'm talking about the partnership of Butterfly with Chubb. That's resonating. That is generating something which, for me, is very, very different to what we're seeing, especially in the Latin American insurance industry.
We actually announced in the New York Stock Exchange, right, the financial center of the world, that we became the first company globally, not only to give charitable donations to foundations, but our own equity, shareholders' equity. We started to distribute it to foundations. Why did we do that in such a public and visible way? Because we want other companies to copy what we're doing.
We don't want customers that are just going to buy a product not to use and then leave a few months later or a year later. At the end of the day, for us, especially in Chubb, is how do we build a relationship?
Initially, we said 2 or 3 things that were out of the box, right? And all my friends today, publicly traded insurtech companies, I had these discussions. I don't want to name names. I told them, look, guys, there's no way, to make a disruption if you're going to compete in underwriting and product and distribution, everything together. The way to disrupt this industry is to partner up with incumbents.
We used to look at Europe. We used to look at US. We used to look up for Silicon Valley. We used to look up for those places and saying, wow, those guys are amazing. Let's bring some of that tech
Here, right?
Yeah, let's bring it here. Let's bring some of those business models to our region, and we'll make it big. And that has been the case, I'll say, from the 2000s, from the 90s on to 10 years ago, right? When what happened was that we realized that our problems were not the same problems that they had in US and Europe. We had a lower penetration, financial penetration. It's way lower here than in any other region in the world.
The digital transformation is very deep in the case of Latin America. For example, when you see a model like Rappi in Colombia, like Mercado Libre from Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, I think that e-commerce platforms are very well developed. Super app are very well developed. So in that case, I think that there is a new possibility that is to go and to sell insurance to underserved people.
All those things combined now makes this region as exciting as Europe or as US or even as Asia for venture funding, because now they see good thesis, good founders, good opportunities here. So I think that now we are better equipped to compete with other regions in the sense of talent, technology, funding, opportunities, and so on. What I would like to see this year and probably next is new ideas, new solutions, right? I'm kind of always seeing some of the same things over and over about distribution when there are so many fundamental problems that we could solve together as an industry, from the way we price products, from the way we provide the claims experience, from the way we complement it with other products that are not necessarily insurance to add more value to the end customer, from the way we gather the data from. There's so many problems that we can solve, and I'm always seeing like 90% of the insurtechs I see is about distribution, making the customer experience at the acquisition point very easier. I would like to see more on the back end, to really challenge everyone in the industry, even ourselves, to come up with new solutions.
When we are talking about InsurTech 2.0, in the case of Latin America, I think we are thinking about InsurTech that are trying to solve a problem and not to sell a solution. To solve the problem is the first part. The second one is to make a dimension of sustainability. And in that case, I think that inclusion, underserved people, are a new way to sell.
With every new technology comes the fear of disruption, leaving people out of jobs. And for us in our team, luckily we have a culture of constant learning and stuff that we embrace every new technology, and we'll try to see, first off, are the customers going to be here? Are they going to use it? Because we have to be where the customers are going to be.
Are they going to accept it?
Yeah, they're going to embrace it. Are they going to accept it? Or is this going to be a niche thing? Or if it's niche, it's okay, but maybe it's for a different segment of different team or different department or different solution. So that's one of the first questions we ask. Are the customers going to be here? Then if they are, how do they interact with that new technology? And then how we can embed ourselves into that in a way that adds value to the end customer, to the intermediary, to the partner. I think it all comes down to what is the problem you're trying to solve.
Exactly.
And have the long-term view.
Right.
If you have a long-term view, technologies will go up and down, will get better and better. It will take longer or shorter to solve. But if you're very, very focused on a very big problem, I call it like it's a $1 billion problem, not a $1 billion idea, right? You have to have a $1 billion problem. It's big enough. And the good thing about Latin America, that we're full of problems.
So I think technology can play a very important part on making insurance an accessible product. Since people still in the region needs to have more transparent and simple ways to acquire policies and manage the policies.
We approach some partnership together because sometimes we don't have a solution for all the needs of our partner. So because we have a common culture and we have a similar way of looking the business, we can approach some new customer and we have new partnership together in the retail segment, but also in the SME segment.
The value we were giving to our users, it started to evolve from time to time, but at the core it's the same, and it's making a product that sometimes is by design very complex, like an insurance policy, make it simple, transparent, and accessible. And that's, I think, in a way, the concept we're trying to achieve is insurance should work like everything else.
Right.
It doesn't have to be complicated. It could be simple, and that's, I think, the main challenge in Latin America, trying to lower these barriers.
If we, as a CHA, we still working only with the traditional partners,
right,
we won't help the penetrations. There are some traditional partners that are building new propositions to go through the non-banking sector or different people. So the way we help to increase the penetration is working with people that are accessing customers that typically are not in a traditional channels, right? With the banking channels, and then trying to adapt our strategy to their strategy to approach these customers, right? We don't do business by ourselves.
Right.
We go to the market together with the partner, and we try to understand the partner strategy, and we try to adapt as quick as possible.
First, we try to adapt our solution to the customer needs, not the other way around,
right,
which is very typical in the insurance industry. So we do hybrid, taking the human advice part of the customer journey. And on the other side, we found out that we have lots of fintechs. I talked about this explosion of startups a few years ago. So the people is using these kind of solutions, but when you compare the penetration of other other financial services such as banks and fintechs in general, you have up to 40% of usage. When you see insurance, is maybe 1 to 2%.
I think we pay much lower attention of how the technology can change the current value chain, the insurance value chain, right? So I still think it's something we focus here in CHAP, not only building distribution channel, but also using technology and digital technology for the process we have been doing from the beginning, 200 years ago. So I think it's still a lot of work to do.
The big realization is that there needs to be a combination of online and offline elements to really make it very, very powerful.
Right.
And I think the digital universe right now, if we look at it, is probably limited to maybe we'll call it 10% of the economy, 15% of the economy.
Right.
And it's growing, and I think it is going to be a very substantial part of it. But what about the 85%, 90%?
That's left over. That's still there, right?
And that, rightly, it's so up to this point. I think all the experimentation and everything was very much focused on the digital space because there was so much potential innovation that can be invented from the ground up. But now that the space is maturing, now I think the focus is shifting to say, how do we take the learnings from this purely digital and blend it together with the much bigger opportunity, the 9 times opportunity that exists in the physical world. So I think this is kind of where the phygital or whatever you want to call it opportunity exists, and I think this is where we will see the tremendous amount of innovation going forward.
We really like to understand what are the insurance pain points or strategic problems that our partners want to solve, and insurance can be something that really resonate with their strategies and really reducing the protection risk that those customer has, and how can we enable that. And when we are talking with other innovators, as I would like to call our partners, really they don't need to reinvent the wheel when they would like to be serious about insurance. So we have the people, we have the tech, we have the expertise.
The bank insurance is a prime example of it, because you kind of have this combination of forces again that is happening where it used to be all 100% offline,
right,
where people used to sit in the branches and used to get referrals from a teller, and all of a sudden that world is kind of being turned upside down.
It's flipping upside down, right?
Exactly. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the fintechs, which is coming in with purely digital propositions, and they're also kind of realizing that the ends of the spectrum are there, but each one of them is kind of limited in terms of the future potential for it. So it's really about combining the learnings from one to another, and what we realized in a digital, like in a bionic or in the phygital world, is basically combining the best of the both worlds.
So after selling those millions of policies with our partners, there is due to analytics and data, and we have the data. That's how we're living together with our partners. Can we segment and understand if there are gaps in the protection that those customers have? And there is an angle when you are looking for much more complex products. It's hard that you are going to purchase that 100% online, right?
Right.
So we really think about this blended reality and bringing the best of the two worlds. So we are committed in helping partners that are with the same mindset to build this journey together, that I think is just the beginning, honestly.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
When you look about what has happened over the last 5 years, there's been a sea change in opinions, if not quite yet fully developed, as Sean was saying. So it's a really exciting time. And I think for most people who have been in insurance for a long time, this is possibly the best time we've seen in our careers, right? And it's actually a chance to get back to fundamentals, right? How can we actually use digital to re-engage with customers is, I think, a strong motivation factor for many people.
You are going to have a hybrid model. I think it depends upon the product and the context and people's comfort level with the product.
Yeah.
Right. And often when people are making a financial transaction, it's almost they want affirmation from somebody to saying, yes, you're right. You're making
this is the right choice.
This is the right choice for you.
Comes as part of embedded insurance, and what comes after embedded insurance is ecosystems and platforms, right? And these are the key drivers.
I love insurance. I mean, insurance is so cool, right? It's the oil, right, that makes the engine go for the economy, right? Where we have to be in all these ecosystems anyway, otherwise things don't work.
But I think you can also have very, very small ecosystems. So you could have, for example, a health and wellness group that might look at, say, mothers who are going through childbirth, and it might be a maternity community, and that in itself is an ecosystem that might need insurance at some point in time as well. So this world of ecosystems and how they're actually going to cooperate with each other is all starting to come into place, because the technology is there to enable this and make it easier for people to connect than it's ever been, whether it's personally or for business.
It's no longer just a simple transactional product, or you've now created this experience, right?
So if you can help people to avoid risks and manage risks better, you're into a winning customer proposition, which is better than paying the claim.
And we've seen it in a number of partners in a number of markets to do it successfully where it takes off. It's not the product. The time and effort you spend on the customer experience in that app to get it right is what's critical.
But actually content delivered to customers to help them to educate those customers so that they can make an informed decision, I think is really, really important.
The awareness is not there. So we have to develop content to provide that awareness that, yes, there are these risks, but there's also a solution for it.
Looking at the right claims capabilities with partners is just as important, if not more important, than the pricing itself. Actually, what we found is that pricing is only a third degree consideration for a lot of our driver partners. They care about convenience and claims.
The progress of using AI to handle claims is speeding up, right? We like many other companies, we're looking at how do we automate claims settlement. I think data is something that we are working on, putting unstructured, structured data together. So I'll say that's a great progress, which will help.
One of the things that actually, together with Chubb, arrived on the hitting formula, it's not just the product itself, but the experience actually for our drivers in signing up is fantastic. It literally takes about 3 clicks.
Yeah.
3 clicks, they're subscribed. Done.
I hear a lot of stories. I go to hear customers' stories over customer centers. And it's those contextual moments that help us craft better experiences.
So I think a few of the examples that we do is actually, as I mentioned, we embed a lot of these ride-hailing insurance, personal accident insurance onto our mobility. We also, of course, has package insurance and then travel insurance. But I think the one that excites me the most, to be perfectly honest, going by my previous theme, is actually a form of embedded insurance that we provide to our drivers.
By having partnership with leading industry verticals, we're able to have seamless access to customers. We can use big data that help us craft better products and services and address the pain point of customers.
Financial literacy means actually understanding what insurance is and how important it is to their lives and their families' lives. And that to me is the heart of financial literacy.
The emergence of ecosystem platforms, Grab is a great example, as well as the devices, smart devices, as Michael, you so rightly put, is really the convergence of a very opportune time for us to really step up on this access game or this challenge.
I guess my passion is really about people and consumers.
Great.
Yeah, I like being able to break down consumer behavior, understand how they think, and then find very small nuggets of insights as to how we should address, work with them. And what gets me really excited is when we discover, or I discover, what consumers themselves don't know that they want or that it works for.
So I think one of the biggest thing that we are trying to do now is to equip consumers with that know-how. So we go back to some basics, teach them beyond savings, what is really the first step after. And I think we have to come back to the whole part about protection and insurance.
And then the next question is, how do we react? How quickly do we react? I think very often that reaction time is determined by the tools that we work with and the knowledge that we already have, right? It's usually too short a time for us to acquire that, which is why I think an important part of this journey is being able to forward think, being able to anticipate.
Once we have this consolidation, what do we do becomes very important. And hence, actually, when we were working with the industry, we were very clear that open banking here is not just about sharing data for the sake of being open, but we wanted to address an issue where people, the mass market and the mass affluent, never had access to wealth management services and advisory services properly.
So helping people understand that you're not looking for a burst, you're looking at a steady way to grow your wealth, your income, and over time. How to take advantage of that.
Right.
So that's the first key concept. With technology right now, we have the choice, we have more options available to us. And if we're able to then break this product down into different points during which we have that conversation with that customer, and then hopefully that helps the customer gain a lot more interest and, more importantly, confidence to try and understand the products he or she's buying, be it investment or insurance. I think
it is the whole designing of the customer journey and observing them. I think Serene brought this up, right? Like when we observe them, how they behave when they took their first trade, what did they actually buy in their first trade, how much was it?
Right.
What kind of risk they were prepared to take, and all of that stuff.
Right.
And then from there on, we deduce their financial profile and then get them to reconfirm again.
And in products like insurance, and there are many more complex products out in the market, the only way to make it simple for the customer is if the answer is always consistent and the answer is always fast, quick.
But I think in terms of where the innovation will be, I would say we are still best in the financial services. Where I think it turns very grey and we need to do a lot more collaborative. It's between industries that are very close to us.
I think the first thing is agree as partners. What are we going to do? Right? Most partners don't agree and they try and experiment. So I think the first thing is to agree on a very clear objective. And secondly is to not try to go to too big bites of the data. Simple, practical data, things that you can do as well, because data availability is always going to be a problem. And the third thing is just get it done. Just do it. Just do something, whatever it takes. And the partnership will always get better and better. When I read, I get a lot of ideas. So sometimes a chapter can be 10 pages, but every half a page I take out my phone, because whenever I read, my mind just like, my mind reads and it zones out into an area where I get creative, I get unconstrained. So when my team gets a lot of text from me, they're like, Alan is reading.
The way that I think about it is, if one issue can be solved, it could be an issue of the risk transfer. So right now, it's all done in a very traditional way, I would say. So people, I was at the reinsurance conference where people sit down over coffee, negotiating risk agreements, risk treaties for the 1 year in advance, which kind of limits that risk transfer and puts it in a very traditional way that the product innovation actually is a lot more difficult. So if I were to kind of have a magical one, then I would say one issue that can be solved is that risk transfer issue. So when I think about the innovation in insurance and digitalization in insurance, I think a lot of the times we start with this thought of technology as being a real key driver for it. And the last 10 years that I've been in it, across Asia, across different projects, across different domains, it really dawned on me that the most common denominator there was not a technology, it was people.
I think one unaddressed problem, especially in developing countries, is that we don't focus on living benefits. So we need to provide more living benefits for the underinsured and uninsured. So I believe that insurance needs to be enjoyed and not endured. I'm not going to go far from home. In the Philippines, we have less than 2% insurance penetration. So I found inspiration from pretty much anywhere, from the streets, from the islands. So there needs to be a more inclusive coverage for all Filipinos.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Siddharth Panwar, Chubb Studio Partner Experience Product Owner, about technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at Coinworks, about Towards Comprehensive Finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome George Kesselman, the president and founder at InsurTech Asia, with whom we will discuss innovating from the core, the real engine for insurance innovation.
Insurance for the New Possible is back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival. George, I can't thank you enough for doing this. I feel like I see you a lot now.
Yeah, indeed. It's a pleasure to be back.
It's awesome to be here. Can you feel the energy at the Fintech Festival today?
I think the energy is really picking up. Yesterday was a little bit slow to start with.
Yeah.
I felt like it was people was kind of getting back
Getting
into
used to it,
yeah.
like getting back into it, right? It's weird. Normally day one is like boom, and day two kind of slows down, but I feel like in this case, everyone kind of got here, was looking around, and now today I feel like it's in full force.
Exactly.
I'm super happy to be here. Let's jump right into this. How do we see tech as an enabler? And I think we have to talk about this in the context of AI in transforming insurance business models.
I think it's a very interesting question. Like this year has been so much talk about AI, and again, it kind of, I think there's a fear that it's going to become another buzzword and the hype and become isolated. But I think you're right that it is very much an enabler play to enable that transformation as it continues to happen.
Right.
I think the whole kind of the convergence between transformation that was happening over last, like, I don't know, it felt like 15 years.
Right.
The digitalization and all the other stuff, I think is really at the point where it's making a significant impact. So it's no longer like something that was an idea, something that was a pilot, is really making a very, very clear impact and enabling this kind of a next phase of efficiencies.
I think you've made a really good point, and I want to dig a little bit deeper, and I'll tell you why. We can talk about buzzwords, and I'm so glad you brought this up. If we'd been at the Fintech Festival last year, we would have talked about blockchain. Yep. If we'd been here 5 years ago, we would have talked about Ethereum and smart contracts. If we'd been here 4 years ago, we would have talked about insurance in the metaverse. Those were buzzwords. Artificial intelligence is something that we use in every part of our day all the time. Whether it's in writing books or creating content or doing anything, everybody's using AI at some point. And when ChatGPT came out last year at this time, 100 million people signed up for it, faster than any other piece of technology ever. We're going to use it all the time, right? Do you have any specific examples maybe in the insurance industry where you see it being really relevant?
So there's, I guess, pockets of examples, but the one that comes to mind, and I think it's the most interesting in the way to think about like a potential scope for it, is one of the insurers took the AI into their call center. And in the call center, what they did is they said, look, we have a few hundred people who in the call center, is high turnover environment.
Right.
We need to train people when they come in. The variability of the service is very, very high as well.
Right.
So why don't we use AI to help to train new people coming in? And all of a sudden what they saw was the gap between the high performers, 10% top performers, and the rest just closed like crazy. And everybody started to perform at that high level because they would prompt the staff to say, here's the next best kind of thing that you can suggest to the customer.
Right.
They might be looking for their policy. Here's a places to look for it. So this kind of a expertise that was locked in the way in the minds of the top performers now it became democratized, and it was really, really impactful.
It's actually really interesting. In the old days, right, you used to get on some of these calls and they would say, we're recording this call to ensure quality, right? And I worked in a call center once, so I know what that's like. I did actually. I know you find that really hard to believe, seeing me in a call center, but I actually did do that. But now I'm presuming in this case that the AI is actually listening into the call. So it's almost like in the same way you type into ChatGPT, you tell them who you are, and then it knows what your cohort is like, that now you're just speaking into it. And it gives the person who's on the other end of the phone way more information than they could deduce on their own, which allows them to give you much better service. That's a great experience, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's super great. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about a workforce that's really engaged, right? But also valued. How important is this in the context of insurance, particularly today when all of the way we work is changing?
I think it's one of the questions that I've been pondering for a long time now, because as I kind of went through the whole InsurTech wave, and everybody was very excited about all the potential things that it can transform insurance. Right. I guess the common denominator between a lot of this initiative and innovation was people, and you kind of realize that you can come up with the greatest idea with the most exciting concept, but if people don't get on board and people are not engaged in the insurance organization, it's very, very hard to execute. It kind of fizzles out very, very quickly.
Yeah, it does.
It just becomes like, here's an initiative by this C-level person that, everybody just kind of rolls eyes when they think about it.
Like, we're not going to do that.
So the motivation is a most critical aspect, I think, of any change that needs to happen. And I think in insurance, one of the challenges of our industry is that the feedback cycle between when you sell the product and when you actually people use it can be tens of years or can be very, very long. Right. So people generally tend to lose that kind of a link and say, like, what business am I really in? Am I in the business of selling insurance? Well, it's not really, right? And if you kind of lose that thread, it's very, very hard to get disconnected and demotivated.
So, but the policy is still alive, right? And actually, when we spoke to Sean Ringstead, right, the head of global digital business at Chubb, one of the things that he said when we asked him was, if you could change anything in insurance, what would you do? And he said, I would change using the word policy. But that product is alive from the moment it gets initiated, right? Until the moment it gets used, it's still living. And I think there are two things to talk about. Having the employees engaged, but also having the employees engaged with the people that own that product, right? So that they can then go back and forth on it. How do you think companies can accomplish this, though? Is there a tech solution to it, or is it just needs to be focused on?
I mean, I think it's a pretty fundamental question.
Yeah.
I think it kind of needs to, we're talking about like a reboot to the way that the industry is organized. Right. But I think there are multiple ways of doing it. And yesterday we had a very interesting panel together with Chief Innovation Officer of Ping An, Zurich, Head of Digital, Prudential, and a very interesting VC fund as well.
Oh, cool.
And what I guess we kind of went to a kind of direction is that it seems like an insurance is becoming just like rather than an isolated product, it becomes more of a service proposition, a service bundle. Yep. And this is what the customer is actually experiencing, and that's what they want to see.
Yeah.
And I think once that change propagates itself more, it becomes much more real to both the people working in the industry, and it becomes a lot more motivating because you can see like, oh, actually our service helped somebody who was in need, rather than like, oh, we paid somebody who had an accident 1 year ago.
Right. When we were in Miami for InsurTech LATAM with Chubb, we recorded with a guy who was, I think, based in Argentina or in Chile, I can't remember. And one of the things that he said was, during COVID, he wasn't driving his car a lot. And one day his insurance company called him. He's like, why are you calling me? I didn't call you. I don't want to claim anything. My policy is still valid. And he said, they called me to let me know that the power in my battery was getting really low. And that if I didn't do something about it or just go out and start my car more regularly, my battery was going to die because he has a telematic device in his car. Mm-hmm. And he said that level of service from an insurance company, and you can see I'm getting a little bit of a chill just thinking about it, but that made him happy. And that's part of the model I think that you're talking about. And I think that's going to be really, really important. Yeah?
Absolutely. I think it is really about thinking about risks, and the insurance industry is not something that happens after the fact.
Right.
But it's something that is part of the whole recovery process.
Yeah, it's all part of the day-to-day existence. And where an insurance company come in and can provide that service, I think it's going to be really powerful. You know, one of the things you said before is you feel like it's been like 10, 15 years, this discussion of digital transformation. But I want to talk about how you envision the integration of these digital experiences with physical experiences in insurance and where they're most relevant. This is what I think you call phygital.
Yeah, phygital, omni-channel, hybrid, whatever
you want to call it.
Bionic.
Can we use that from now on? I like that word, actually.
So what I think is happening is that you kind of went as like a typical pendulum.
Right.
You went from fully physical to
Right.
fully digital, and now it's kind of finding its way in between. And
Yeah.
what happened is I had one of the insurance companies call me recently, and they said I think we went too far. We kind of
Digital?
we went all digital. How do we go a little bit back and find the right balance? And I think that's what's going to happen as we will see this experience is a lot more integrated, and we'll see the people from servicing perspective, from the sales perspective, from advisory perspective, really play a much more integral role.
Right.
But not just like, here I'm going to push the product, I'm going to scare you into buying a product, which has been a traditional way. But much more like a partnership with the customer in their experience of finding out what do they need to build their wealth, their health.
So we talked with Isabella Carvalho about this earlier. And the key question I asked her was, is it the journey that's selling the insurance? Right? Is it the digital journey, or is it the relevance? And I think that's what you're saying. You don't want to make it just the journey of pushing the product. Of like, I just got to here, I was automatically opted in, and I got this product. How relevant was it to me? I think that's what you're trying to suggest as well. Do you have maybe an example you can share about where you think phygital is really relevant?
Where I think the phygital is really relevant is when you start to think about more complex products.
Yeah.
Because if we're thinking about like a very simple, like a warranty product, or if we're thinking about travel insurance product, it's more or less you kind of know what you're getting.
Right.
But if you're buying something to protect your health, a lot of the times, even myself, I kind of look at it and like, I need somebody to help me understand.
I want to ask somebody a question. Go ahead, yeah.
So when I want to ask somebody a question, if I ask it to a chat automated bot, half of the time you kind of get a very standardized response that doesn't answer your question and just creates more frustration.
Right.
So what you want to do is you want to talk to somebody who is not going to push and say, oh, today we have a promotion on something that is completely not relevant, but you should definitely buy it. But should try to understand and say, hey, George, based on your age and profile, you have a family. This is the kind of stuff that typically in the families, people are looking to protect themselves. So to reduce the worry and, based on your age and demographics, this is the kind of product that could be a good fit for you.
I kind of feel like, I love making analogies like this. I kind of feel like it's okay to buy a bicycle, even a 21 speed specialized bicycle, or whoever your favorite brand is, online. You do all the research, you know what you like, but I'm not going to buy a jet online. I really want to see it, touch it, feel it, and talk to somebody because it's a complex product. And if I buy it and it's wrong, now I have even bigger problems, right? And that's the way I look at it. I'll share a story with you as well. I think it was at the beginning of 2022, I bought my own health insurance. And the woman from whom I bought it was awesome. She was fully digitized. She had an iPad there. She was going through all this stuff, but she was there. Mm-hmm. And as we went through all the choices, I could ask her questions. She had all the answers. And the answers that she didn't have, she had the information at her fingertips. And I think that's a really great phygital experience for me in the insurance industry. I want to talk about this too, because I think this is actually really important. After all this investment in the past, let's say 5 or so years in InsurTech, how do insurance companies go back to looking at their core businesses as engines of innovation?
I think that is a pretty fundamental question, and I think it's not just insurance companies. We've kind of seen some interesting parallels with the banks and other big companies. I think the reality of this is that they realize that now there's been more practice of investing, of seeing things that don't work out as they anticipated. So I think the tolerance for failure is a little bit higher than it was 5 years ago. And kind of that in itself is a good progress.
Do you sense that when you talk to insurers that they feel like, you know what, it's okay if we try this thing and it doesn't work, whereas maybe 5 or 6 years ago, if you said something to them, they'd be like, yeah, we can't do that, because if we fail, it feels fatal. Do you feel that difference?
I think that there's, I would say, a pockets of difference. I wouldn't say it like it's kind of universal across the insurance universe, but there's definitely pockets of the people who see that this is the way forward. And again, looking at, let's say, how the banks have done it is also not universal, right? There's some banks that are very, very traditional.
Yep.
And even though they kind of proclaim that they're digital, the experience that you get is very, very different.
Right.
But there are some that are really fundamentally changed in the way that they do it. And you walk into the experience that they provided, whether it's digital or visiting the branch, whatever you need to, you have a completely different experience. And I think with insurance companies, actually, it's the same.
I think it's pretty obvious. And I think, to me, it's actually a big differentiator. You can talk to company A and feel like, okay, they're turning into a really progressive company, no pun intended. And you talk to some other companies and you're like, yeah, they think they're digital, but maybe they're just pretending to be. Excellent. And I can feel it as a consumer, actually, right? If you look into your crystal ball, you just have a lot of conversations with insurers, just like I do, right? So when you look out 5 years, taking into consideration all the changes you see in technology, and not the buzzwordy ones, right? But like the real ones, what does the insurance industry look like to you when you look forward 5 years or so?
I think the 5 years from now, we stop talking about the digital because it just
For sure,
becomes
it's just
part of
gonna be,
the
it just is insurance, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be the big fundamental change. And if you think about the pace of change, how things are progressing,
right,
it's almost like doubling year on year in terms of the impact.
Yeah.
So 5 years later, we're going to have a material part of the business that will be in a new way, right? So basically the new engines are going to come online and going to be material to the business, rather than right now it's still a little bit of a side project.
I think you're right. Go ahead.
So I think AI is going to play a significant part of
I agree.
What the new future is going to look like. And I think we're going to be also seeing that there's going to be a massive consolidation of insurers that kind of been sticking to the status quo.
Right, so this is something that not a lot of people talk about, but I don't disagree with you at all, actually. We saw that in the banking industry in the United States over time. As some of these banks got way more progressive, the other banks couldn't live on their own, and they had to kind of consolidate into each other. Before I let you go, congratulations on the new book, The Power of Play. Do you want to talk a little bit about what the book's about?
Yeah, so this exactly, the motivator for it was exactly what we talked about earlier, because I felt like the motivation was such a critical asset for innovation. So when I started looking at insurance and beyond, it just became like a very clear that is a common problem.
Yep.
So motivation is just lacking, and engagement is very limited in a lot of the work that we do in not just insurance but all across. And then when I started looking at the areas where there are places where we solve problems at scale and really feel engaged, it was hard to find. But then I stumbled upon this concept of where people go onto games and for hours they're there solving hard problems, and feel very, very engaged, right? You don't pay somebody to go and play a game.
No, they do it on their own, right?
So when I started looking at different aspects of what makes the game so engaging, it's not the gamification by itself, but it's really about providing that autonomy for people to go and solve the problems that they enjoy solving. And there are few different personalities and types of problems that the people gravitate to.
Right.
So in the work environment, if you think about it, we get pigeonholed into a particular set of problem. You're an actuary because this is what you studied. Therefore, I'm going to put you to be an actuary
forever,
right? Whether you like it or not. And I've talked to many people who said, I've studied to be a lawyer. I started practicing law. I just hated it.
Right. Lawyers say this a lot, by the way, but go ahead. Yeah.
So, and I think this is where I kind of said, look, let's start the conversation about it. Let's use this as a vehicle to really understand what is that internal drive, right? We always think of money as a motivator, but actually when you do research, and there's been a lot of research done on that, is that up to a certain point it's a motivator,
but on the margin it's not, though.
It's not. Most of the time it's a demotivator. It just narrows you down into particular certain problems that you solve, but you actually get worse at solving problems with money.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this. When I was in Morgan Stanley, I had a job that I didn't love, that was paying me a really decent salary. And I gave up almost half of it to get into a job that I really wanted to do.
Exactly.
And that's true, because it was still okay. And over time, the path here was to a lot more compensation. But it was actually, this job gave me the ability to do the things that I actually wanted to do. And I think the game analogy is really good, because some people want to play Tetris. Other people want to play first-person shooters, but they're still solving problems.
Exactly.
Right? And I think it's a really interesting concept. And I'll leave you with this, and then I'll let you go. There's been a lot of talk about customer experience. How do we build the right customer experience? A lot of companies are now talking about partner experience. Our partners aren't our customers, but boy, they feel like they are at some level. We should treat them well. Internally, you have to think, what should the employee experience be like? Because that's going to be a big differentiator too. Because if your employees are motivated and engaged, it's like a superpower, isn't it?
Exactly.
The power of play.
Spot on.
Thank you very much,
All
George.
right,
I
thank
really
you,
appreciate
Michael.
it. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
Coming up is our conversation at 1 p.m. to the product owner about technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinWorks, about Towards Comprehensive Finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation. Hi, this is Michael Waits, and welcome back to Insurance for the New Possible, a Chubb conversation. We are joined by Marcos Gunn, Senior Vice President, Chubb Group, and Regional President for Latin America, and Eduardo de la Maggiora, founder and the CEO of Betterfly. How are you guys doing today?
Doing very well.
Doing good.
It's an exciting day. Anyway, before we get to the main part of our conversation, let's start with a bit of your backgrounds. And Eduardo, let's start with you.
Let's try to make a long story short. So, given that we're talking about insurance today, 25 years ago, my dad suffered a stroke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was in the back seat of the car when the accident happened, and at that moment, right, my life changed. Not only because I lost the person I love the most, but he did not have life insurance, and my family struggled economically for a long time. Yeah. Again, I thought I was going to say a long story short, but that led, for me going into engineering, then working in Wall Street, and 15 years later, my mom was diagnosed with leukemia. This time around, she did have insurance, which paid for her cancer treatment and saved her life. And I would say those are the seeds that planted, the founding of Betterfly years later, and what we're going to talk about today.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it.
My background and why I'm in insurance, very different to Eduardo. I was born to an insurance family.
Oh, wow.
My grandfather was an insurer and then a broker. He founded a broker in Argentina, of whom my uncle and then my dad joined. So literally, I think it's in my blood. And as I kind of I obviously grew up, went to college, and I wasn't too convinced that was going to be something for me.
Right. This is like a scene out of every movie.
Exactly. So everything you see this, you hear that, but it is so I was 50-50. So a little bit what I did is I asked my dad, hey, before I go in there and you guys kind of lock the door and throw the keys out, I decided to go for an intern in one of the better insurance companies in Buenos Aires. And I realized that there was a great opportunity. And a little bit what I saw there, when you're 22, it's okay. Is this an industry that thrives? Is it an industry where I can contribute? Am I going to be able to have a good life off it? And how about growth? A lot of it is I was always quite anxious to be able to grow as a professional, no?
Right.
And I saw that in the Argentinian insurance industry. I saw that opportunity. So here we are, almost 30 years later, way past what my expectation was in terms of my career.
And this is the reason why I always ask for introductions at the beginning, right? Because you can't separate who you are from what you do, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And whether it's an experience when you were super young or your family just being in the insurance business, it almost feels predetermined.
Yeah.
Anyway, when you look at the markets that you're addressing, what was the billion-dollar problem you were trying to solve that you saw? And how did you get to it, actually?
Sure. So the story of Betterfly starts 5 years ago. And the first thing that we set out to do very clear is, why am I building this company? Why do we exist? And our purpose is a very simple one. It's, helping people live their best lives. As simple as that. And, people ask us, or we ask ourselves, okay, what does it mean to live your best life?
Right.
We believe it has to do with three components. Number one, it's the daily habits, the small things you do every single day on a consistent basis, right? That's the number one. Number two, it's the people you spend the most time with, right? Your community. And number three, it's the impact you're creating in other people's lives, social impact, environmental impact. Then you combine those three, and we said, you know what, we're going to create a company that, helps people live their best lives under these three pillars. How are we going to do that?
Right.
We're going to create the leading benefits platform to change the world.
What's the intersection, though, between the benefits that people get and living their best life?
Yeah. So we said, what's the best way to help people live their best lives? And we realized there was, to your question, $1 billion opportunity to reach hundreds and eventually billions of people through the employee benefits they receive, right? And when we looked at the benefit space, okay, and particularly Latin America originally, right, we said, okay, let's go to employee benefits. Let's go to large corporations. 99.9% have some sort of life and health insurance and benefits. When we go to the SMEs, 3%, 2%, 1%.
They couldn't afford to do it on their own.
They couldn't afford to have them on their own. Technology, software, distribution models, right? Legacy distribution models. And we said, let's reach those underserved consumers, those underserved SMEs with a disruptive, different proposition and help them live their best life.
So what percentage of the economy is actually driven by SMEs? It may be different from country to country, but in Latin America as a whole.
So in Latin America, it's a really good question. Today, globally, we have 400 million SMEs. They account for roughly 50 to 60% of global GDP. In Latin America, it's close to 60%.
So and it's a little bit higher than the global average.
It's a little higher than the global average. It accounts for in Latin America, it's 95 to 96% of all businesses. In the US, in more developed markets, it's 88, 90%.
Right.
But it's the majority of people and businesses that exist today. And if you look any industry in the world, any industry from financial services, you do not have a 3% penetration anywhere, right? And we said, okay, let's reach them in a very different way. Let's see how we can do this. And well, we'll talk about this later in the podcast. But we said let's make this disruption with a very good and experienced partner in the insurance space.
So that's what I want to know is, from your perspective, how do you work together with a fast-growing entity?
It's a great challenge, and it's a lot of fun. It has to be fun.
But what has to change in your mindset, if anything, to be able to do that effectively, right?
Well, I think I'll take a step back. I think at Chubb, even though we're a traditional company, we are very execution-oriented. We love thinking how to do things different, how we're always in action, always moving forward. So yeah, partnering with Eduardo and Butterfly's team was a great challenge and I would say a breath of fresh air. And it was from day one. Now we met. I'm not going to forget. Eduardo suddenly calls me one day and says, "Hey, I'm going to be in Miami. Let's meet up." I said, "Yeah, I heard about you. With this, come in." And I would say from the first minute, we just connected. Same values, same principles, same way of wanting to impact the world, right. And so there was a lot of commonality in that respect. And obviously, I think we both saw that with this together, we were going to be much stronger. No?
And sorry to interrupt, that's a super important point because culturally, right, we have a company that's 230 plus years, right. old, if you want to call it that way, and another one that's 4 or 5 at the moment. But for us, being culturally aligned, right, with our insurance partner was, at the top of the list, and later learned the same way. And that click was instant, and I think is the secret sauce behind what we do.
What are those cultural equivalencies? Right, where do things fit in? Because it's really important. Like you said, 200 years old, 4 years old. It's like great-great-grandpa and a baby.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, number one, I think there's purpose. No, one, and a little bit. I know a little bit. I'll go talking about the why I'm here, and why I'm in the insurance industry is because I do believe that the industry really has such an important social purpose. It's an industry which is there when the customers most need us, in a moment of crisis, in a moment of an accident.
Right. Most vulnerable, yeah.
So it is, and when I think about it, and the way that we engineer things now in Chubb, and the way we look at it going forward, and how all the digital disruption is a fact. It's not if it's going to happen.
It's not a maybe.
It is where we are today.
Right.
and with that purpose in mind, and that really looking to be very transparent with our insureds, our customers, being able to delight them with service. And when you add a partner like Betterfly, that it adds another a real different value proposition in terms of purpose, through the foundations. And then you look at the wellness and you tie everything together. It really resound within the partnership.
So you've both said impact a few times. I want to talk to you about being a certified B Corporation.
Yeah.
Not just why it was so important to you, but why it's so important to the future of the way companies are going to get run at scale.
Yeah, so super good point. So when we founded the company 5 years ago, and we decided not only to be certified B Corp, but also incorporate ourselves as a PBC, a public benefit corporation.
What's the difference?
So the difference, certified B Corp is basically you get a certification for complying for certain ESG, requirements, and it's a certification. Incorporating yourself legally as a PVC, you have that ingrained in your legal structure, in your fiduciary duty. So at Betterfly, we have a fiduciary duty to have a social and environmental return, same level of the financial return. And look, 5 years ago when I made the decision, I come from finance, JP Morgan, right? And I was like, don't do that, because no one's going to put a dime in the company. It's going to, and to your question, our decision to put purpose and social and environmental impact at everything we do is the secret behind our success and our growth. Because what happens when you are doing something for other reasons, right, than just the financial ones, you attract a different type of talent of company. You wake up in the morning energized, right, in a different way, with purpose, and you have significantly more resilience that you would have without, that purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're not just doing this for the money. So when the money goes away, what do we do? We're doing this for the purpose. The purpose is still there.
Is the reason. The money still has to be there and the financial returns, but it has to be an outcome, not the driver, right?
Right.
And that, as you can tell, right, the passion that I talk about Betterfly, the insurance industry and everything we do is aligned because of that, right? And that makes the financial returns and the growth even, and it's a virtuous circle.
It's an ecosystem.
It's an ecosystem where, I think we talk about COVID and the digital disruption. What happened with COVID when we had 8 billion people faced with the fragility of life? We all went to our center and said, life is fragile, and this can change. Why am I here today? What is the reason, and I have to be doing something that is beyond my personal gain to have a fulfilling life.
Go ahead.
And I'll go, and I just want to remark what I just mentioned. It's in that ecosystem with purpose. So where one has clients that have purpose, there's an alignment. When you have suppliers, when you have with our own employees, or including the leadership, and we generate a culture around it. Just you take things to a different level, and you take it in a much more impactful way, but also in a faster way and in a better way. And I'm always want to say that you got to do something that you love.
Yeah.
And if you do it, you're going to do it much better. If you do it with the people with whom you share those common values, and you generate again, you really expand that ecosystem as you go through your career. And in this case, obviously, I'm talking about the partnership of Betterfly with Chubb. That's resonating. That is generating something which, for me, is very, very different to what we're seeing, especially in the Latin American insurance industry.
Yeah, and let me maybe add something really short to that. But it's something that I've learned throughout the years. To your question of,
go for it.
When you have a strong purpose, right? Your partners, even your competitors, want you to win and to thrive, right? And that. You have this tailwind, this invisible tailwind, okay, that is making you grow faster because, everyone wants, we're here in an InsurTech conference, right? We were in Miami. I've met with insurers that are not our partners, and they're like, look, hats off for choosing Chubb. We want you guys to thrive and to win because you know what your ultimate goal is. And that is an invisible force that is extremely powerful. And
so I think there's a secular change taking place in the way corporations are being built, right? And the way they're reacting. And we talked about this yesterday a little bit too. We can go to late stage capitalism, what the impact of this is. But the real question is, do you think that there is a secular change taking place so that you end up being, and this partnership ends up being kind of a benchmark, right? Or a role model for people to look at and think, that's a PBC, this is an incumbent, but they're working together for this purpose, do you think people will look at that and think we need to do that too?
100%, and I hope they do. I mean, last month we actually announced in the New York Stock Exchange, right, the financial center of the world, that we became the first company globally not only to give charitable donations to foundations, but our own equity, shareholders' equity. We started to distribute it to foundations. Why did we do that in such a public and visible way? Because we want other companies to copy what we're doing, right? And we want to, look at us. And one of the reasons I want Betterfly, to win, to become not only, Latin America's largest insurtech company, but Latin America's largest company, period.
Per se.
Is because if we prove that, we can prove that putting purpose at the center, right, can create a huge company and create a big disruption. And that's the mission, right, that has me, waking up every night, every morning, and having me enjoying the journey. Right. But I do believe, to your question, there's a huge secular change happening.
It is,
and I hope and I think everyone's taking note of this. And we're going to talk about employee benefits. And when you deliver, and we partner up, and we go with a solution that also helps companies make that change. It's something very unique and very different.
See, and look, I agree with everything that Eduardo says, and specifically on that change, joining forces. As Eduardo said, Chubb, 230 years plus company. Working with a 5-year-old company, which comes with all the dynamism, the energy, the innovation, the creativity. But again, it's. Insurance keeps on being a business of risk, of balance sheet, okay, and yes, talent, culture, technology, but when we can really join forces, I think that's something that it's the big message, which still hasn't come out that clearly, possibly.
What's that?
The joining forces of, let's say, an incumbent, if you want to call it that, with the new fully digital enabled companies. And as we hear, we're in the InsurTech Connect, okay? And if we start seeing the environment and who's here and who's connecting with who, we're seeing that it's really let's say, the traditional world coming on board with the future of the world. And it's not one or the other, it's both together.
Right.
How do we get to those customers who already purchases insurance, have a better journey, a better service at the moment of truth? For those who don't buy insurance, how do we get them with a value proposition that they can, number one, afford? And we can give them at the end of that level of protection and additional services, which in the past they couldn't buy. And that's the magic. How do we really? We go for the 97% of the cake that doesn't purchase insurance, and we're just not only competing against our incumbent competitors in the industry. We want to really drive insurance penetration up.
So if financial inclusion is really important in the region, right? How about financial literacy? And how do you address that?
100%. It's both, right? So
you can't be included unless you understand.
Exactly. And there's two ways about that, and that's, I would say, one of the top 3 reasons we went B2B instead of going direct to consumer, right? We said, okay, let's go through the employers, right? And through them, which will make the share of mind, if you will, when you're working at a company and you receive an app or financial literacy is much different than if I go through Google, right? Or you're competing with Instagram or TikTok. Sure. So financial literacy is important, right? One of the things we have in our platform at Betterfly is that we reward good habits, right? With charitable donations, no cost life insurance, and personal rewards. And one of those good habits is reading a 30-second video, about, how to save, how to invest, why financial protection. And we gamify, right? These things that might...
How do you gamify it?
So we have I could be talking a couple of hours around that, but we basically rewards positive behaviors, right? And we, again, walking, exercising, saving, investing, reading, about how to save, invest, and way through. And we give you these better coins, which you can use to, plant a tree, feed a child, provide clean water. We reward you with a coverage, a no-cost coverage, and we reward you with points which you can redeem for an Amazon gift card.
What's the uptake there? The
uptake is crazy. I mean, we have over 80% engagement in companies and
that are using those rewards.
Using those rewards in the app and the financial literacy, the integrations. We have 840 touch points per year for each user.
Per person.
If you take social media out of the equation,
Right.
we're probably the most engaging app out there.
So that's on
and
your own app.
On our own app. On our own app. On our own app.
Got it.
So 20 people in average, because we have heavy users, but the average user gets into the app 20 times per month.
And that's a big opportunity.
Can you talk a little bit more? We talked about this at the beginning about the abstraction of services away from existing companies.
Yeah.
Because they can't provide it to themselves at scale. But if you take it out and then provide it to them on a month by month or on a SaaS basis, they can then start to afford it in a way that's better. How does that work and how do they help?
So our approach is, I would say, is pretty unique in that regard. And in the last year or so, the insurance community has started to appreciate what we did differently. Because initially we said 2 or 3 things that were out of the box,
like
right?
what?
And all my friends today, publicly traded insurtech companies, I had these discussions. I don't want to name names. I told them, look, guys, there's no way, to make a disruption if you're going to compete in underwriting and product and distribution, everything together. The way to disrupt this industry is to partner up with incumbents. I got to close doors on all of them. It was like, no, we have to disrupt everything. So what we did differently, then we went to the insurtech incumbents. And most of them, or all of them, which were not carriers, they were doing? They were distributing digitally.
Right.
So they would put services, group them up.
Right.
Where we went different, we said, no, we have to go a step further. And what we have to do is unbundle, the risk from a carrier partner app and bundle it up back again with new risk rewards frameworks, that are literally embedded in our software. So every time you walk, you get a coverage. You go on your bike ride, you come back, you integrate Strava. Are you interested in a bike coverage? And literally, unbundling the coverage, bundling back, and distributing a software platform to fit individual needs.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and
I want to address this in a second.
With this, what we see in Betterfly's value proposition is that through that engagement, we're going to be able to offer those customers, the right level of the right products at the right moment at the right time, and that's at the end of the day the way that we look at the engagement side, which means retention. No, we don't want customers that are just going to buy a product not to use and then leave a few months later or a year later. At the end of the day, for us, especially in Chubb, is how do we build a relationship? All right, and let's be frank. Usually, when no one wakes up in the morning saying, "Great, I'm gonna renew my auto policy today," and I got to pay for it, and then probably and hopefully nothing happens for a year, and off you go again, waking up and saying, "Oh, I got to renew my auto policy again," and I didn't use it, but I have got to. So for us, at the end of the day, it is looking at it as Chubb is how do I build a relationship which is different to the process, all right, and how do we think about that with that tangibility of the product? So when you add the protection, and the service that we can provide from a protection perspective, and embed it, together with Betterfly in this case, around that value proposition to the customer, I think that's where there's a lot of magic to it.
And we said, let's make distribution, as Marco says, super easy, and let's not tie up our customers. So we, when we went out with the product, we said, let's subscription, just like Netflix, like Spotify. If you don't use Betterfly after a month, you don't want it, cancel it. No cancellation fees, no onboarding fees.
But what are they subscribing to, though?
To all-in-one benefits, so insurance, rewards, and well-being.
And are they incentivized to do this from their companies? Yeah?
Exactly, through their companies. And companies pay
and
anywhere
the companies pay for it, yeah?
Exactly. And it's a very affordable, $4-5. That's how it starts in Latin America. In the US, it's probably going to start a little bit higher. but in Latin America, it's $4-5. No questions, no medical questions. So again, like Netflix or Spotify, we have a life insurance coverage that not only grows with good habits, but doesn't ask medical questions. And listen
so how do you do that, though?
Listen to this. I'm bundling it up. When we launched this 3 years ago, many insurance, and this is not the case of Chubb, but many insurance were telling, there's no way you're not going to ask if you smoke or not. Exactly.
Right?
But look at the results 3 years later.
Right.
We have half the loss ratios, or 2x better loss ratios, not asking medical questions and bundling insurance in software products. Because guess what? Companies are buying this not only for insurance, they're buying it because they want to give, meal vouchers. They want to give wellness solutions to their employees. But guess what? They're getting insurance at the same time. And
at the core is the wellness part.
Exactly.
Okay, and if we're talking about the life insurance, someone who's going to be taking care of themselves, eating healthy, doing exercise, obviously that's the type of customer that one wants to have, no?
Right.
And if that customer also is engaged on the purpose side, you kind of tick the 3 boxes.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, that's that. As Marco says, we want to help those employees live their best lives. Insurance is a piece of it, right? But not a dormant piece. So as I mentioned earlier, we're turning a product that, reimagining insurance from a product that, is sold to a product that is bought, right? Right. And very, very aggressively bought, if I might say.
Very aggressively
Yeah.
bought.
Yeah.
Exactly. How do you integrate, though, with all these other companies? You mentioned Strava in passing. Like, everybody would know what that is, right? But there are plenty of people who don't know what Strava is. So how do you integrate with all of those things? So it's almost like the if this, then that thing, right? There are all these services embedded on the backside, but if you connect them, yeah?
Yeah. So we said one of these big bets that we made, 3-4 years back, we saw, the amount of, digital services that, Strava, which is a fitness app, or, meditations app, 2,000, 3,000 apps per month. We said, you know what? We're not going to compete in building a meditation or a fitness app. What we're going to do...
You rebuild Calm.
Exactly. Let's build an infrastructure that, can seamlessly integrate to whatever you're using. If you use Strava, which is for bikers, if you use Nike Run, which is for runners, if you meditate with Headspace or with Calm, we'll integrate with that. And we want you to use that. But guess what? That's going to have embedded the social impact, the insurance piece, and also the rewards piece, right, in a very unique way. So yeah, it's integrations, and we have a very, I would say, end-to-end API and also integration system.
Go ahead.
And let's say, and obviously from a risk perspective, the way we integrate with Betterfly, and the way we work on that analytics to be able to offer the different products makes it incredibly powerful. So there's a value in the integration, there's a value in the data, and at the end of the day, it comes to that differentiated value proposition that we can put together.
Yeah, I mean, if I back up and look at this, I was making some notes earlier, right? I called it a FinSureTech, right? Because it's kind of a fintech as well, and I want to talk about this opportunity as well. But there's also a health tech aspect to this and an HR tech aspect to this, right?
Yeah.
I want to get back to the fintech thing in a second, but just at a higher level, how do you, as a fast-growing company, basically run 3 kind of separate companies in one? Because that's really what it is, right?
Yeah. So
it's 3 separate tracks that are connected. I understand.
It's connected, and it's understanding. So I would say, as I mentioned, we launched the company 3 years ago. We went through an explosive period of growth, right, in the last 2 years.
Right.
And at the end of the day, what we're doing is that we're integrating the worlds of insurance, reward and well-being, right? And I mentioned insurance and non-financial services because that's where we decided to go very, very deep. And even though we integrate with savings and investment apps,
you have to be able to.
Those are integrations. It's not our own tech stack, and where we go very, very deep. So if we go to a company and they pay the $5 subscription, they will have a savings and investment app. They will have insurance. But the insurance piece is the one we go very, very, very deep in terms of team, in terms of technology, in terms of underwriting, in terms of everything behind that, because we believe that's the opportunity to make a very, very big change. And it's the product that actually people don't use, right? And so it's a product, and it's underpenetrated, again, the 97%. So that's the difference why we are called a fintech, an insurtech, a wealth tech, right? At the end of the day, we're a technology tool to help and empower people to live their best lives with a very strong insurance component that, is distributed in a very different way.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels more like you're building a platform company.
I know, it's a platform company without a doubt. Without a doubt. And
that's why it can't be categorized.
It can't. We're a platform company, and we have applications, that can be extrapolated from the same tech stack. So I mentioned, our core segment, the SMEs, employees of SMEs, but we also, grab certain parts of that platform, and we go, to sponsors together with Chubb to their end clients, right? And we have the customer benefit solutions that, would replace the traditional assistance, right? And again, we don't have to reinvent another platform. It's the same. We just take different modules, we pack them up, we go together to our clients, and instead of selling this to the HR manager, we sit down with the CEO of the bank assurance client or whoever is the end. Now in Chile, we're launching universities. Universities are going crazy, and it's another channel that, again, as a platform company, it allows us to.
And I would say from a Chubb perspective, it's also, if the Betterfly is a platform company, what does that mean for us?
Right.
Okay, so, and again, I kind of mentioned it earlier on, and when we kicked off the ITC, it was, all right, what does this mean for our corporate customers? And you go from the large multinationals all the way to the SMEs. What does it mean for the end customers, the consumers? And at the end of the day, the capability that we need to build is around how do we integrate with a platform like Betterfly? What's the value added there?
Every time you integrate more, and every time they add more services, it also gives Chubb access to all of the other things that you didn't have access to before as well.
Exactly. And,
I mean, we know everywhere how much behavioral data, social media, the full 360 and the partnership allows
and that's
us to.
Again, it allows also to start developing products which are very new to the insurance industry.
Right.
So a couple of weeks ago, we learned, and we'll talk about the usage-based insurance, but a couple of weeks ago, we learned that our users really wanted an AirPod, insurance product that I would have never thought of that.
What does that mean to insure their AirPods?
Yeah, exactly. They're losing them a lot, right? And why not, right? And again, we went to our bikers and we asked them about a bike coverage that would you be willing to pay this, that? And the way we approach products and, software development and of course, insurance products is not, in a lab deciding on market research. It's actually testing it with our users and
you learn
those feedback
you
loops.
hear. You got users that are within the app, as Eduardo was saying, over 800 times a year, and you can see what they're doing, what they're interested in, what do they spend their better coins, spend in a good way, because basically what they're doing is
can you change the way you deliver benefits to them if they're interacting with the app 800 times a year? So much more about them, and remember, none of it is posing, so it's not like what they do on Instagram, it's not like what they do on TikTok. It's for sure. Like, this is what they really think.
Their daily habits. Yeah, it's what they want to do, what they love to do.
So then can you build really personalized products there, both in the insurance space, but also in the fintech space if you need to?
Really personalized. I mean, we have the possibilities to, because again, not even the social media platforms with the, TikTok, and we've heard it, like with all the information they have.
But they have different information.
It's completely different information. And when you put purpose at the center, listen to this. People are willing to give you more information because they know our ultimate goal and why we're doing this, right? Yeah. And when you charge a subscription, and you're not monetizing on advertisement here or there, the user knows, you're aligned to what they want to do, right? Sure. And the results speak by themselves. I mean, people...
But I can interact with two companies, whatever they are, company A and company B, and I'd be happy to give company B all of my data because I trust what they're going to do with it and the reason why they're asking for it, whereas company A might say... No way.
I don't know what's happening there exactly. And we have a pretty clear motto of, data science with a social conscious, which at the end of the day, we want to use this to hopefully provide, like if you go to universities, of course, your life insurance is going to be significantly cheaper but I need to know that because your risk is different than someone who's 60 years old. And it allows us, I would say, and we're we're having this podcast, and I think this is the first time we talk about. We're entering a period in where velocity and is going to be and the ability to ship products, and the infrastructure we've built in the last 4 or 5 years is going to be similar to nothing we've seen in our lifetime.
So what drives that velocity?
That philosophy is AI.
The velocity.
The velocity is AI mainly.
So
okay,
that's what I wanted to ask you.
AI without a doubt, right? And companies like us that have this data mode, right? That you have now we're we have the ability to do things that we did not do before, but there's an additional component in this partnership and what we're doing with Chubb.
Go ahead.
Is that, in the insurance space, you can have all the software, all the technology. If you're not partnering, with the incumbent, with the one that has, you cannot move at the speed of light like you would by yourself. And let me put an example on, the product we just launched together. Dynamic insurance, which was a very disruptive product 3-4 years ago, no cost life insurance with good habit. It took us roughly 2 years to build. Okay, 2 years to build. 2 months ago, we sat down with Marcos, here in Chubb, Miami, and I told him, look, we're going to do this because of the insights of clients, blah, 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 and we're going to launch it by, in the next month and a half, 2 months. And today, which is today. And he was like, I saw his face. He was like, yes, but then he went to the team and told, okay, stop this guy.
Got to call his family.
And listen to this.
No.
We launched.
I said yes, but I was like, I just said yes.
I just said yes. How it happened. And look, today, we launched and we got to this, 2 months. It took probably a more complex product than the one it took us 2 years. And that's a mix, about our software, our teams, but also the partnership we had.
But I was going to say, how does it change the way you think now about the speed with which you can deliver a new product?
Well,
because you've just had to do it.
It's all about but that's the real transformation. That's the real, let's say, challenge and fun. All right. So as soon as we said, okay, 2 months, okay, who's going to be the team? We're not going to work in terms that we're going to make a referral. No, we got to work in agile. We're going to go in parallel underwriters, claims, legal, compliance. We have it. You just cannot build a value of the insurance product if you don't have everyone, everything aligned.
All of those pieces.
So it wasn't just like, let's get the underwriters to work together. No. Everyone had
and
to
this
be.
was not digital distribution. This is a product. It's a usage-based insurance product, which we can talk about, in another podcast. But it's, we said, look,
UBI for what?
Yeah, like just a high level. We said, you know what? Let's if we want to reach these underserved SMEs, right? What they crave is supplemental health insurance, right? Which again, in Latin America and most in the world, is only accessible to big corporations because they have good prices, right? Let's get there with a different value proposition, because these SMEs, we've learned, they think that the big ones have the privileges, but if they get group health insurance or supplemental health, the price is going to be too high. The incentives are not going to be aligned. So we said, what?
No, there's no real for the incumbents getting to those SMEs for that kind of product is just almost financially inviable.
Inviable, right? So we said, how do we get to them? Let's create a product, okay, that aligns incentives of the insurance company and the players, right, the better fly with the end. And let's do a no claims, no pay product. You're only going to pay if you use the coverage, right? As disruptive.
And how about the claim? How does the claim work?
The claim, we said, let's bring back insurance to its original origins, right? And let's say, okay, you know what? The claims that we have in the once there's claims, right, we're going to divide it among all the policyholders 1 month after, and then we're going to charge, a fee based on the actual claims, okay? If you throw big numbers into this, probably the underwriting, the premium is going to be more or less the same. But you start grouping SMEs of 50 people, 100 people, 500 employees, 300 employees, and you make a more transparent model, right? And again, with all the complexities, this took us 45 days, and I want to take the opportunity not only to congratulate the CHAP Latin America team, because hats off. When I got out of that meeting, I was like, okay, I told them 2 months, let's see if they're capable of delivering, because this is
something I hear now.
No. Because it was really, and that for me, this is going to, again, it's a mix of our partnership, but it's also AI and technology. And in the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to see, not only in the insurance space, but everywhere around, right? An acceleration that, I shared a stat this morning. From 1980 to 2020, there were 500 million digital products released. COVID hit, and the same 500 million from 20 to 2023. In the next 7 months, we're going to have 1 billion digital products released, which is the same number that the last 43 years. So if that figure doesn't say a lot of what's going to happen.
That talks about the speed. That talks about the commitment to be able to operate in a different way.
Exactly. And here, because it's a perfect mix. Why? Because we have the agility and the speed of a startup, but we're working together with one of the largest insurance companies in the world, and we're unstoppable with that. And that I think is the combo that whoever's going to disrupt this sector needs to have.
And that is the perfect way to end. Marcos Gunn, Senior Vice President, Chubb Group and Regional President for Latin America, and Eduardo Della Maggiora, the founder and CEO at Betterfly. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Awesome.
Pleasure.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinWorks, about Towards Comprehensive Finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Siddharth Panwar, Chubb Studio Partner Experience Product Owner, with whom we will discuss technology to power partnerships, how Chubb Studio is the scalable engine behind new possibilities.
Okay, Rom. Sid, thank you so much for doing this. What do you think about the energy here at the Singapore Fintech Festival? I mean, we're broadcasting live from here. I can feel the energy. What do you think?
Thanks, Mike. This is so electric, right? I'm so happy to be, right? So yes, you can see the people, the conversations, and eventually the collaboration, right? It's electrifying, right?
I feel the power of all the 60,000 people that are here.
Actually, yes. And the conversations that we have in, right, it basically brings in the different ideas and how they are thinking about the whole fintech and the entire ecosystem, right?
I've had an amazing couple of days.
Yeah.
I love the energy in the conversations as well.
Same here.
Talk to me about the partner experience in the context of Chubb Studio and just why this is so important.
Okay, before I come to the partner experience, let me talk about a bit about the customer experience and all, right? Generally, you would have seen a lot of companies talking about, hey, we are doing in customer experience, and so does Chubb, right? And that's something which we have addressed in the past 6 years, 7 years. We have a fantastic customer experience with our partners and for the insurance products and services that we deliver to the customers of our partners, right? But over the period last 2-3 years, we have kind of seen a void in the entire partner experience per se, the entire partner onboarding, the life cycle which our partners go through, right? And I think this is what we are trying to address with the new portal that we just launched, right? The technology and the platform and the brand and the product strength and the underwriting strength can get us a foot in the door, can get us a seat in the table, right? But what would actually deliver and win us the alliances is what a partner experience is, right? And we have moved away from addressing customer experience and now moving on to the partner experience, right? And then when I mention the partner experience, I'm talking about the entire experience from a partner standpoint, right? Which could be, let's say, collaborating and co-creating insurance products,
right?
Which could be very specific, bespoke for their customers, right? Not something which is off the shelf, which you go and hey, here is
this is the same for everybody.
Travel insurance, there is a PA. We are actually collaborating and co-creating the products, and it doesn't stop there, right? With the products, it's about the technology. How do we onboard the partners, their developers? How do they consume our technology? How do we make our technology as palatable and easy for them for their consumption is what we are talking from a partner experience standpoint.
I want to dig a little bit deeper into this, but before we get to that, you said the word void. If there's a void there, if you notice the void and you're filling that void, do you get the sense that your partners actually notice the difference when they deal with you than when they deal with maybe some of their other potential partners, and they feel like, wait a second, this whole experience from front to back actually is different, and that sort of solidifies that relationship?
No, absolutely, 100%, right? And this has come from a feedback, right? And this is very recent that we have launching this particular thing. But the partner experience is something which we have been living, breathing for the last 2 years. It's just that we have put in a more tangible manner with this partner and developer experience portal. But to give you a very quantifiable way of knowing what this partner experience can help us is bridging the entire go-to-market timelines, right? So from what we were seeing initially, like 3 months or 4 months to deliver a particular insurance product and service, we have reduced it just by plugging in the gaps in the partner experience from that 3 months, 4 months to 6 to 8 weeks.
Wow.
So we have half that time. And it's about how do we automate, how do we ensure that they are able to consume what we have to offer, whether it's from underwriting product standpoint or a technology standpoint.
Do you want to talk about the new release of the Chubb Studios? Chubb Studios is a product you've been working on for a little bit, right? For a while. And now there's a new release. It's already out, yeah?
Yeah, it is. It is
so
already
talk
out.
about how that changes the game as well.
No, I think this, I'm super excited.
I can feel it, though, in your voice.
Couldn't
I like
be
it.
happier, right? So, and it has been a culmination of what we have heard from our partners for the last 4 or 5 years that we have been in the market. Chubb Studio was incepted, as in it came, we did a massive press release in 2020. And that's the power behind all our B2B2C partnerships.
Right.
Whether it's banks, gig economy firms, e-commerce, you name it, and we have it. And that's Chubb Studio is basically powering the entire thing. But from an end partner perspective or an end customer perspective, it's all dirty plumbing, right? So you can understand, right? They do not know. It's not tangible for them. They don't know what exactly is Chubb Studio. And this particular portal addresses that gap, right? We have basically put in everything that we have to offer, whether it's from our products and propositions, which are vertically aligned, right? So plus the entire extensive suite of APIs that we carry, right? You'll be surprised to know that we have 60 plus operations supported for entire insurance lifecycle, right from starting from product discovery to sales to servicing to payments, claims, utilities, metadata, you name it, we would have it most likely, right? And again, what it does is it basically brings a very, very critical capability for our partners and their developers to actually come and test it out, right? So they can access the APIs. It's a sandbox. It's a sandbox environment wherein they can actually go and read about what those APIs are. How do we do the authentication? How do you access it? What kind of a request and a response they can expect? And what does typical onboarding and an implementation lifecycle look like? Right.
When Steve Jobs launched the iPhone in 2007, with great fanfare, right? He stood on stage and he said, this product is so far ahead of what everybody else has built or is even thinking about. We feel like we're five years ahead from a development standpoint. Yeah. Do you feel like that the studio gives you an edge that's similar to that?
Absolutely. I would.
You know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. I get that. And by far, arguably, I can say we are the first insurer in the world to have such a capability across the product breadth, across the regions and the markets that we serve, and across the APIs capabilities. You have, and again, we are at least 2 or 3 years, and this is essentially a game changer. Yeah. This puts into a league of what insurance has so far not seen, right? We have seen this kind of a capability coming in from banks. We have seen this kind of capability coming in from the payment gateways, but not from insurer.
Can you talk about the sandbox a little bit more? Yeah. Right, so in some cases, you have regulators in the region build insurance sandboxes where they allow people to come and test some stuff.
Correct.
But is it normal for an insurer itself to have a sandbox? Like, what's the significance of this, and what can people actually do inside of it? What is that experience like?
And again, it was built based on the feedback that we got from partners, right? So typically, if you look at it in terms of if you are doing an embedded insurance, if you are plugging in an insurance product or a service or a claim experience in your own ecosystem, you would typically be interacting with what we call as APIs, right? So the insurance products or services are rendered via APIs, and so far that particular whole thing, APIs, we had a long lead cycle, right? We had to basically set up those APIs, that product, before the partner developers could actually test them out, right? So there was a lead time of anywhere between 4 to 6 weeks before they can tangibly touch and feel what that looked like, right? And so what we have done is we have mimicked the entire a production environment kind of a thing, but in a mock and a sandbox place, right? Wherein partners, without even waiting for us to actually go and sign up for anything, they can go and test it out, those APIs. And those are product-specific APIs. These are not generic API that, hey, here's
just to see if you can connect to stuff like that. It's very specific.
So very specific to that product. So for example, if you're looking at small business product, that API will specifically cater for those coverages. And the questions that you would be asking for that particular product. And that's what the beauty is, right? We have 40 plus products across all regions, North America, APAC, EMEA, Latin America, and API sandbox for each of the product.
Can I give you an equivalency if you don't mind?
Yeah, please.
When I was working at Goldman Sachs, right, we were building very sophisticated and fault-tolerant trading technology. But the exchange, where we had the same sort of API level connectivity, we actually had like 100 lines going to the exchange. We did, because we wanted to be able to do this really fast, right? But we couldn't test whenever we wanted to. There were specific Saturdays where we had to test, and if we were rolling out new software, we had to wait for the exchange to tell us when. But what you're suggesting is that you've built this thing and said you can connect to it whenever you want.
Yep.
And it mimics the behavior of a live environment.
Exactly.
Completely. So you don't have to wait for us to test.
Yep.
And then once you're happy with that, then you can connect to the live environment.
Then you can connect to us. We'll have to onboard the
That I
partner
understand
and
that. That
developers.
onboarding
Yes,
is that
exactly.
onboarding has to
Correct.
happen
Yes,
because
yes,
that's
yes.
a live
Yes.
product.
Yeah.
But for the testing part of it, we
Correct.
still had to ask.
Correct.
And what you're saying is you don't have to ask. You can
You don't
do
have to
this
ask.
thing.
It's a public site. You can go and try it out yourself, right? And it also allows us to be front runners in actually exposing how are we powering the entire embedded insurance and experiences.
Do you sometimes get feedback from people that are actually using the sandbox and saying, we tried this, we tried that, you have these 40 products, but is there a way, because during our testing we realized if we had a little bit of this and a little bit of that in a product, we could actually do something we've never done before? Do you get that kind of feedback just from sandbox participation?
It's the first time that we are launching this, right? So we are yet to get that feedback from that, but
you are expecting that,
yes,
yeah?
exactly. We are definitely expecting that feedback coming in, but in all our implementations, generally when we provide an API, right? So there is always a feedback mechanism, and we are pretty open, right? So it's not a constructive or as in constricted set of space, right? That you can't change your APIs, we won't change it. If the partner needs it, there are many times that we have changed our authentication mechanisms, right? So we generally do an JWT based on tokenization and authentication. So if the partner needs a different one, we have done that. We have catered to that. We have also catered to specific schemas, right? I'm getting technical, a little bit technical, but at times a product or a particular proposition needs a different schema, or it may need a different kind of what we call as submission mechanism, right? You may want an async pattern, right? Wherein you want to fire and forget. You want to send us this request, and we will tell you when the request has been processed. Right. So all these capabilities are essentially being built based on the feedback, and we are absolutely open to.
Can we go back to the Apple thing for a second, if you don't mind? Like I said, when Steve Jobs went up on stage and introduced the iPhone, he said we're 5 years ahead or some amount of years ahead, right? But it requires an internal company culture. For Apple, at least, but for other companies as well, to be able to say, you know what, we're going to do something nobody else has done before. But when we do that, we're going to engender our own risk. We may not succeed. What is it like? How do you build that culture internally? And how do you feel like it is at Chubb, where it's okay to do that thing inside of a culture that says, we want you to innovate as much as our partners are innovating?
No, I think it's I'm very lucky, right, to be part of the for the Chubb ecosystem. You would be surprised to know that the Chubb Digital, right, works and acts like a small startup with the power of a mothership that Chubb provides, right?
Yeah.
But within the Chubb Digital, we are acting like a small startup, right? We are open, as in there is free liberty for us to test out solutions. And mobile SDK that you see here actually came out as part of one POC that we did, right?
What came out?
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
So we basically were discussing with one of our partners, largest partners, and they basically said that, hey, I do not have bandwidth or the team or the entire capacity to actually deliver an insurance proposition, which will take me, let's say, 3 months, right? And we said, why can't we just go back to the whiteboard and actually develop a solution for you, right? Which exactly you can just install in your app, right? And that's what Mobile SDK does, right? It's a mini app which is delivered as a library, which the partner has to install in their app, and it runs and delivers the entire insurance products and services. They don't have to lift a finger. There is no development effort required at their end, right? All they have to do is come back and discuss with us what that journey could look like, what that proposition is. We define the journey. We do the integration with the backend and give it them.
Do you feel that autonomy when you come to work every day?
100%, right?
Do you know what I mean, though, right? Because in some companies, it's like you do this thing, do it really well, don't do anything else.
No, I think it's highly federated, right? So people at the lowest, even our engineers and all, and tech leads have a liberty and autonomy to actually make decisions on their right? But those are limited to what they are, their sphere of work.
Right.
But if you are talking from a Chubb Studio standpoint, there's highly us and the teams are fairly autonomous, right? They know what they are working on and what they are, the problems that they are solving for.
Right.
As long as we are solving for, and I think there are two key problems that we are
Go
solving
ahead.
for, right? One is how do we make our technology easy and palatable for our partners and their developers? And the second one is how do we go to market quicker? These are the only two problems that we are solving for. As long as you are addressing these problems, you're free to do
whatever you want,
Yes,
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
For sure. Talk about this too. So we talked about partner experience. We talked about customer experience. Can you talk about the developer experience? Because again, if the developers themselves are not motivated and if they're not excited about it, then when they go to the other team, the development team with your cohorts, right, and your partners, they're going to sense that. What is that developer experience like externally when they come to use the product?
I think that's also something which we have addressed with this one, right? I have to admit, right, it was fairly broken until we have launched this particular thing, right? So to give you an example,
please.
So if you were doing or delivering an insurance product in your ecosystem, you will have to basically rely on our APIs.
Right.
We will end up sharing those APIs manually. There is a long PDF or Excel sheet.
Right.
There's a mapping sheet.
Right.
You have to share credentials which are done on a secure channel, and then you test it out, right? And then you have to basically do configuration and make changes to them before you promote into production. So it's highly manual process. There were silos and a lot of communications which are happening on or either email or a messenger or a WhatsApp.
So I spoke to this person, I need to speak to this person, all that kind of stuff.
And so what we have done is we have eliminated that and digitized the entire onboarding process.
The whole process.
Right? Exactly. The entire process is digitized. So what, and this is the standard way the industry operates, right? If you look at the banks, right, they have developer portals, they have payment gateways, have their developer portals, right?
Yep.
So when we onboard a partner, right, so we will be onboarding them onto our developer portal. They will get a secure link for registration. Once they complete registration, they can invite their team members, the fellow team members who will be working on that. They would have access to the entire API, the documentation, any other things which they need, including the credentials, the security keys. They can test it out, their experiences using our APIs. Once they complete that, they can actually promote the same stack at a hit of a button, right? So they don't have to go through the whole process of doing a production release, doing a releasing. It's at a click of a button. They can promote the configurations that they have or our configurations into a higher environment and be ready, right? So you imagine you are basically cutting down the production timeline, which was taking anywhere between 3 to 4 weeks into a matter of minutes.
Right.
Right. And this is where it basically brings down but we don't stop there, right?
Go ahead.
For all APIs, they would have access to statistics. So today, right? So if something goes down, right? So they have to basically come to us and say, hey,
what's going on?
What's going on?
Right.
How are my APIs performing? What's the SLA of this API? We are putting on dashboards wherein they can log in the same environment. They can actually go through the stats and the dashboards themselves.
So they can look at it
on real-time basis. Yes, exactly. They don't have to do it, right? So it's in the platform.
No, but I understand. But that actually makes it really cool. Is it mobile as well? So if I'm sitting somewhere outside my office, I have a connectivity to something and I can look at it?
I'm afraid it's not mobile agnostic as of now.
Yeah, but I mean, if I have a laptop with me.
Yes. Right? Generally, developers would be accessing the platform on a desktop.
On a laptop,
so we're not catered for, because the need was not there. But in case if we go forward, there may be a scenario wherein they are accessing the same platform on a larger mobile devices like an iPad and all. Yep. It works seamlessly there.
Yeah, I guess the point that I was trying to make was they can have access to it anywhere as long as they log into the portal on their PC, on their desktop, or on their laptop. That gives them an intense amount of power too, because then they feel like they're actually engaged with the product from the day they start. Yeah.
And again, just to spend maybe a couple of more minutes.
Please
right?
do.
So there is a long list of features which are in pipeline, right, which we are trying to address, right? Another gap that we currently see in the partners is what we call as incident reporting, right? Say, or at times they don't have access to the uptime of all our assets, right? They do not know when an API go down at times, right? Not always. So we will be putting up our APIs and the whole uptime up for them to actually have it on a real-time basis. We will also be giving them capabilities. So rather than calling someone or dropping a mail to everyone or anyone, they can actually go and log in an incident themselves, right? Which will be then triaged and put into a relevant bucket. And so that would essentially mean that the current incident reporting and resolution times that we have will be able to cut short that.
Yeah, because you're going to give them access to a digital platform to be able to see all their stuff on a dashboard, but then also to create a ticket, essentially, right?
Exactly.
Through some other mechanism that says, I need to have this resolved because this is down and I saw it, and I want you to know that I'm no longer getting the thing that I need, which is kind of cool. In other words, they're getting direct access to your support team.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a game changer as well. I feel like we could talk about this forever. I'm going to let you go. Sid, this was awesome. We have to do more of this.
No, thanks. I'm super excited. And I'm hopefully that our partners would see the value of what we are doing, right? So they would be coming in and more than happy to see feedback coming in.
Absolutely.
There's always room of improvement. It's never a perfect. And we are in ensuring that we basically get to a stage wherein it will be a perfect one day. But we're happy for that.
Super.
Thank you for
again.
your time.
Coming up is our conversation at 2 p.m. with Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at Coinworks, about towards comprehensive finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
When you look about what has happened over the last 5 years, there's been a sea change in opinions, if not quite yet fully developed, as Sean was saying. So it's a really exciting time. And I think for most people who have been in insurance for a long time, this is possibly the best time we've seen in our careers, right? And it's actually a chance to get back to fundamentals, right? How can we actually use digital to re-engage with customers is, I think, a strong motivation factor for many people.
You are going to have a hybrid model. I think it depends upon the product and the context and people's comfort level with the product.
Yeah.
Right. And often when people are making a financial transaction, it's almost they want affirmation from somebody to saying, yes, you're right. You're making
this is the right choice.
This is the right choice for you.
Comes as part of embedded insurance, and what comes after embedded insurance is ecosystems and platforms, right? And these are the key drivers.
I love insurance. I mean, insurance is so cool, right? It's the oil, right, that makes the engine go for the economy, right? Where we have to be in all these ecosystems anyway, otherwise things don't work.
But I think you can also have very, very small ecosystems. So you could have, for example, a health and wellness group that might look at, say, mothers who are going through childbirth, and it might be a maternity community, and that in itself is an ecosystem that might need insurance at some point in time as well. So this world of ecosystems and how they're actually going to cooperate with each other is all starting to come into place, because the technology is there to enable this and make it easier for people to connect than it's ever been, whether it's personally or for business.
It's no longer just a simple transactional product, or you've now created this experience, right?
So if you can help people to avoid risks and manage risks better, you're into a winning customer proposition, which is better than paying the claim.
And we've seen it in a number of partners in a number of markets. To do it successfully, where it takes off, it's not the product. The time and effort you spend on the customer experience in that app to get it right is what's critical.
But actually content delivered to customers to help them to educate those customers so that they can make an informed decision, I think is really, really important.
The awareness is not there. So we have to develop content to provide that awareness that, yes, there are these risks, but there's also a solution for it.
Looking at the right claims capabilities of partners is just as important, if not more important, than the pricing itself. Actually, what we found is that pricing is only a third degree consideration for a lot of our driver partners. They care about convenience and claims.
The progress of using AI to handle claims is speeding up, right? We like many other companies, we're looking at how do we automate claims settlement. I think data is something that we are working on, putting unstructured, structured data together. So I'll say that's a great progress, which will help.
One of the things that actually, together with Chubb, arrived on the hitting formula, it's not just the product itself, but the experience actually for our drivers in signing up is fantastic. It literally takes about 3 clicks.
Yeah.
3 clicks, they're subscribed. Done.
I hear a lot of stories. I go to hear customers, stories over customer centers. And it's those contextual moments that help us craft better experiences.
So I think a few of the examples that we do is actually, as I mentioned, we embed a lot of these ride-hailing insurance, personal accident insurance, onto our mobility. We also, of course, has package insurance and then travel insurance. But I think the one that excites me the most, to be perfectly honest, going by my previous theme, is actually a form of embedded insurance that we provide to our drivers.
By having partnership with leading industry verticals, we're able to have seamless access to customers. We can use big data that help us craft better products and services and address the pain point of customers.
Financial literacy means actually understanding what insurance is and how important it is to their lives and their families' lives. And that to me is the heart of financial literacy.
The emergence of ecosystem platforms, Grab is a great example, as well as the devices, smart devices, as Michael, you so rightly put, is really the convergence of a very opportune time for us to really step up on this access game or this challenge.
I guess my passion is really about people and consumers.
Great.
Yeah, I like being able to break down consumer behavior, understand how they think, and then find very small nuggets of insights as to how we should address, work with them. And what gets me really excited is when we discover, or I discover, what consumers themselves don't know that they want or that it works for.
So I think one of the biggest thing that we are trying to do now is to equip consumers with that know-how. So we go back to some basics, teach them beyond savings, what is really the first step after. And I think we have to come back to the whole part about protection and insurance.
And then the next question is, how do we react? How quickly do we react? I think very often that reaction time is determined by the tools that we work with and the knowledge that we already have, right? It's usually too short a time for us to acquire that, which is why I think an important part of this journey is being able to forward think. being able to anticipate.
Once we have this consolidation, what do we do becomes very important. And hence, actually, when we were working with the industry, we were very clear that open banking here is not just about sharing data for the sake of being open, but we wanted to address an issue where people, the mass market and the mass affluent, never had access to wealth management services and advisory services properly.
So helping people understand that you're not looking for a burst, you're looking at a steady way to grow your wealth, your income, and over time. How to take advantage of that.
Right.
So that's the first key concept. With technology right now, we have the choice, we have more options available to us. And if we're able to then break this product down into different points during which we have that conversation with that customer, and then hopefully that helps the customer gain a lot more interest and, more importantly, confidence to try and understand the products he or she's buying, be it investment or insurance. I think
it is the whole designing of the customer journey and observing them. I think Serene brought this up, right? Like when we observe them, how they behave when they took their first trade, what did they actually buy in their first trade? How much was it?
Right.
What kind of risk they were prepared to take, and all of that stuff.
Right.
And then from there on, we deduce their financial profile and then get them to reconfirm again.
And in products like insurance, and there are many more complex products out in the market, the only way to make it simple for the customer is if the answer is always consistent and the answer is always fast, quick.
But I think in terms of where the innovation will be, I would say we are still best in the financial services, where I think it turns very grey and we need to do a lot more collaborative. It's between industries that are very close to us.
I think the first thing is agree as partners. What are we going to do? Right? Most partners don't agree and they try and experiment. So I think the first thing is to agree on a very clear objective. And secondly, is to not try to go to too big bites of the data. Simple, practical data, things that you can do as well, because data availability is always going to be a problem. And the third thing is just get it done. Just do it. Just do something, whatever it takes. And the partnership will always get better and better. When I read, I get a lot of ideas. So sometimes a chapter can be 10 pages, but every half a page I take on my phone, because whenever I read, my mind just like, my mind reads and it zones out into an area where I get creative, I get unconstrained. So when my team gets a lot of text from me, they're like, Alan is reading.
The way that I think about it is, if one issue can be solved, it could be an issue of the risk transfer. So right now, it's all done in a very traditional way, I would say. So people, I was at the reinsurance conference where people sit down over coffee, negotiating risk agreements, risk treaties for the 1 year in advance, which kind of limits that risk transfer and puts it in a very traditional way that the product innovation actually is a lot more difficult. So if I would kind of have a magical wand, and I would say one issue that can be solved is that risk transfer issue. So when I think about the innovation in insurance and digitalization in insurance, I think a lot of the times we start with this thought of technology as being a real key driver for it. And the last 10 years that I've been in it, across Asia, across different projects, across different domains, it really dawned on me that the most common denominator there was not a technology, it was people.
I think one unaddressed problem, especially in developing countries, is that we don't focus on living benefits. So we need to provide more living benefits for the underinsured and uninsured. So I believe that insurance needs to be enjoyed and not injured. I'm not going to go far from home. In the Philippines, we have less than 2% insurance penetration. So I found inspiration from pretty much anywhere, from the streets, from the islands. So there needs to be a more inclusive coverage for all Filipinos.
And it's a very interesting time to be in because you see so much investment into new technologies, into building new customer experiences. So you're seeing companies moving away from the transactional into the experiential.
Each company was looking at them in isolation. There's now opportunity to join forces and collaborate more and more so.
Insurance companies have to really rethink their online presence. How is it they connect with their customers? And also, how is it they can offer their customers more choice, more autonomy to make very informed decisions on the type of products and the level of products that they require.
We've got the technology; it's sitting right there. It's almost putting those APIs out publicly to say, go consume this and do stuff with it. We talk about partnerships in one-to-one nature, but the triangle is the strongest shape, right? I can't help but think we could just add one more party, and from here we start to build these ecosystems.
Going forward, going to be several waves of change, and it's something that's coming fast and furious, and I think companies just need to make sure they strengthen their digital cores, get their fundamentals right to ride those waves when they come.
The other thing that gets forgotten is there's a lot of talk about the technology, the products, the pricing. The reality is there's a team of people that are behind that, and the partnership is really, once the deals are signed and the suits walk away from the table, right, what's left is a great bunch of people operationally plugging these two things together. And look, we've got great tools to make that easier and quicker, but it's the people that do it.
And I would go one step further to say that why stop there? Why not book me a Grab to take me home if my flight gets cancelled? And I think that would totally blow my mind as a customer.
And if you go into insurance, like you go into the companies, you say, okay, like how well prepared are you for this digital experience? Like, can I open and file a claim 2 a.m. a Sunday from my phone and get paid 30 minutes after that? So working with innovation and insurance, right? I think what Chubb, it's what's very good on the last 2 years and a half, and we're pushing for them, is understanding that there's uncertainty. And the first year of the business, we're going to monitor a lot. We're going to learn. We're going to improve our models, right? If we need to tweak the prices, we're going to do it, right?
So in our case, it's not so much about the technology per se. I think that is something that we're going to keep on building and upgrading and improving. It's much more about how do we build new underwriting models, how do we take new data points to construct products. But now it's these people, these guys who have done an amazing job with the banking that want to do the same for insurance. So it's like a phenomenal partner to be.
This is what we want to do. This is how we want to approach the product. Do you think it's a good idea or not, and why? And we discuss mostly the why, not necessarily the ideas.
And then once we start finding the first initial responses that get us excited, then we start thinking about scaling up and things like that. And it's a phenomenal learning and discovery process, right?
In short, I think technology, what makes the insurance, especially when we say that the personal insurance, what's the impact it's making, it's how people interact with the counterparty, which is insurance company. Before it was all people and it's all paper.
Customer never tell me how they want to buy insurance and what they want to buy. They don't want insurance at all. If it is the moment that they talk to me, and most meaningful for me is when it has claims. And when something happened in their lives and they said, oh, I see, this is meaningful to me. In Vietnam, it is more about, okay, how do I deal with this? But insurance doesn't always come up as a natural choice of risk management.
Right.
And that is something that we want to change, and we want to increase. And I think that with education, with development of financial, it's changing.
You're right. Education is how we help people, Vietnamese people, to understand different categories of this, unpredictable things in life. And if the wrong side happen, what does that mean to you?
So being relevant and offering something that customer needs, but not by asking them, because when you ask them, what do you need? They never need anything from insurance. Right. So how do we analyze, how we look at the data that we have and bring something relevant and in need for that customer profile is what we are trying to achieve. So when Terry and I planning to launch some products together.
Right.
First thing our team work together is design the customer journey. We identify at the point of even before knowing about insurance, what do they need to know? What are the pain points?
Right.
When they purchase, after they purchase, when they have the claims, when they have an inquiries about the policy, what do we do? And all of that is the first thing. The insurance products, the process, and who is doing what come after. First, always customer journey.
Yes, Michael. I think especially in the micro insurance space, no question about it. It's got to be mobile device first, right? How do we embrace that? Because we can see a huge trend of other banking transactions is actually moving on that platform over the traditional internet banking platform. If you are more in a creative business, a lot of things is actually in cloud. Or if you're actually in a financial industry, right? A lot of your asset, and I think, right, it's for the entire insurance and bank insurance industry is our job to help them or educate them that what is the new class of risk.
Nowadays, people start solving problem by pain points, right? By thinking of pain points. But then the problem of insurance is that the pain point is in the future and it's not now. This one is that's my personal, but yeah, it's biasness or stereotype, right? I think these two things, it's always in humanity, and if you catch it, you can sell anything to them.
A problem which is probably close to my heart is around actually how can you understand how much insurance coverage you have and what you need. I think all of us probably have a variety of insurance policies, whether it's a life insurance policy, a general insurance policy, a health insurance policy, but actually trying to understand what coverage you do have across all your portfolio of policies, I think is really hard and it's been really opaque for the industry to try and solve. So if the industry can make that much simpler, I think not only will it make sure that you as a customer are going to buy more insurance, but you're actually going to be kind of clear as to how you're covered and how you're not covered. So I think if the industry can solve that, then it'll be better for customers and be better for insurers as well. A book that I love, it's called Contagious by Jonah Berger. And the idea of why I love it is around how do you power ideas, product concepts, or new ways of thinking that can become contagious in the world. And I think that's actually something which insurance needs. How does it become more contagious to humans about why they need insurance products, why it's so important to them and their families, and why it protects them in terms of times of need. And I think the industry needs to do better at basically becoming more contagious and more exciting. And if it can do that, then I think it's going to be better for humanity.
Well, I wouldn't say it's unique, but I always believed that whether it is a product, a service, or process that you're trying to innovate, the ultimate user, right, is your customer, right? And I think we should hear from our customer, be it from a B2B perspective or a B2C perspective, right? Take Lego, for example, right? They have put up a platform where fans of Lego could go up and share ideas, right? And together they co-create something. And thereafter, the company will evaluate whether it's a feasible product to go out. And what you have is a happy company and a happy customer. Omnichannel should be the central, the core of a customer experience, right? And I'll give you a very clear example of myself, right? I mean, there was a telemarketer that called me, and because I was in the middle of something, I couldn't tend to the call. But I would really want to know a little bit more, right? It would be great if she, the person I'm speaking to, could send me an email link, or perhaps, after I understand, even I could purchase it myself, or have a callback button, right? It would be great for me and make me a customer, a very happy customer, and it would be great for the organization because he will have a loyalty.
No constraints. Magic wand. The use of the word policy. we're about the customer, and when I'm a customer and we interact with a customer and talk about a policy, that doesn't sound very good to me, right? It's not. It's just, it doesn't have a great connotation, the word policy. And then so much of the infrastructure for insurance is around policy, right? There's policy administration platforms. It's all about the customer, and we issue policies and so on. If we could find a way to do without the word policy, that'd be awesome. I've received a lot of advice. I would say everything's an opportunity, whether it's a difficult question or a problem that you're facing, or even your career, right? Everything's an opportunity. Take it.
Let's face it, the Philippines today, 110 million people,
right?
2% insurance penetration. So even if there's 80% awareness, at 2% penetration, it shows you that there's so many barriers, right? So what I love about this job is trying to understand what are those barriers and how can we work together with partners like Chubb to address them.
What is happening right now is people, while owning and making e-commerce transactions, are using a lot of their hard-earned money to buy things and improve their lifestyles. And that's where insurance is now seeping in, becoming micro and trying to adopt to that needs and those lifestyles and protect them because they are very important. So
Right.
from comprehensive moving down to the relevance and the product that people are currently consuming.
We're now able to identify who the consumer is. We know what their behavior is. We know when they're paying their bills. And now it's about using that data to be able to serve them the right product, the right messaging at the right time.
There's always this two kind of schools of thought. Should insurance be invisible in journeys that we do, very embedded, or should it be obvious in front and center, enhancing that journey? So how do we sit in terms of, do we adopt it by making its own proposition stand strong, or should we hide it so that it's just part of that journey?
Suddenly, we're also educating consumers where they normally wouldn't have been given that chance before. So I think it's a seamless part of the journey. It's not necessarily invisible because you're there at the moment that they need you the most. And I think that's the right model. That's why it's so exciting.
So I think the answer to your question, it goes hand in hand, the relevance, and it's our responsibility, I feel, to be at the right time, at the right place with the right product and a message. And if we don't do, we fail. And rightfully, we deserve to fail. And when we do it, it's a stellar success. And it's the continuous test and optimization that you have to do in order to crack it right.
When you think about what we are trying to solve and the fact that we're taking care of the most valuable asset of most families where we operate, the car, right? Most of them, they will never have enough money to buy an apartment or a house.
Right.
So the biggest asset that they have is a car. We're taking care of it. We're providing them access to it. What we think our mission is to help people mobilize, but not only mobility itself, it's also social mobility.
Yeah, exactly.
When you give a car to a person, that's the one thing that can change their life. It can make them more productive. It can make their life safer, easier. So whenever you're talking about all the fintechs that are emerging in our countries, they're providing cards, they're providing access to microlending.
Right.
Like $300, $400,
Right.
$50.
Right.
In our case, we're betting on them. And we're saying $7,000 loan because we trust the asset, we trust you, and we know that we can help you have a better life.
It's a massive opportunity. It's we are very proud that we are starting this relationship with Kavak and with Moises and the team. But what really, in my case, gets me really, really excited, it's all the data points that they have of the users and all the creative and innovative services and products that we could co-design and co-build together. That for me is like an accelerator of change in our industry, right?
But we need to create that framework. And then after that, when you make sure that you can do all that, then you think, oh, there is something more than this.
Right.
And we are the only one. I mean, not even the banks can do what we do. Because for a bank to repossess a car, it's a liability. Because then they have to sell it.
Again, I think the data strategy is something that it's not going to be built by Chubb or by Kavak. This has to be built together.
Right.
And those connections, those data flows and the data strategy has to be agreed with the shared vision of what is it that we want to do.
And where they look for us to sort of fill a gap is what's on the horizon that may come out in the next 24, 36 months that could either transform our business or completely disrupt our business, and how do we get that foresight early enough that then we can either partner with them, work with them, supply to them, be a customer to them, or eventually even acquire them.
And at the same time, I think is interesting, that model is that if you're sourcing a company that is solving a problem that, let's say, BNP Cardiff has, you're already kind of guaranteeing, right, a client to that company, which also in turn helps with valuation, with growth of the business. So at the end of the day, it's a self-feeding mechanism that if it's well executed, it can definitely add value. And the reality is, because you're talking a lot about disruption, right? And for me, disruption is not the answer to everything.
I agree.
So that's the point. So long as we still have an opportunity of doing things incrementally better, if they make a difference for the businesses and for the people, we can do it. Of course, if disruption comes and we can do something completely different that addresses the need in a much more efficient way, I'm all for it. But because people are so used to have much better customer experience in the digital platforms that are non-insurance or even non-banking, that they look at us and say, hey, but why my experience with you is not like that? And this is triggering all insurers to do digital transformation, to do better apps, to talk about customer experience, things that you wouldn't see before.
So in terms of financial inclusion, we've invested in companies that typically make insurance in micro bit-sized products that allow for it to be a lot more affordable and a lot more accessible online. And we've also we've invested behind companies that take away the product centricity behind it and really focus on the solution.
They're now a little bit more complex. They're really getting not only the drivers, but their families. So I'm very proud to say that in this way, we're helping a lot of people that otherwise would not have access to insurance. I think that's number one, and we should be continuing to do so. But I think number two is also about cross-selling, right? So I think distribution just one part of it, and really making sure that we modularize our products, that we make them affordable, they really better understand our risk. But then I think if you want to go even further in this, then we need to have a lot of innovations in data to really better understand data, to have different pricing models. So we have to invest right now. And the investment is not only on the micro products that we've seen in the market right now, but is in transforming the whole organization and the mentality of our underwriters to be able to tackle that in the future.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Ethan Zhang, the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinWorks, with whom we will discuss towards comprehensive finance, facilitating new financial interactions in Indonesia. Ethan, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Can you feel the energy here?
I can. I really can. I was here last year, and I think there's even more energy this year.
I agree. And actually, we were talking about this on one of the earlier episodes. I feel like yesterday people were kind of staging themselves, just kind of getting ready. Normally day two, I feel like energy levels go down. But today I feel like it's more active. Is that just me?
I wasn't here yesterday, so I can't speak for sure. But yeah, I mean, I just got here today, and the energy here is way more than I had last year. So
I love it.
I'm very happy to be here.
Let's talk a little bit about CoinWorks. In what ways has CoinWorks tailored its customer support and service to cater to the unique needs of Indonesian SMEs?
Yeah, I think a couple of the main ways that we have tailored it is mainly tailored to kind of how the market is. So the market is a mix of digital and also offline.
Okay.
So we do have telemarketing agents, we do have agents on the phone, agents online, but at the same time we also have agents on the ground.
Oh,
so
really?
It has to be a mix of both. It's an approach that we generally take to cater to our customers and where they are.
Can you talk about it from their perspective? When they think about like what do they need? How do they want service and support? What are some of those unique things about Indonesia? Because can I say this too? 18,000 islands.
Yes.
Right, so some big cities, but some remote areas. And when I say remote, I just mean remote because they're islands and it's hard to get to and hard to reach them. But
Yeah.
they're not like disconnected, right? How does that work?
Yeah, so I think that's a unique thing about us as a fintech player, because for us we do prioritize on the technology side. So we definitely go where the customers are,
right,
to a certain extent. And a lot of the customers actually, the main thing that they care about is really the convenience.
Okay.
The ability to reach us wherever they are, whenever they need to. And for that, generally, we have digital channels, we have WhatsApp, but we also have our own app, in-app support. So these are the things that generally we make it as easy as possible for them to reach us whenever they need to reach us.
What is the feedback loop like for you, particularly as the CSO, right? Like I said, there are islands, there are mountains. It's very different geography throughout Indonesia. What's the feedback loop like for you when you go to deal with particular clients and they say, actually, we need to have it like this, or we need to have it like that? How does that work?
So I think one of the important things to note about Indonesia is that about 70-80% of the economic activity generally happens on the Java island.
Oh, okay.
So yes, there are over 1,800 islands and so on, but
right.
Most of the activity generally happens still in Java.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Because a lot of people, I talk to startups all over Indonesia. I talk to venture capitalists as well, and they all mention like just the sheer size,
Yes.
right? But if most of it's happening on Java, I guess it makes that a little bit easier, right?
Yeah.
As a developing economy, right? Can you talk about in what ways CoinWorks is tackling this idea of financial inclusion, but also maybe address why it's so important?
Yeah. So the way that we're kind of approaching this is mostly from two angles. First one is on the financial angle. Second one is more on the non-financial angle.
Okay, what is that?
So financial angle, generally speaking, we talk about it from a access to credit perspective, as well as access to financial services. So the segment that we're targeting is the MSME segment, so the micro, small, and medium enterprises segment. And 70% of those are actually underbanked, underserved MSMEs. So generally speaking, we try to increase access to credit for this segment of users, this segment of MSMEs who aren't able to actually be served by the traditional banks.
Right. And
that's something that I think it's even has been kind of in the public, in the media, reported that there's about $60 to $80 billion of funding gap in Indonesia.
That's a really big number.
It is. So access to credit is definitely a huge thing, and Indonesian government and also the regulators are increasing focus on this part as well. Besides that, on the banking side as well, on the digital banking side, that's also something that we do want to encourage more. And we do have a product that actually helps them to do that. So we do provide it to our MSMEs to help them with day-to-day business needs in terms of receiving payments, making payments, saving their money as well.
Okay.
So those are some of the financial side. On the non-financial side, for the financial inclusion, we also do a lot on the education.
So tell me how that works, right? Because this is really important. Because the next thing I was going to ask you was, it's great to build a service, right, that works for an MSME. But when you go to them and say, you need this, at some level you have to tell them why they need it. Because they've been operating without it for maybe generations, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the education piece, you're right. It's a very crucial piece. Because typically a lot of the entrepreneurs, they tend to use the same personal accounts for both personal and business needs.
Yeah, because they just get money, they put it over here, and if they need to buy food for themselves, they just take it out of here and go buy it, right?
Exactly. And a lot of them, they operate a business because they are supporting the family.
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter to them.
Yeah, it's the same money.
Yeah.
Right.
But the difference comes when you're trying to scale a business.
Right.
If you're trying to scale a business, you need to get access to credit. You need to go to a bank. And for you to start building up that business history, it's much easier for you down the road when you go to a bank or you go to some other services to say that, guys, I already have a history with Coinworks. Take a look at my transaction history.
Right.
This is how long I've been operating my business. This is how much I've been making in terms of my revenue, my turnovers. And eventually, it makes it a lot easier for them if they separate their personal and their business accounts.
So can I ask you this, though? Can you just walk me through this process? Like, tell me a story about a micro SME or even a slightly larger SME where Coinworks went to them. Maybe at first they were like, we don't need this because we've always been operating this way. But now that we see this, like, what's the trigger point for them to say, oh, wait a second. Not only can I be financially included, but I can be more financially independent if every month I just take a little bit of money and put it aside, and then I can do something else with that. So it's not just about building the business, it's about building the independence as well. How does that work?
Yeah, I'll probably give 2 examples, actually.
Please.
One of them is a coffee chain.
Okay, I like it already.
Very interesting. It's a coffee chain in Indonesia, in Jakarta. It's called Ombe Coffee.
Okay.
So Coinworks has been supporting them since the early days when they were only one single outlet.
I love it.
And because of the credit that they were able to get from Coinworks, they've now expanded to probably more than 5 by now.
Okay.
They're all over the place in Jakarta. I think if you ask anyone,
they've heard of it.
They've heard of it.
So when you went to them, did they already have the idea and the dream to expand, or did they notice once they started using you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because maybe they were happy with that one shop, but when you went to them and said, if you do this and this and this and use the app and save a little bit, you can actually open up a shop across town.
Yeah.
Is that the way that worked?
Yeah.
Or is it a mix of both?
I think it's a bit of a mix of both.
Okay.
I think they already knew that, they wanted to expand.
Okay.
And they needed capital to expand.
Yep.
So it's, obviously we were there to support them and help them grow along the way.
Is there a certain amount of joy that you get? I want to get to this idea of mixing the profitability with the purpose. But before I do that, I want to ask you personally, is there a certain amount of joy you get when the work that you do really impacts somebody who's building and running a business? Because remember, you said before, that money is for their family because they're supporting their family. But going from 1 coffee shop to 5 coffee shops, now it's way more significant, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
It's an intangible feel-good feeling that you cannot quantify.
Right, not at all, though,
right? You
right?
cannot quantify it at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's I think it's something that all of us at Coinworks feels pretty deeply about, which is the impact that we're making for the people, for the businesses, and most importantly, I think for their families as well.
Yeah, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I feel like there's a new kind of capitalism, and that is profitability with a purpose.
Yes.
I know I didn't make that phrase up, but I really believe that that's a thing, right?
Yeah.
And I know this because when I was working at a big bank or a big investment bank, you make a ton of money. but it never felt like there was any reason for it.
Yeah.
And there was no joy in going like, I just killed that trade,
Yeah.
which is why I asked the question. How do you balance those two things just as a firm where you say, you know, we could probably push this thing, but that doesn't align with our purpose. And even if we can make a little bit more money, it's better to align. How does that work?
So I think that the interesting thing here is that their profitability and impact, they're not mutually exclusive.
No, they're not at all,
Yeah,
actually.
exactly.
That's the point I was trying to make. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and that's a great point, because I think for us, we are very lucky to have a group of shareholders, a group of investors who are extremely supportive and extremely aligned with our mission and our vision to be the most impactful fintech in the region.
Yeah.
So for us, obviously, profitability, given the current investor climate and the macro environment, is of utmost importance. But at the same time, the impact that we're making is something that we never want to lose sight of.
Yeah. It's weird, though, that you mentioned the investors as well. I hadn't really thought about it in that context, but the general venture capital community should be happy, particularly in this region, when a team is building a particularly in the fintech space, but really in any space, a firm that has a purpose.
Yes.
Right? Because at the end of the day, if you succeed in the purpose, you should succeed in the profitability as well. And in a country where there's only upside for GDP per capita growth, that should make the investors really happy. Do you sense that from your investors as well?
Definitely. And I think we do see also a lot more in terms of the rise of the impact funds, not only on the equity side, but also on the debt side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are definitely a lot of DFIs, developmental FIs, who are coming into the region.
Good.
So you see the likes of, like, say, IFC, you see the likes of some of the other folks who are coming in.
Yep.
Definitely a lot of them are putting their attention on this region because there's so much development, there's so much digitization, financial inclusion that's yet to be done.
Right.
And they do see that there is a lot more room for growth here in terms of impact as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the IFC, actually, because I spent a lot of time on the phone with them.
Yeah.
Talking to them about specific companies and specific places where that investment for purpose can be really, really useful.
Yep.
I'm glad you brought them up. What are some of the biggest challenges that you have as well? Again, it's a developing and growing economy. There's a lot of focus on Indonesia as well. Yeah, from the outside world, if for no other reason than the population is just so huge. So the opportunity looks so big. But what are some of the challenges about building something?
Yeah, I think some of the main challenges is, well, you think about the demographics, you think about the geography of Indonesia.
Right.
So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
Tell me.
There's a lot of people. There's about 270 million people, which accounts for half of Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
But the landmass, as we mentioned earlier, it's huge.
It is huge.
So landmass is huge. Economic activity is concentrated, which means obviously there's certain areas that we should be targeting.
Right.
But there's also the challenge that there's increasingly, I guess, a lot of concerns around fraud.
Fraud?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
So
what kind of fraud?
Yeah, I think you probably saw in some of the news in terms of some of the data breaches of the banks, some of the identity frauds, and so on and so forth. So I think that's some of the challenges that most of the tech companies are facing as well, in terms of the infrastructure that's still being developed in the market, in the region.
So how much time do you as a team spend thinking about this? Right? Because you can, like you said, you can build the best products in the world.
Yeah.
You can be even working for a purpose.
Yeah.
But if there's fraud involved, not on your platform, but you know what I mean, like in the market, it's a negative signal for people then to participate in this digital transformation, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no fraud in me taking money out of a drawer and giving it to somebody.
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is a very significant thing that we always keep in mind.
Yep.
And it kind of ties back to what we were talking about, profitability.
Right.
Because imagine, like, for every dollar coming in, if you're losing $2 out of the door through fraud, there's no way you're going to be profitable.
No.
So it's definitely something that's very much top of mind for us.
Got it. Can you talk about how insurance, because we're talking about protection at some level, right?
Yeah.
So how does insurance and protection integrate into CoinWorks strategy?
Yeah, so here's an interesting one. Because for us, we have also transitioned a little bit of our positioning from being a lender, a P2P lender in the early days, towards more of a SME neobank recently. So with that, I think we look at some of the global trends, some of the global digital banks. Generally speaking, you look at their roadmap as they mature, as they scale. They all of them would actually add on different types of services.
Yep.
whether it's in the form of cards, in the form of overdraft, or in the form of insurance.
Right.
So I think for us, it's a similar train of thought, which is, as we continue to scale, as we continue to mature, we also want to provide more and more relevant services for our customers. And insurance is also something that, we've identified that it's a natural progression for us in our growth story.
Let's talk a little bit more about the insurance products. Where does embedded fit in here? How do you embed that into the everyday activities of the people that you're serving?
Yeah. So in Indonesia, the adoption of mobile phones is actually very high.
Yeah.
And for us, we have actually taken an app approach,
Okay.
app first approach towards our user interface.
Okay.
So it makes a lot of sense for us to have something that's embedded into the app.
Yep.
Because that is basically where our customers are. That's basically where our customers interface. That's where they actually do their transactions, do their business, make payments, receive payments. So it's very embedded. It's a very straightforward nature for us to embed everything into the app, actually.
Right. Do you get feedback from your clients that then makes it easier for you to understand the sort of relevance of the product to them and then build those services back in an embedded way?
Definitely. So I think we do a lot of research with the customers, do a lot of surveys. We also bring them in for focus group discussions.
Oh, wow.
So there's a lot of things that we are in constant touch with our customers to figure out, okay, what's working, what's not working, what else do you want? What else can we do better for you?
Right. When you look into the future, without giving away sort of any fancy roadmap that I'm sure you have, how do you look at building like more holistic financial services, right? Because you said you started off as this P2P lender, and now you've pivoted, my words, not yours, right, into being a new bank.
Yeah.
But on top of that, once you have them doing financial services with you, you can build a lot more stuff. How do you see that progressing over time as well?
Yeah, I think we're still in the early days of becoming in the neobank phase, where a lot of things are kind of still getting launched. We launched our neobank sometime around middle of last year.
Okay.
So things are still fairly new, and we also acquired a rural bank
did
beginning
you?
of this year. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that are kind of coming together, different pieces. But if we think about the holistic, being a holistic service provider to SMEs, generally speaking, we want to be with them from day one, all the way to helping them continue to grow, continue to scale, from the unsecured loans, going even to the secured loans as well, and also to other type of services such as insurance and so on.
There must be something really fulfilling about changing people's lives.
Definitely. I think the most fulfilling part is seeing them starting from day one to be able to grow all the way, support their families, and also support the community.
Awesome. That's a great way to end. Ethan, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it so much.
I hope so. Coming up under at Rently about resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation. Hi, this is Michael Waits, and welcome back to Insurance for the New Possible, a Chubb conversation. Today we have Gabriel Lazaro, the head of digital business for Chubb's international markets, and George Kesselman, the founder and president of InsurTech Asia Association. Before we jump into the main part of this conversation, let's get a quick self-introduction, and let's start with you, Gabriel.
Thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, George, for being here as well. Yeah, so I was born and raised in Spain. I'm a social psychologist, believe it or not. But then I moved into the tech sector when I was young. And it's at the beginning of the internet era. Then moved into the mobile space, moved to Germany, part of the Rocket Internet family. And after that, I changed to insurance. And I joined Chubb 8 years ago as a head of digital for Latin America, based in the beautiful Miami.
Oh, wow.
And I was having this role and setting up the team from scratch, unbelievable journey. And I think 3 years ago, I was expanding my responsibilities as a head of digital businesses for the international markets, overseeing Latin America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. And I moved 2 years ago to the beautiful Singapore, so where we are right now. So yeah, that's kind of my goal and responsibilities to really drive distribution through partners and ecosystems digitally. And yeah, I think it has been a journey, and happy to share with you and George learnings and where we are and talking beyond digital partnerships as well.
Beautiful. George?
Thank you very much, and pleasure to be back on the podcast. I think I remember doing one episode I think it felt like it was 2 years back, but
could be 10 years ago.
Could be because the COVID years was a little bit all of a blur. But I run InsurTech Asia Association. I've been in Asia now for coming up to 16 years. Wow. Times really flies, and first half of it was working across insurance industry, life, general insurance across countries, and then the last half of that period have been in the InsurTech ecosystem, right from the very early days of the InsurTech when it first started to helping the ecosystem, talking to all the different players and participants, and helping to facilitate the development of the ecosystem. During COVID, I had a very interesting stint with Zhongang Technology as well. So that kind of gave me a little bit of an interesting perspective into unicorn world. And right before that, I tried my hand at even my own early stage startup. So I think covered probably the full end of the spectrum, from the ecosystem to corporate to unicorns.
Well, that's great, because that means nobody's better positioned to have this conversation today than you are.
So.
Let's do this. There have been a substantial number of conversations, as we know, and discussions around insurance companies digitalizing, going through digital transformation, and creating partnerships, as you mentioned, right, with digital platform companies in the ride-sharing space and in the e-commerce space. And these have been quite successful, right? And Gabriel, I'd like to ask you to talk a bit about how Chubb has cracked the code for these digital partnerships and why they've been so successful, and then maybe give us a couple of examples in Asia, if you can.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. So we have been very laser focused about our mission. We started 8 years ago, and the vision was clear. Every company is going to become a financial company, a fintech at the end, supported by technology. And after that, insurance is an extra mile. So that was... I remember when we were starting to define our strategy, and we were thinking, geez, I would like to partner with companies like Amazon, right? Or I would like to partner with companies like Uber.
Right.
So what do we need to develop to be successful? Chubb is an underwriting company. We do insurance products for living, and we have presence in 54 countries and territories.
Wow.
And so that was, and we develop strong partnerships and sustainable businesses with our partners on the offline world, right? So if you combine the market that was moving into that direction, together with what we know how to do well, then we amplify those capabilities with new ones. So we start thinking about technology, and we developed Chubb Studio. Yeah, that is our backbone. Basically, is what make working with those platforms easy for the developers of our partners. We have a cloud-enabled platform that right now move like 1 billion API calls yearly, just to give you a size of what we are doing. We operate at a global scale. It's the same platform from US, Latin America, EMEA and Asia Pacific, what give us economies of scale and all the possibilities and capabilities that give us. That's one component. Other component is that we really like to understand what are the insurance pain points or strategic problems that our partners want to solve, and insurance can be something that really resonate with their strategies and really reducing the protection risk that those customer has, and how can we enable that. In these 8 years, I think we have more than 200 partners worldwide.
Wow.
An addressable market through those partners around 400 million people that they see Chubb Insurance behind the scenes. But it has been a roller coaster of a lot of failures, right? Of as Rafael Nadal, the other Spaniard, famous tennis player, a lot of learnings, right?
Yeah.
And those learnings give us, at a global scale, as a company that we are, a lot of insights. And when we are talking with other innovators, as I would like to call our partners, really, they don't need to reinvent the wheel when they would like to be serious about insurance. So we have the people, we have the tech, we have the expertise. I think we have many of the assets, but we are still learning. We are humble. We know that we know what we have, and we know that this is every day we are humble, and we listen our partners to make and reinvent insurance and improve every day to make insurance proposition better and better in our partners' platforms and ecosystems.
I'm amazed at the number of API calls that go through the Chubb Studio platform. That's actually really fascinating. Can we get one or two examples, or maybe just one example of a company in Asia with whom you've partnered, even if you talk about them in general terms, and how that's worked?
Yeah, we have plenty, right? We have from e-commerce. We are playing with fintech, right? I would like to have two. I think there's two just for the reference in Asia. One is Grab,
right?
Quite well known. It's the super app presence in 6 markets, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that.
Millions of not only the passengers, also the drivers and the entire ecosystems. They have a financial arm, and we have been the preferred partners with them. We are selling, I think, if hundreds of thousands of policies through services like the Ride Cover, quite famous and popular, right? But it's beyond that. We have travel and other service. Another fintech that I would like to highlight in Asia is, for example, GCash in Philippines. Unbelievable story, right? They are from nothing. I think they have access to more than 70 million Filipinos, right?
In a country with 100 million people, that's pretty amazing.
Unbelievable, right? So we are very proud to and also humble to working with them. We are the only player that partnered with them on the embedded space. And I just was in Philippines last week and it was a great company, great energy, and I'm very proud and humble to partner with them in helping this journey.
And we were super happy to have actually both of them on the show, Grab and GCash, at different times. So pretty incredible stories. George, I want to come to you for a second, because while there was this massive opportunity through digital transformation and working with online platforms, like you said, like Grab, like GCash, other e-commerce companies and other fintechs, there seems to be another massive opportunity that a lot of companies have missed up until now. Right? And that is to create offline solutions as well. Maybe you can define for us what phygital means first, and then we can talk about some of these solutions.
No, I think that's a really good point, and I think this is where the journey of the insurtech and the digital insurance is taking us. So in the beginning, I think everybody was excited about the disruption and kind of something that's completely new and new space, I call it. What they call it phygital, omnichannel. I think some call it bionic. So there's a whole spectrum of terms that are being used around that. But I think it's now the big realization is that there needs to be a combination of online and offline elements to really make it very, very powerful.
Right.
And this digital partnerships, I think, is a prime example of it. For example, what I understand from Grab, and I've kind of seen it from slightly different angle, being at Zhongang. So Zhongang was also an investor in Grab insurance. So I kind of saw it from a also complementary angle, is that there was this tremendous success on the completely digital front.
Right.
But then there was this desire to say, how do we extend it into more? Because the digital stuff is really quite small, embedded, integrated, very seamless. But it also means that it's micro size, and it kind of limits the real true potential for types of protection products that can be done through that.
But also, if you think about it, if you're getting out of a Grab or getting out of some digitally enhanced driving partner or ride-sharing partner, you're going somewhere. And essentially, you're going to some physical location.
Absolutely.
So what happens there?
No, that's exactly the spot-on observation. And I think the digital universe right now, if we look at it, is probably limited to maybe we'll call it 10% of the economy, 15% of the economy.
Right.
And it's growing, and I think it is going to be a very substantial part of it. But what about the 85%, 90%?
That's left over. That's still there, right?
And that, rightly is so up to this point. I think all the experimentation and everything was very much focused on the digital space because there was so much potential innovation that can be invented from the ground up. But now that the space is maturing, now I think the focus is shifting to say, how do we take the learnings from this purely digital and blend it together with the much bigger opportunity, the 9 times opportunity that exists in the physical world. So I think this is kind of where the phygital or whatever you want to call it opportunity exists, and I think this is where we will see the tremendous amount of innovation going forward.
So I want to match the sort of traditional distribution methodology for insurance with this new digital and the stuff you've been talking about, omni-channel, bionic, however you want to describe it. Maybe you can give an example of some conversations you've had recently around bank assurance, a very traditional way to distribute insurance, but then how that benefits from phygital.
Absolutely. And I think the bank assurance is a prime example of it because you kind of have this combination of forces again that is happening where it used to be all 100% offline,
right,
where people used to sit in the branches and used to get referrals from a teller, and all of a sudden that world is kind of being turned upside down.
It's flipping upside down, right?
Exactly. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the fintechs, which is coming in with purely digital propositions, and they're also kind of realizing that the ends of the spectrum are there, but each one of them is kind of limited in terms of the future potential for it. So it's really about combining the learnings from one to another. And what we realized in a digital, like in a bionic or in the phygital world, is basically combining the best of the both worlds in a way that you take the experience of having the trust person in the picture might not need to be sitting in the branch and filling out the actual documents, which was the kind of the legacy way of doing it. But it is really combining the data from digital, the experience, the simplicity and automation together with the elements of trust that the physical interaction brings together with it in an offline way as well.
Go ahead.
And I think maybe the other point to kind of note is that the offline in the traditional way is kind of us sitting. This is, I guess, considered to be offline. I think the offline in the future, it might not be in the same way. I think that just means that there is a person in the picture.
Right.
Whether it's through Zoom, whether this is through online chat, but it's that kind of an element of combining a person or interaction together with a purely like a digital transaction that's going through.
Do you want to comment on these phygital experiences as well?
No, I think George says spot on. Right, we live in this blended reality.
This hybrid reality, right?
We live in a hybrid reality, and there are several factors that help to that, and this to no extent, right? But I think there has been some catalyst about that. So first of all, I think there was a journey to digitize and embedded chat. Right. We have sold more than 500 million policies, right? Yes, digitally. Just to give you a size of
Say that again?
More than 500 million policies digitally, right? So if you look back, right, from the last 3 years, and so that was the beginning of do we crack the code? Before that, it was to validate the concept that was possible. Yeah, it's possible, but George well said that it's usually a small tickets. Very simple products, right? Something that, especially in Latin America and Southeast Asia, that means it's to be very easy to understand.
But it proves the idea that people are very comfortable dealing digitally.
They are very comfortable,
right?
Digitally.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, digitally, and then it's great user experience, right? You understand what you're going to get in one click. You purchase that,
right?
That's great, and then obviously parametric experience. Then you don't even file to the claim, so that's great. We did that. But I think George is completely on point. Then how can we move to the next level?
Right.
And still, in Asia, 1 every 3 customers that are purchasing insurance for the first time now is digitally, according to the report that we just did, right?
1 out of 3, right?
That's right.
Right.
But there are two. That means that there are 2/3 that is offline.
They still aren't doing it that way.
And that offline, I think, is about empowering humans, right? and think about AI and what Microsoft is doing with copilots. I think that's kind of the one of the angles of moving forward. And we are investing heavily in that space, right? In order to really enable Chat Studio as a platform that will help our agents and brokers of the bank assurance space to really be much more efficient, to really empower those individuals with technology that at the end make the user experience better for the end user, and the other way around, right? So we you touched on that, George. So after selling those millions of policies with our partners, there is due to analytics and data, and we have the data. That's how we're living together with our partners. Can we segment and understand if there are gaps in the protection of those customers have? And there is an angle when you are looking for much more complex products. It's hard that you are going to purchase that 100% online, right? Human at the right time at the right moment. If you talk with someone, you solve some doubts, and it's much more powerful. And at the end, it's better for the end user, right? So we are more and more. We are focused on this blended reality, phygital reality, right? We are investing on that. We have cases across all regions, and that's one of the strategic angles that we are going to invest.
I want you to talk about why it's so important on the sales side for this hybrid experience, and how it makes the salespeople and just the distribution side of it more efficient.
I think that's an interesting point. So it is about introducing efficiencies, increasing professionalism. I think we're kind of looking at it maybe in a bit of a narrow way. In the way that I think about it is much broader. Like we used to talk about digital world, we talk about the offline world separately. Right. And I think right now what we're going to see is that it is going to be completely blended together, and we don't even need to have a term digital or some special term on it. It's just going to be the reality. It's the same way as you go to Japan and you ask for Japanese food, they'll just say it's food, right?
Right. So instead of having these two intersecting circles, you're just going to have this merging of those two circles, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I think that's going to be the superpowers that we need to enable, right? And I think and that's going to be if you think about, bank assurance, retail,
right?
Whatever you think, right? Airlines, whatever you think, it's a blend reality. You are jumping in and out from a mobile app to the reality, back and forward. Think about companies like Amazon or like whatever, right? It's on live, and it's one experience, right? It's the experience what is important. Is everything that is focused on the customer and how can we do this thing right? And it doesn't matter if it's on and offline. We have cases in Latin America with other large fintechs, right? That our best NPS, everything is offline. It's people, right? Yeah. Someone happened to you, you have an accident, or someone you love who died. Geez, in that time, maybe you don't want to talk to someone with empathy. Say, sorry for your loss.
Right.
What can I do for you?
Right.
There's Chat to help you, right? So we really think about this blended reality and bringing the best of the two worlds. So we are committed in helping partners that are with the same mindset to build this journey together. That I think is just the beginning, honestly.
I agree. And if you think about your normal life experience, before a phone call was just me calling you, and hard to share that experience with somebody offline with you unless they got on another line, like in another room. But now you have your phone, and this is a very good example, I think, of a phygital experience. You want your kids to be on the phone with you to talk to grandma, right? So you're talking in person with your family in person, and grandma's in Spain, right? It's the same thing, I think, in business. Those two things overlap now.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about another potential opportunity in physical retail. And maybe you want to start running through what that looks like and what that feels like as well, and how it's different from just embedded into e-commerce alone, but that phygital experience for offline retail.
Yep. So I think it's a area of tremendous opportunity, and what we'll see is that combining in this experiences together with elements of automation, elements of digital, really seamlessly create this opportunity. So what we see, for example, what's happening is somebody looks at the video on TikTok, They recognize that, you know, there's a very interesting insight that's happening there. They might see a QR code. They might scan it. They might start to have that journey on their mobile. They might go to the store. They might experience the product there, and then might complete it right afterwards. So blending this kind of experiences, I think, becomes very, very seamless. And some of it, like what Gabriel was saying earlier, is that it is not something that is really designed as a playbook, right? There's no solution there that we can copy from another place.
No.
This is really the true innovation that's going to happen in the next 5 years. So there is going to be a lot of trial. There's going to be a lot of failing. There's going to be a lot of learning that's coming out of it. But the speed is really tremendous. And I think because the opportunity is so huge, there is going to be a lot of resources invested in it. And having that foundation right now that, for example, Chubb have been built over a couple of years in the past, having the team and capabilities and the products that can be flexibly embedded. I think this is really, really cool enablers that can really accelerate all this innovation. So there is going to be probably players that will, in the retail space, on the financial space, they're going to sit by their side and say, okay, let us wait and see until the solution becomes very apparent. But I think that's going to be kind of, the train is going to already leaving the train station.
It's already left the station. Do you want to talk about this as well? This massive opportunity in offline retail. And I'm also really curious about this. You build this platform, right, Chubb Studio. And the original idea, as you say, is to say, how can we be digitally connected to all of these platforms? And yet, once you have the platform, you can then take a step back and think, wait a second, we can also plug offline into this and give them all the benefits of that, even if their business itself isn't online. Talk to me about how that works.
Yes, absolutely, that was the journey. And first of all, George, thank you. You're really kind about Chubb. I really appreciate that, right? No, that's exactly our journey, Michael. When we started again the journey 8 years ago, our mission and our vision was to build a digital business, and in order to do that was building a platform that will be top in terms of capabilities to be able to digest and partner with these unbelievable companies that are dominating the economy, right? And we need to have something that is secure, scale, uptime, you name it, all those capabilities. But then what happened is that having conversation with partners beyond our ecosystem, and we are brothers and sisters of our colleagues around Chubb, right? The bank was coming, or a retailer was coming, said, geez, I have this capability of doing XYZ. It's an extra, it's not much effort to create that for agents in a point of sale, right, or when don't have those capabilities and bring to the other side. But also happen is the other way around.
Oh, tell me.
The other way around is that, okay, we build those fantastic end-to-end embedded capabilities, but geez, in the other side of the house, we have great call center capabilities.
Right.
It's unbelievable in countries like Thailand, like South Korea, just to name a few, right? And in Europe and Latin America is the same, right? And those are capabilities that with the right analytics and the right experience, the right products and the right partners, we can complement what we have been doing, at least on my area of just purely embedded digital, and expand that and provide better products, better services, and and better solutions to our partners. So it's kind of, you say, Michael, it's just to, or you, George, right? Trying to bring everything together. There's no division, I think, in the near future between digital and physical. I think we live in this hybrid. Right. I don't know, we need to find a good term at the end. Maybe it's not us, right? Someone needs to define it.
Well, I always used to say, when the virtual reality glasses came out, at some point it's not going to be like Japanese food. It's not going to be virtual reality. It's just going to be
new reality.
It's just going to be reality. Go ahead. Okay, so the other thing I want to ask about, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll just add one more point.
Please.
So when, again, we think about this retail space and the examples of where that kind of a future is happening already, I think India is one of the very interesting examples, because they've taken a very unique approach to developing the market. And I think we have, again, a little bit of an insight what's coming around the corner. So if you look at the players like Digit, if you look at the players like Zopper is another good example there, they've started probably, again, kind of with the hypothesis, it's all going to be fully digital. But I think very, very quickly they realized that there needs to be very heavy offline elements.
Right.
So what you saw is that they have for example, for car distribution platforms or car distribution businesses, they have agents who are there together with all the digital tools at the point of sale of the car, able to quickly pick up and make it a seamless experience for the customer. So you don't need to refill up all the forms and kind of resubmit everything. It just becomes part of the overall experience. And I think from the Zopper guys, the time that I spent with them in India as well, they were saying something very similar. So they're focusing on the health propositions. And again, this kind of an offline element was very important. They started with the embedded warranty space.
Right.
And I kind of realized that plateaus fairly, at some point very in the journey, in the growth. And then they really invested very, very heavily offline as well to say, how do we have this distribution, especially in the rural places in India where people have digital assets, but really maybe this is the first time that they're interacting with insurance. If it's a simple embedded product, yes, people are okay to do it together with the product. But when you're talking about, high-end protection, life insurance, or you're talking about, more complicated, even general insurance products, people need to have that extra level of trust that I think comes with it. And that's, I think, where the retail is a very interesting place, because you have access to a lot of customers. Amazon definitely does a lot of retail digitally, but there's still a tremendous amount of retail that's happening in the physical world as well.
Right. I mean, look, the canary in the coal mine is that even companies that started completely digital, and even Amazon's a great example of this, said, we're going to open physical stores. Because as long as humans remain physical, there has to be a physical aspect to it, please.
Totally, George. And I would like to highlight the claims and services component. Right?
Please.
I think that's very important to not be orthodox in terms of this is a digital or physical.
Right.
I think the great and the best experience that we are developing with our partners are those blended reality, depending of the product, depending of the moment of the journey, right? To really having someone that step up. I think we already have experience beyond insurance, right? That we think could be better. And if you think something that went wrong in your life, it recently maybe having a human in certain point of time makes the difference. So that's our commitment when we develop products with our partners, to really make sure that we provide the best experience on the claims and the service period, right?
I want to cover one more topic and then I'll let you both go. And you brought this up. I want to get this number right. 500 million API calls.
We have sold more than 500 million policies digitally.
Right? So the fact that you've done that means you've also gathered data around all of those sales, right? What is the edge that the data analysis gives you in developing new products, developing new distribution channels, and understanding better how phygital works?
So we have a lot of data, but at the end, I think what is most important, Michael, is what our partners understand their customers. And that's the key. We are the insurance enabled for those partners, right? So if they really care about their customers, they really understand what are the pain points that they have, then we can sit down and with the data and experience that we have, we can develop those experiences that can delight the customers, not only in the selling part, also on the service and on the claims, right? So for us, it's very important to find partners that share that vision and that mission. And if they know truly their customers and understand where the pain points, then at CHAP, I think we have assets and expertise globally that can help them across this journey. And we maybe don't have it right at the beginning, believe me. So that's a journey. It requires a 99% transpiration. But I think that if someone is in that journey, they fully understand that is how the things work right now nowadays, right? So I think that's I will reply to their answer with that thought.
I think when it comes to data, and I think it's not just CHOP, but I think the whole insurance industry is still in the relatively early days of taking advantage of that data. I think the the data that's coming in right now is very different from what the insurers have traditionally been looking at. So it's the metadata, it's all the auxiliary kind of growing universe of data. I see that insurers probably not yet utilizing it to the full extent. I think that capability is starting to be introduced, but it's not yet to a point where it's guiding product development, for example, or guiding, pricing to a large degree. I think there's already kind of glimpses of the possible, but I don't think this is to a point where it has really propagated down to a point where it's really kind of part of the DNA of the insurance. And then I had this really funny conversation with one of the insurance CEOs, and he said, yeah, we have a lot of data. And I said, oh, okay, tell me what kind of data you have. Phone numbers, we have addresses. So I think even kind of to that point, the semantics of data is what we haven't defined. And I think as Chubb, with the API calls, a billion API calls, billions of policies are probably sold in next years, you will get a lot more data, and then having that data kind of feedback and really understanding why did this person buy this policy, why this person didn't buy their policy, why did they claim at that point. I think this is something that's going to really change some of the DNA of the insurance, and I think that's going to feed back and that beyond the digital part of it as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, you've both been amazing. Gabriel Lazar, the head of digital business for Chubb's International Markets, and George Kesselman, the founder and president of InsurTech Asia Association. That was fabulous. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Michael. Pleasure.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Dominic Shacker, a co-founder at Rently, with whom we will discuss resolving rental rifts, Rently's approach to tenant-landlord disputes. Dominic, thank you so much for coming here and doing this. I really appreciate it. And before we kind of get to the main part of this conversation, can we get an overview, maybe like a 35,000 foot view of what the real estate rental market looks like to you in Singapore, just for people that may not be familiar with it?
Yeah, thanks, Michael, for having me.
It's my pleasure.
Lovely to be here. So I think one word pretty much describes it here, which is actually quite chaotic.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think both sales and rentals, it's a very intransparent market. It's very difficult to find out, how much you should pay for rent, how much is it really worth if you want to buy. So that's kind of what drove, what we're doing today.
Yeah, can I ask you this though? There are tons of real estate portals that were started in Singapore. I don't need to name them, but I'm sure you know the names of all of them. They have not contributed to transparency and removing some of this chaos?
Well, originally they did, right? When innovation comes into a market, it's there to solve an issue.
Right.
Portals were one of them maybe 10 years ago.
Yes.
But that's now become one of the many issues that, the rental market faces, or even the sales market.
Okay, I want to talk about that too, because I find that really interesting. I have so many personal issues with portals. I always like to talk to founders about, was this company started kind of predicated on a personal experience that you had? And if it was, maybe you can go through that a little bit as well.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, it's definitely got the root in a personal experience.
Right.
So when I came over to Singapore many years ago, I was expecting the rental market to work like Europe. So pretty transparent. I can rent a unit 2 or 3 months earlier.
Okay.
It turns out, as you know, in Singapore, when you arrive, you don't know which units exist. Are they really there? Is the agent really on my side? So, when we're looking, that's kind of...
Can you make a distinction, though, between... I've never rented anything in Europe, right? So I'm not familiar with that. You're from...
Switzerland.
From Switzerland.
Yeah.
So if you went to rent a property in one of the big cities, whether it's in Zurich or somewhere in Switzerland, you're saying that it's really transparent. You can look at one of the portals and know, like, that's a real listing. But in Singapore, and maybe in the rest of Southeast Asia, it's not that clear?
Definitely, yeah. So it depends a little bit on the country. But Asia has a problem that really don't know, the very first step to finding a place is finding a place on a portal.
Right.
And you don't know, is it really there? They have sometimes the same unit 10 times and doesn't actually exist.
So can you tell me about this personal experience yet? You went to look for something. What were the steps you actually went through, and what was that experience like?
Yeah, so when I first arrived,
Right.
I had some colleagues here who told me, where you should live, where it's good to live as an expat, not having been here before.
Yeah.
And I found a condo, and I'm like, okay, I wanna live there. And my agent at the time said, oh, actually, that's not possible. There aren't any units available. So I went onto one of the many listing sites.
Right.
And said, oh no, there's at least 10 available. And turns out, they weren't actually all real listings.
So before we get into what Rently is doing, why is that okay?
Well, it's not okay.
I know it's not okay, but it's being done, right?
Yeah.
So why does it still exist that way?
So I think one of the main issues in Singapore is it's a very densely populated country.
Yep.
You have quite a lot of agents. There's about 35,000 agents in Singapore for a couple of 100,000 rentals a year.
Okay.
Versus Europe and Germany, I think it's 20 or 30,000 agents
for a country with 70 million, 80 million people.
Correct,
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that contributes to the issue. And it's a very lucrative business as well, being an agent. So there's quite a lot of competition.
Right.
So I think that contributes to the issue.
But in a country that's as organized and thoughtfully, I would say, regulated as Singapore, that is not being looked at?
No, there are some regulations that are coming in the next couple of years that are looking at that issue. But I think one of the main issues you face in real estate is, for example, agencies, or the portals.
Right.
They're not technology companies usually. Portals obviously a little bit more, but the agencies not really.
Not really, right.
So for them to actually adopt at speed is relatively difficult.
So I've always been interested in the portal market, right, in the portal business. And it always it always seemed interesting to me that the portals were never interested in being involved in the transaction.
Yeah.
So it's just like a listings. It's just like a classified ad.
Yeah.
And in the same way, I guess, where like I could call the New York Times and say like, I want to place this classified ad. They don't check anything. They don't do anything about it. Is that kind of the same thing?
Yeah, it's exactly like that.
Okay, that's terrible.
Yeah, so it's not a good system.
No. Okay, so what is Rently trying to do?
Yeah, so for
and not
us,
just to fix that thing,
yeah.
but just maybe run me through like
Yeah.
what it's going to be and how it's going to fix some of these problems, yeah?
No, so I think what we're trying to address really is that core and bring transparency to only the rental market for
Just
now.
the rental market for now, maybe, but
For
yeah.
now,
Go
correct,
ahead.
yeah. So for us, it really starts at the very first step, so listings.
Okay.
Right, so the way we look at listings is one, they're free, we don't charge for it.
Yep.
And two, only verified listings.
Okay,
right?
so that's the question. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
How do you verify the listing?
So luckily Singapore's quite advanced technologically. So we get to use things like MyInfo, SingPass. We could check with the government registry to see if the person actually owns the place.
Okay.
So for us, it's really, as a tenant, from my own experience, I would rather see 1,000 listings and know they're there.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
when I can rent them
I'd rather
rather
see
than
3.
Yeah,
like
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so for us, it really starts there, right? So one, it's a great thing for a tenant because he can see only verified real listings.
Right.
But obviously, it's also great for the landlord from his side because he can see actually who is this person that wants to rent. Again, we get access to MyInfo, so we can actually reveal some sort of data to a landlord.
Okay, wait a second. I want to make sure that I heard you correctly. So the landlord also gets to know the identity of the person that's looking at the listing?
Correct,
and,
right.
And is that part of the platform where they are compelled to share? So I'd have to say like, my name is Michael Waits, here's my local phone number, maybe here's my PR or whatever it is, and I want to come and look at it.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
but that's real transparency.
That's real transparency, right? But everybody benefits, I think. The ones that don't benefit are the ones that are, trying to be a bit intransparent about the transaction.
Right.
For you as a tenant, if you're looking to rent a place,
Yeah.
you want to know it's a real unit, a real landlord.
I don't want to waste my time.
And the landlord wants to know it's a real tenant.
Right.
So
on the flip side, he doesn't want me or she doesn't want me to go there and be like, yeah, I can't afford this place. I don't even have a job.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like, it's a beautiful $10,000 a month apartment.
Correct.
But I'm a paper boy. Like, that's
Correct,
not going to work,
yeah.
right? Okay. But then how do you fix that as well? Like, what kind of not just verification you do on the renter, but like, do you take income levels? Do you take jobs and stuff like that as well?
Yeah, for some things. So for us, it's really been, as you said, we don't want to be just a listing portal and not get involved in a transaction.
Yeah.
So we've built an entire contract engine that automates everything from end to end. So if you think about it as a tenant or as a landlord, you list your unit, you receive an offer, you accept it, and we inject all the data that we need into the standardized contract from the government.
Okay.
So, it's a fair contract as well.
Right.
It's nuanced, it's balanced between landlord and tenant. And all that data gets pre-filled automatically. And then when you sign, you SingPass again to sign. So it's encrypted. It's all happening, in an enclosed environment.
So you've automated the entire contracting process as well?
Yeah.
What's the market reaction to this? Because people that rent generally rent the next place and they'll rent the next place as they're saving, right? To go maybe buy another place. But if their first experience has been like your first experience, when they go to rent again, they must think, this is just going to be drudgery. But when they run into Rently, and we can talk about how you promote that, but when they run into Rently, are they surprised by like just the level of transparency that's there?
Yeah, I think, that's been one of the main issues or the main things that we found quite challenging.
Okay,
is
tell me.
people actually adopting the technology fast enough. They just...
Really?
They've not seen something like that before. They're used to, real estate market, physical checks, physical documents.
Right.
So everything's automated, really, like it's a one-button kind of software, if you will, from finding a place to getting it. So that's been a little bit of education's been needed, like actually there is an easier way to do it.
So is there a visual aspect to this as well? Do you go and take photos of the places or do 3D render, like all that kind of stuff? So I can actually see the place without physically going there?
So we don't do the 3D piece. We have a certain quality of photos that we expect for landlords to list.
So what does that mean?
So for us, it's if you list one photo and it's blurry,
yeah,
it has no space.
Won't do it.
But really, the visiting you still need to do.
For sure.
Think if it's your home, you kind of want to see it in real life.
I definitely want to see it before I go.
Yeah.
I want to turn on the water. My biggest thing, I don't know about you, is I want to make sure the water that comes out of the sink is strong. I'll tell you something interesting, and you won't believe this. When I was with Goldman Sachs, I was based in Tokyo.
Yep.
And I was seconded from Tokyo to Hong Kong for 4 or 5 months. And Goldman arranged an apartment for me on the Peak and I just thought, this is going to be awesome. I get to live on the peak, and I can brag about it forever. And I got off the flight. I got to the apartment, and when I walked in and turned on the water, it was brown.
Yeah.
It's just such a bad experience. So nobody here wants to have that experience either, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So how do you interact with the agencies as well?
Yeah, so like we're open for agencies to use our platform as well. It's not that we're excluding anybody. The way we think about it is, it should be a secure transaction platform for anybody that wants to interact.
Right.
But what we don't allow is just random listings. So we're very selective on which agents get to list. Again,
right.
to ensure that provenance almost of properties. Because we don't want that issue that other.
Well, you don't want people to have the same experience you have.
Correct, right. Yeah.
Right.
So that's they were a little bit more selective on allowing agents to list.
So who does the curation?
So it's obviously our team at the moment is still some manual interaction.
Oh, for
but
sure.
Also, we're automating quite a bit of it with technology, with AI to kind of figure out, what photos are actually being posted. Again, early stages, but
Okay.
there's a lot of possibilities nowadays.
Talk to me about what the artificial intelligence strategy is. And how long has Rently been around?
We've been around for about 12 months.
Okay,
since
12 months.
inception, but we really only went live, I would say, in March.
But that means that you went live either just before or just after ChatGPT was released.
Just around, yeah.
Right. So no, but I think it's a good watershed for like pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT because I think the way people have thought about AI has changed. So I'm curious how you look at it, where it fits in, what you think it can help you accomplish, even if you're not doing it today, but where you think it's going to go, yeah?
There's a couple of different areas, right? I think one of the biggest pieces is obviously contract generation.
Contract generation, okay.
I don't think we're there yet. I don't think people trust AI
I would never leave it all to AI anyway,
Correct.
but go ahead.
But I think the biggest piece for us is fraud protection. We've built quite a bit around this. So
how does that work?
Well, one of the biggest issues in Singapore is actually fraud. So, I think up this year has already been $4 or $5 million have been lost from rental scams. So meaning the landlord isn't real, the tenant isn't real.
Really?
So this is actually super prevalent in Singapore. So again, for us, the first layer is really the MyInfo SyncPass piece to kind of verify.
So what is that SyncPass? You've mentioned this a couple of times.
Correct. So when in Singapore, you get a Digi-ID.
A digital ID.
To identify yourself in the internet. So we use that to really verify, are you who you say you are?
Right.
Because if I log in with my Google login or my manual login,
right.
I don't know, is it really Michael?
No idea.
With
no
MyInfo,
idea.
we know. That's the first layer.
And is there a chip inside that pass?
So it's an app on your phone, and we've integrated with the government to pull that data. So when Michael logs in, it is actually Michael.
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, so that's the first piece. Obviously, you can sell that if you want. So there's some issues. Some people sell their data,
really?
As we know. So for us, that's where kind of AI comes in, and also leveraging on traditional banks. So for us, being able to API into, let's say, a DBS to make sure Michael that wants to pay the rent is actually Michael and it's not, let's say, Dominic. We have that capability as well. So there's multiple layers of fraud protection.
Got it.
Plus our own in-house software as well that kind of tries to detect and weed out bad actors.
Right. Do you also do some analysis of like this person, we know this person, verified address, they live, let's say, on the East Coast, but they're constantly logging in from the West Coast or from Johor, so it can't be them unless they were kicked out of their house. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Does
so
AI, can it do some of that kind of stuff?
We could do that, not with what we have at the moment. We don't do any
Sure.
geotagging, but it comes in. So, again, one of the big issues is, as I said, fraud in Singapore, but also disputes with landlords.
Okay.
So that's kind of where that geotagging does come in when people start paying for our different services.
Yeah.
Then we have an ability to.
So
check.
what are the main types of disputes that people have? And I'll tell you, like I've rented. I actually built a piece of property and owned that piece of property in Tokyo for a few years. But before that, I was always renting, and I'm renting in Bangkok now. I've never had a dispute with a landlord. Like never. And again, you tell me you're from Switzerland, right? Which seems to me to be like the most organized country in the world. At least that's the reputation. Right. But Singapore's got to be number 2.
Yeah. So again, it comes back to the marketplace being a bit chaotic.
Yeah.
I think that the main issue is usually when people move out, right? So when you're tenant said you might have a little bit of a dispute that he doesn't want to pay for a new washing machine, all those things. But the big issue is when people move out,
right.
The majority of people that we know of, they lose part of their deposit.
Surely.
Right? So you pay your deposit, you move out, and that's when it gets tricky when you have a landlord that's saying, okay, that crack on the ceiling,
right?
That's going to be $4,000.
That's your whole rent, yeah.
Correct. So that's where we come in.
Okay.
So we've listened to our market, biggest issue has always been that.
Okay.
So when a contract gets signed on a platform, we offer people a product called Rently Care.
Okay.
Which is actually a combination. That's why we work with Chubb as
Yeah,
well.
I was going to ask you. So how does that work?
So we're not confident kind of the software that we have that will pay the deposit on behalf of the tenant.
Ah.
So we'll actually pay the deposit to the landlord.
Go ahead. This is interesting.
Correct. So, but when they move in, we're there to kind of take pictures of everything. Again, make sure everything gets stored. The landlord and tenant agree this is the state the unit is at when you move in. So when they move out 2 years later, and let's say then the landlord says, look, that crack wasn't there, I'm going to charge you $5,000.
And you're like, yeah, it was there.
We have
Because
evidence,
we've got a
right?
photo of it.
So we're becoming almost like a central depository for deposit payments, but we'll actually front the cash ourselves.
But that's really interesting too. So in a way, the relationship is no longer between the renter and the owner. That relationship is between you and the owner, and you probably have more leverage and also more data.
Correct. So it's, I think it's not even so much, I think leverage is probably the right term, or not sure, but it's really, they know they can't mess with us.
Right.
If you're a normal tenant, let's say you've been here for 2 years, now you've got to go back to the UK,
right?
And your landlord withholds 10,000 of your deposit. There's nothing you can do, right?
Yeah.
You're leaving the country. We're here,
Right.
we're here to support. But I think it's important. We're not, it's not against landlords.
No.
Like, we want to be that trusted intermediary.
Right.
Everybody can feel happy. The landlord can feel happy. He's going to get his money. Tenant can be happy. He doesn't owe money that he doesn't.
Before I let you go, like, what's the overall tech strategy? If you look at like 2, 3, 4 years, like, is there a distributed ledger part of this to do this sort of trustless thing, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the overall strategy?
Yeah, so I think there's definitely lots to be done in terms of providing a ledger for transactions and things like that.
Yep.
I think for me, the really key part of it is everything around fraud and finance.
Right.
So you can feel safe when you're in your own home.
Right.
You can make sure everything's done, as it should be done.
I got it. Can I ask you one more thing as well?
Sure.
Every time I talk to a company that's kind of like a fintech, right? So you look like a prop tech.
Yeah.
But if you're actually making payments for people, you're kind of a fintech as well. Do you look at other potential services you can offer from the financial services standpoint, or is that just too far in the future?
No, definitely. I think we are a fintech, although it looks like a prop tech.
Yeah.
So everything we do in the prop tech space, we don't charge for, right? I think there's enough services out there that charge for it.
Right.
So for us, it's really about fintech. So doing rental payments, rent now, pay later if some people have issues, deposit payment, all those kind of things, yeah.
I love it. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. We should have a much longer conversation about this. I'm super interested. I want to thank you, Dominic Schacher, co-founder of Rently. And just for everybody else, coming up at 3:30 p.m., we also have Kel J. Lim, the regional head at GradFin. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Insurance the New Possible is back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival. I've got to say this before I introduce you. Normally at 3:30 in the afternoon on day 2 of any kind of convention like this, the energy level seems to be dropping, but I'm saying it's actually higher than it was even this morning. Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to welcome Kel J. Lim, the regional head at GrabFin, to be on the show today. I cannot thank you enough for doing this, taking time out of your very busy day to sit with us and talk about Grab.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
It is my complete pleasure. So Kelja, you've been at Grab for 10 years, which frankly I find amazing. And I've been following the development of the company since inception. I mean, really since inception. I remember when it was announced. And to be fair, most people back then were like, never going to happen. Easy Taxi, funded by Rocket Internet. I'm serious about this though. Funded by Rocket Internet. This one's definitely going to die. Rocket always wins. I remember being in meetings like this. Talk to me about your lived experience there and just the evolution of the company.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been 10 years. So, I'm not the founder of Grab. I wish I was.
I wish I was.
But,
you and me both.
But I did join Grab 10 years ago. And one of the first things I did at Grab was to launch the business in Singapore.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, right, because it was originally based in Malaysia and then maybe in Thailand?
That's right. Thailand and Singapore around the same time.
Same time. Go ahead.
So back then, we were a very different company. We were very much a taxi booking app.
Right.
And it was founded by our real founders, Anthony and Ling.
Yep.
To solve a safe and reliable transport problem in Malaysia.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And since then we've evolved into other use cases, where we went into food deliveries, grocery deliveries, and financial services.
Can you talk a little bit about like the internal discussions, if you can, and not in detail, but just, you start off for this safety reason. We want to make sure that ladies and gents that get into cars feel safe in a sort of taxi environment. And that makes perfect sense, right? And that business model had been kind of shown all over the world before that. Malaysia has its own idiosyncrasies. But when do you say to yourself, or like what was the mindset change where you said, wait a second, we're already in kind of the transport business, but if we're delivering humans to places, can we deliver things to places and to humans? Like, how did that evolution happen?
Yeah. Well,
do you remember?
Yes.
But you know what I mean, right?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Go ahead.
We didn't have a crystal ball, right? So, but to your point about the fun times we had with the likes of Easy Taxi and then Uber after that, right? So we started off with a ride-hailing company. It culminated in sometime in 2018.
2018, okay.
That was when it was a big milestone for us, and when we acquired the Uber's business in Southeast Asia.
I remember.
Yeah,
I remember reading about that actually.
Yeah, was a big event for us, right? A small homegrown startup taking on a global giant.
Was there some concern about that? Do you know what I mean? Like conversations were like, yeah, this is going to be easy. Were they like, okay, this is going to be a real challenge for us, kind of thing?
Oh yeah, I mean when Uber entered the market, they were behemoth.
They were behemoth. Yeah, that was the exact word I was going to use. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it was in around 2016, when a similar thing happened in China. There was
with what Didi
and Didi basically did a deal with Uber.
Right.
And then that's when we thought, this is something we could potentially do as well.
Right. You could kind of see no pun intended, but you kind of read the tea leaves, right?
Yeah.
That Uber maybe didn't want to be in all of those markets at the same time because they were stretched a little thin too.
That's right.
Even though they were huge, yeah.
And so that was what happened with us in Southeast Asia in 2018. Now, back to your point about how do we then move into other things.
Right.
It came off the back of that. So before 2018, we had a really small food delivery business.
Okay.
In Indonesia.
Okay.
It was very small. But it's only after the acquisition of the Uber business in Southeast Asia, whereby we also inherited the Uber Eats business.
Oh, really? So you were like, okay, we bought what is that thing? Kind of.
Well,
you know what I mean, though, right? It wasn't like that, but okay, we get this as well.
Yeah.
We're either going to have it or we're not going to have it.
Exactly.
So if we're going to have it, we're going to make it big. Go ahead.
And we had to decide, what do we do with it? Like, do we want to pick it up and run with it, or do we actually close it down because it's not our core?
Right.
But when we thought about it, like, if we want to be, if we are in the business of making everyday life easy for our customers,
right.
other than transportation, what else do they use every day? Right. And so food delivery, ordering food was definitely one area, and that's when we decided, okay, let's do it. We didn't have an app. Because when we acquired Uber, it didn't come with the technology.
Food delivery app?
It didn't come with the technology. We actually had to white label the app. And a lot of people don't know this, but we had to white label the app from someone else for 2 years before we built our own.
Yeah. You also, sorry, you just reminded me of something. You don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, but you also built your own Maps app.
That's right. So yes.
Sorry, go ahead. So what is that like internally again, where you're like, we now have the technological prowess as a big and growing company to say, instead of paying away to Google for their Maps data, we're just going to build our own and gather our own data because we're here. This is what I've always thought. Because we're here, we know the ins and outs of Singapore because we're Singaporean. We know the ins and outs of Malaysia and Thailand because we're Thai and we're Malaysian. And over time, as we build out that data, it's going to generate stuff for us as opposed to someone else, right?
That's right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly right. So there was the cost element. Because as we were scaling up, the cost of using Google Maps was
just explodes.
Getting really, really high.
Yeah.
And the second part really was, and to me was the most important part, was that we were perhaps better positioned to build a better map for our use case.
That's my point though, right? Is that you know it,
We have every single day millions of vehicles moving around Southeast Asia. Capturing, giving updates on what is the traffic conditions like, what is the new perhaps roads and paths, and
a bridge is gone or a new bridge gets built or something.
Right? In Southeast Asia, there's a lot of these things.
Right.
And so then we took that decision to do it, and happy to say that 100% of our service now is running on our own maps.
Right.
Yeah,
but that's got to be generative to you as well, right? Because every day you get more data, which means every day the maps get better, which means every day the service should get better as well. From the food delivery space, like when did things kind of coalesce into a super app, at least in your mind?
Yeah, so the next step we took from that point was to go into financial services. Now, how do we get to financial services?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wish I could say, we planned it from the very beginning.
Right.
That's definitely not the case.
That never happened.
So it started when we introduced GrabPay, which is our wallet, our e-wallet.
Yep.
Yeah. And the objective of that really was not so much to go into financial services in a big way, but we wanted to improve the user experience on our mobilities business. So essentially, and this is something we learned from our competitors actually, right? Because Grab started off as a cash-only product.
I remember.
Which made sense for this part of the world.
Yeah.
But with a cashless experience, a customer, a passenger can jumping into his ride, get to this destination and jump out.
Leave.
They have to deal with
It's so easy, right?
So that was GrabPay. Around the same time, we had also onboarded a lot of driver partners.
Right.
And we realized that a lot of them are underserved and underbanked.
Right.
So a lot of them have no access to credit, for example.
Right.
And that's where we thought, hey, this is it's an area of need, but also an opportunity for us.
Right.
And that was when we also introduced our first lending product to our drivers. Yeah. So this was back in it was soon after the Uber acquisition, 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
But can I ask you this? Now that GrabFin has been around for what, 3-5 years, right?
5 years.
Not in its current state. Like when it was first started, right? First it was GrabPay just to make things easier. Then you're sitting there thinking, we have merchants on the platform, we're delivering food for them. We've got drivers that are both driving people around but also driving food around.
Yeah.
We have this huge cohort of people that want to get paid but don't have access to other financial services.
Yeah.
What can we build for them? At one point did you make the decision to say, maybe this is kind of like a separate sub company, not just for internal, but maybe even for other uses? When did that happen?
Yeah. So to answer that question, let me bring you back to Grab's mission.
Please.
So Grab's mission is to drive Southeast Asia forward by empowering what we call everyday entrepreneurs. So everyday entrepreneurs includes our driver partners, delivery partners, and even our merchants.
Yep.
And one way we saw to do that was to bring financial inclusion to this group of customers, right? A lot of our driver partners and also many of our small merchants, they are very underserved.
For sure.
And
because there's no other way to get to them.
That's right. And like I give an example, right? A bank let's say in Singapore, typically you would think that most people in Singapore are well served.
Right.
But there are regulations in Singapore which does not allow banks to lend to anyone who cannot show that they have at least $20,000 of income a year, right? And a lot of our driver partners fall into this category. So they don't have a choice. They have to take loans from either money lenders,
right, which is just crushing,
or unlicensed.
Right. Like I'm going to borrow $20,000 from that guy, but I don't know what that guy does.
That's right.
And the interest rates are so high that I'm never going to get out of this.
It's not just the interest rates. I spoke to a driver recently today, who took a loan from a money lender, and and obviously the interest rates were high. They couldn't pay for it. They sent their collectors to come, speak in a very loud voice, even threw paint in their house, just to intimidate them. Right. And so we saw almost like a responsibility for us to serve, to meet that gap.
Well, you want to take care of them, right? If you want to push Southeast Asia forward, having them have to go to a money lender and then get intimidated to pay it back is not driving things forward.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so that's when we thought, okay, providing financial services to our drivers, our merchant partners, was really the right thing to do. Not just financially, as a company, but it also helps with our, bring financial inclusion to them. And when what we also found is drivers and merchants who take financial products with us, whether it's a loan, whether it's an insurance product, or whether payments, they're actually more engaged on the platform as well.
Well, they would have to be.
Yeah.
Almost by definition, right? Because if you have no money in, I'm just going to say in the bank, you're never checking your bank statement.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're underserved, you have no way of doing that. You can't go like underneath your bed and be like, there's another dollar there. I'm just going to use dollar as a proxy for just money, right? But once it's digital and you can see it, you say, oh, I saved $1 this month, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it's more than zero.
Yeah.
And once you get them involved, then they can see the benefits of doing that. And this is where financial inclusion really becomes powerful. Because once you can do that, then you can offer them a whole bunch of other things around that that actually has a purpose.
That's right. And we want to make it as seamless as possible for them as well, right? A merchant, for example, one of our merchants, as a merchant at Grab, you can take a loan with us without having to submit lots of documents.
Because you know them,
we
their
know
history.
them. We already know how much money they're making on the Grab platform. They, when you have to repay the loans, they can we're just automatically deducted from the Grab platform to make it easy for them.
Yep.
So we want to make it very, very easy for them.
But in doing so, you also give them a sense of financial discipline too, right? Because it's built in. Is there a certain sense of joy internally of I'm serious, right? About watching the development of GrabPay into GrabFin into, I wouldn't even say like the social impact, but just the purpose of saying, now that we have this, giving that kind of protection to our partners, our driver partners, our merchant partners, and even micro SMEs, right? Yeah. The entrepreneurs on the platform, gives a certain sense of joy internally.
Yeah, I think Grab has always been very anchored on our mission.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Whether it was safety,
right,
and now and then obviously now empowering our the everyday entrepreneurs.
Right.
We've always been driven by that, and to the extent where we have made decisions where we are foregoing margins and profits because we want to move our mission forward.
Right. Look, the way I look at it is if you have a long-term goal, right? If you're not here just for short-term gains, if you look at things long-term and holistically, you have time to, as you said, move this goal forward.
Yeah.
I think a lot about platforms like Grab, and I've thought it would be interesting if, here's the way I look at it. If you have, I'm just going to make up a number. You can tell me if I'm close or not. I don't care. 2 million merchants on the platform, including the drivers. Maybe it's 3. Let's just call it 3 because the math is more fun. If everyone
it's a little bit more than that.
Let's call it 10.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm just trying to make a point, right? And that point is, if everybody on the platform that works with or for Grab puts $1 into a bucket, it's $10 million a month. It's $120 million a year. Now you could be running one of the biggest mutual fund businesses in the world. You're already licensed as a finance company. If you really want to drive things forward, I'm waiting for that to happen because now you can change the next generation of their families without them even knowing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes. And I think you're touching on the power of the platform.
Yeah.
And, we have recently launched a digital bank. in Singapore.
In
right?
Singapore?
In Singapore.
What's it called?
GXS.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's a JV, it's a joint venture with Singtel.
Okay.
Yeah. We also have 2 more upcoming banks in Malaysia and Indonesia.
Which I'm sure you can't talk about. I won't ask.
Which I won't talk too much about.
You're probably close to being able to talk about it.
It's coming. It's coming.
I get it.
And the whole thesis of a digital bank is to be the bank for the customers on the platform. Right. And we serve over almost 40 million monthly active users today on the platform, and millions of merchants and driver and delivery partners as well. Yep. And that's where the strength is for us.
That's where the power of the platform
That's how the
is, yeah.
platform comes in, because if we were to start up a digital bank on its own, competing against the incumbents, it's going to be really hard, right? But now we are very focused on serving this group of customers. Again, many of them are not really well served. Right. I think that's a great way for us to advance our mission.
I agree.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, where does insurance fit into the whole platform and the types of services and protection you're providing to your partners?
I mean, it's pretty core to our GFin business, right? So GFin consists of payments, lending, and insurance.
Got it.
I'll give you an example.
Please.
With our driver partners again, right? So because of the gig working type of work and the income flow, it's it goes up and down.
Yeah.
It makes it really difficult for most of our driver partners to pay for premiums up front for an insurance policy.
Right.
So we've worked, and here's where we worked with a great partner like Chubb to come up with very bite-sized, easy to very affordable, very accessible insurance products.
This is really important. Go ahead.
For driver partners, so that as they drive on Grab, they're able to allocate a small amount of money towards building their protection.
I love this.
Right? And there are many examples of unfortunate event happening to our driver partners, and we were able to help them make a full claim.
That is awesome. Okay, I'm going to let you go. Kel J. Lim, Regional of GrabFin. This was so important as a conversation for me to have. I learned a lot, and I hope you come back.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure.
Right.
Coming up is our conversation at 4 p.m. with Om Bhatia, Head of Digital Revenue Growth, Chubb Overseas General, about Shoppertainment, adapting insurance for the new e-commerce landscape. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation. Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Om Bhatia, Head of Digital Revenue Growth, Chubb Overseas General, with whom we will discuss Shoppertainment, adapting insurance for the new e-commerce landscape. Welcome back to Insurance for the New Possible at the Singapore Fintech Festival. Om, thanks for doing this again. And again, anytime you want to come back, you're always welcome to come back. It's great to have you here. Let's talk about Shoppertainment. I want to start with definitions. I think sometimes it's informative to do that. What is it, and how is it transforming the way consumers transact and shop online?
Brilliant. Thank you for bringing me on. It's
my
always
pleasure.
a pleasure to speak to you. Now, Shoppertainment is what it sounds like, right? It's shopping along with entertainment.
Right.
Let's take a couple of steps back and how did the internet kind of happen, right? First, there were pockets of information, which was kind of news. People were consuming a lot of pockets of content and books online, which then moved on to search first. So people were going to Google for most of the inquiries that they had. Then it went to search-based commerce. People knew what they want. They went to a platform in order to shop, whether it was eBay in the US or Shoppees and Lazadas of the world, where they know what they want. They're going and making a considered purchase. What has happened now? People are going for entertainment. They're spending hours of time on social media. Some research suggests they spend they visit platforms such as TikTok and Instagram approximately 15 to 16 times a day.
15 to 16 times a day. That's a lot of time.
Amount of hours. They're consuming thousands of creators on that time.
Right.
They are consuming hundreds of brands in that time. And what are these platforms actually doing? They're trying to do one of two things. They're trying to indulge you to spend more time on that platform.
Right.
They're trying to inspire you in order to make and feel those experiences and connect with different creators. But there's a third category that is growing. They're using this inspiration to indulgement in order to make a commerce decision. So they want people to purchase and feel what they're feeling online while making those purchases.
So can I ask you this, though? If they're trying to inspire you and indulge you, that I completely understand. But if they're also trying to encourage you to purchase, are they trying to encourage you to purchase their own things? Do you know what I mean? Or are they still trying to encourage you to purchase Nike? I'm just going to use this as a catch-all brand that everybody knows, and Coca-Cola. Or is it more other new brands that are getting involved in this?
So social and advertisement, or social and intent was always there. There was a lot of advertisement always on social media. What now Shoppertainment is doing is reducing the friction in that purchase. It is saying, I will not lead you to another experience on a brand's website.
Right.
I'm not giving you 100 more steps to do. I'm telling you right here, right now. Do you want to feel the same way that this influencer is making themselves feel?
Right.
Do you want to feel that? If yes, click
I bought this
button.
thing, I feel this way. I want you to feel this way as well.
Absolutely.
But what had to change? So to me, the change itself is interesting. But the more interesting thing to me is what had to change to affect that. Does that make sense? So what is that thing?
So I'm going to compare this to a physical world in the past where the supermarkets and the malls indulged and or inspired and or did a window shopping and impulse shopping that was happening before.
Fair enough.
And I think the impulse shopping is now moving to social media. There's a lot more disposable income. There's a lot more access to data and personal preferences there are.
Right.
And if you remove the friction, there's a lot more purchase intent that is happening. But it comes with its own risk for both the buyers and the sellers, and we can spend a minute on that later.
Right.
But it's making that decision making so much more frictionless, at the same time so much more fast and convenient.
Can I make an equivalency? I love doing this.
Yeah.
I want to give you two different experiences. So when I was a little kid, my mother would give me money to walk to the end of the street. And I mean, it was a completely different time because I could actually walk down a street about almost 3/4 of a kilometer. My mom would give me money. I'd go into Cumberland Farms and I'd buy something and I'd bring it home. It wasn't that social, but it was effective. But the second thing that changed for me is as a young adult, I would go to the mall, sometimes not to shop, but that was like physical shoppertainment. We would go play video games. We would play like air hockey, and then the mall would be around us. And you didn't think about it as a kid, but the reason why that was happening was because they wanted you to be in a place where you could shop. Is this online experience any different than that, really?
So one thing that has happened is money is no longer physical or no longer a decision-making factor. There are two reasons for that. One is because you're not necessarily feeling the money. You're using your cards, you're using your wallet, you're using a lot of money, which is making the decision-making far more quick. The second thing is, because all of these brands are not the typical shop you went to when you were a kid. You knew that shopkeeper, the shopkeeper knew you.
It was right there.
Right there. It was
right
always there. You
Yes.
could go the next day, it was always there.
Right.
But right now, the influencers or the ecosystem or the players are not necessarily known from a commerce perspective to the buyer. So because there's that trust, lack of trust,
Okay, go
which
ahead.
is driving cash on delivery, which is driving a lot of purchase delay or probably cancellations of purchases in the future, where they're getting inspired, but not necessarily in a very considered way of purchase making typically.
I want to talk about trust for a second because you bring up a really good point. And I didn't say this explicitly. My mom would literally give me 50 cents or $1.50 to go down to the corner store. She didn't just trust me. She literally trusted every house on the block and the people at the store, where even if I couldn't do the math as a 5-year-old, I probably could, but even if I couldn't, I want this thing, I want these things, and some soda, they would just give me the right change. There was no problem, and I never came back with the wrong stuff. If Chubb is embracing this as a thing, what role does it play in sort of this building trust when it comes to shoppertainment? I'm being entertained, I want to shop, but I want to feel safe.
Yeah. So again, great point. And I'm going to break this into two parts, right? One
Please.
from a buyer's perspective, one even from a seller's
Yeah,
perspective.
because the sellers want to trust too. They don't know me either.
Exactly. They not just not know you, they also don't know the logistic and the supply chain in between. They don't know. So let's talk about the seller, because I can see the excitement.
Yeah,
in your
go
eyes.
ahead, go ahead.
Now imagine a seller somewhere in China trying to sell on a platform to someone who's buying in Thailand. Now Thailand, based on a research that we recently did, 50% of the buyers pay cash on delivery.
Yeah, they do.
Because they don't necessarily know the seller and the platform and so on.
They actually don't even trust their credit card company,
They don't
but go
trust
ahead.
the credit card company or the payment processor. So when they're making that purchase, the seller is unsure whether the goods will be accepted.
Right, if they're going to get paid or not.
Gonna pay.
It's a really good point.
And the delivery partner in between, that usually is governed by the platform, the selling platform and so on. They don't have the necessary control on that company, the action they're taking, whether the goods are going to be delivered in the right shape and form and quality.
Right. So can I be clear about this? There's literally no trust in this chain.
Yeah.
Because the buyer's unsure and only willing to pay cash. The seller doesn't even know the buyer and is not involved in the logistics process. The logistics guy is going to get paid whether he actually delivers it or not. Right?
Yeah.
And the product may come from a factory. So nobody in this place knows anybody.
Well said.
Unlike me, going down to Cumberland Farms, they know me in the store, they know me on the block, and my mom kind of knows me at home.
Yeah, thankfully that.
Thankfully.
But because there's this lack of trust and lack of control, right? I'll talk about control, because it's not necessarily the sellers in control of how the goods are getting shipped, especially the last mile delivery in a foreign market. That's where insurance comes in, and that's where Chubb comes in. We add the layer of guarantee in this process. So wherever there's undue kind of cancellation, refund, damages, we can protect the seller. And in fact, research suggests there are sellers that can potentially go out of market and out of business when they're not protected or have the right coverage. In markets where return rates are more than 30%, the average ticket size are really small, especially in Southeast Asia.
Right, so just paying for the logistics could bankrupt them.
Yeah, could break their back, because the amount of value or the profit they make per unit is very, very small.
Right.
And insurance coming at the right place, making it seamless, making it in part in that journey as an obvious choice.
So talk to me about how that works, right? This is embedded insurance at its core.
Yeah.
But where does it sit? Where does it get embedded?
So we partner with e-commerce platforms in order to enable a checkbox experience, a very simplified experience, very relevant product, bite-size, to the type of transaction that you're doing. So if you're buying an electronics, say you're buying a Bluetooth speaker, you want to make sure it comes and it works.
Right.
And if it does not, we protect the buyer from it, and we make
As well.
So we protect the buyer in scenarios where they get refund and or a new speaker in return. But if it gets broken in the journey for not the seller's fault, we make the seller do good and pay for the out-of-pocket expenses they had on the return case, or a different kind of guarantees that we can provide the seller as well.
It sounds like a great product. What are some of the challenges, though, in implementing this?
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of people involved in the chain, and there are places where control does get lost.
Yeah.
What's the challenge here?
So with these challenges, there's power of data, right? With the platforms that we work with, they have obscene amount of data. So we are able to kind of predict the amount of risk there is in this industry, in this ecosystem, from where the buyers are, where the sellers are.
Right.
In an anonymized fashion, but we can kind of size the amount of risk there is. Hence,
Okay.
we can price it very economically in the journey. We recently launched Chubb Studio Connect, which is a standardized API for anybody who wants to partner with us.
Right.
So we are very ready in terms of digital connectivity with our partners. We are very ready in terms of making sure this goes to market. But what is helping us now is to work with our ecosystem partners to educate the seller unit. Because
That's what I want to know.
So many.
But because they may not know or understand what that is. And they don't know necessarily who has the control or what's going to happen. How do you educate them about this?
So one thing is educate. They may not understand the value of insurance up front, but they do understand the cost and the risk there is in terms of running
for
this
sure,
right?
For sure.
Platforms are allowing us to make this part of seller onboarding process where we are guaranteeing a certain management of their cost of running on the platform.
Got it.
So if there's a certain percentage they're used to on cancellation, we are there to reduce it and guarantees those performances,
Right.
which in turn gives a better customer experience and more sales.
So how does this buying journey and even the selling journey, right? Because I think it's two-sided for sure, of these social platforms impact the brand satisfaction? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if I do have friction, even if I love the product when I get it, if it was hard to get, I'm probably not going to buy it again.
Yeah, that is a good point. Now, I'll use an example of Grab. I know Grab just spoke before
Right.
us. Grab launched a new service, which was Grab Express, in which they were taking goods from one place, shipping it to another place.
Yes.
One of the fundamental risks there was the person who's shipping the good doesn't know who's this third party coming to my house
Right.
or my shop taking my goods and so
Right,
on.
right.
So we embedded an insurance in that journey to reassure people that if something happens to your goods, it's all taken care of and you'll be reimbursed. Then we added layers of coverages. Because you know the value of your products, you can top up the insurance yourself and kind of get covered and get assurances. We believe products like this help our partner increase the sale of their products and services in that
In
journey.
a way, this dovetails really nicely with the conversation we had with Ian, I think either today or yesterday, I
Yeah.
can't remember anymore, about when a helper comes into your house or when the air conditioning guy comes into your house, embedding insurance into that product as well. In a way, it's the same for the 3PL guy. He's an unknown person, probably a very good person, but he also has risk, right?
Yeah.
When he shows up to deliver something.
Yeah.
So you're embedding this in a bunch of different places.
Yeah, can I extend that?
Please.
From a gig.
Please.
So recently, I met I met an ecosystem player that sell experiences online. One of the things that they do is they work with approximately 15,000 influencers in order to promote their experiences.
15,000.
And the amount of orchestration of content is great. It's brilliant. And they can measure the performances of everybody. But
Right.
what they cannot is they cannot necessarily detect the risk of mis-selling, cross-selling, saying things that are not true to the experiences.
And particularly if you have 15,000 of them, you can't manually
You
check
cannot.
this, right? So how does this work?
Yeah, so and all of these influencers are really small guys, really try with absolutely perfect intent to
Right.
try and earn a living, but can make those mistakes. And
Right.
here also we have products that kind of provides that layer of security to say if unintended mistakes or mis-selling or reputational risk come in to your
Right.
question,
Right.
we are able to curtail it, kind of take care of the expenditure there is around it or minimize the risk, but have the financial side of it taken care of.
What is it like for you to work in an environment where, as all these new opportunities pop up, right? Like if I'd said to you 3 years ago, how are you going to protect a guy who has 15,000 influencers? You just would have been like, that's not part of my business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, though,
Yeah,
right?
I
But
love
what
it.
is it like to work in an environment where, again, if outsiders look at insurance, they just think slow moving, really conservative. But the story you're telling here doesn't sound like that to me at all.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like really fast moving, because as the world of work continues to change rapidly, then the world of protecting that work, wherever it fits, is also changing rapidly. What's it like to work in that environment?
That's a great question. I think Chubb did a fantastic job, even though I'm biased in saying that, is building Chubb Studio. So what we did is took care of the technology already.
Right.
For us, technology is now cheap, it's easy, it's on the shelf, everybody can use it. We then invested our time into co-creating products with our potential partners and partners. So when we do grab right cover, we do delivery guarantee, when we do purchase protection, when we do bill protection, these are products not out of a shelf. That is what traditional insurers have done in the past.
There's not even a shelf to put them on,
That's
to
not
be
even a
fair, right?
shelf to
That
put
shelf
them
hasn't
on.
been built yet.
I love that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so now we are creating based on the risks that are emerging.
Right.
Because we've taken care of the execution part of it.
Got it.
Our focus is completely on trying to solve a customer problem, trying to create more value in our partner ecosystem so that their products and their services work better.
Do you feel more empowered today than you did 5 years ago to do product creation because of the technology platform that's been built?
Absolutely. It just takes away so much kind of laborious task of going live with something, because that's easy. All the energy and all the investment goes into creating those products and then continuously testing them. We want to be able to challenge our own hypothesis when we underwrite something.
And isn't this the perfect example of automation not having somebody, not making someone lose their job, but empowering them and superpowering them in a way to just do a better job? Is that fair? Because, there's all this fear around if we implement tech, and automate things, well, then someone's going to lose their job. Where in fact, that someone hasn't lost their job, but has now expanded their market.
Yeah,
no?
the type of, so traditionally, I know insurance goes and financial industry goes a long way in your blood and your experience too. Insurers are very good at understanding risk and actually very good creating products.
Yeah.
History did not allow us to be so personal because you were dependent on distribution channels, agents, and thousands of telecallers and so on.
Right.
Today, because we have the access, because of our partners, to speak to somebody individually, personalize that proposition, that price, learn with data, it is empowering the same underwriters and actuaries to do phenomenal job that they always have been good at, but not necessarily have the avenue to actually use it.
Right. Okay, I'm going to let you go. I learn something every time I talk to you. Om Bhatia, Head of Digital Growth for Chubb International. Awesome as always.
It's a pleasure. Thank you,
Thank you
Michael.
very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
One second.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
And when we looked at the benefit space, okay, and particularly Latin America originally, right, we said, okay, let's go to employee benefits. Let's go to large corporations. 99.9% have some sort of life and health insurance and benefits. When we go to the SMEs, 3%, 2%, 1%.
They couldn't afford to do it on their own.
They couldn't afford to have them on their own. You know, technology, software, distribution models, right? Legacy distribution models. And we said, let's reach those underserved consumers, those underserved SMEs with a disruptive, different proposition and help them live their best life.
At Chubb, even though we're a traditional company, we are very execution oriented. We love thinking how to do things different. We're always in action, always moving forward. So yeah, partnering with Eduardo and Butterfly's team was a great challenge, a breath of fresh air.
Culturally, right? We have a company that's 230 plus years, old, if you want to call it that way, and another one that's 4 or 5 at the moment. But for us, being culturally aligned, right, with our insurance partner was, at the top of the list, and later learned the same way. And that click was instant, and I think is the secret sauce behind what we do.
Why I'm in the insurance industry is because I do believe that the industry really has such an important social purpose. It's an industry which is there when the customers most need us, in a moment of crisis, in a moment of an accident.
Right.
When I think about it, and the way that we engineer things now in Chubb, and the way we look at it going forward, and how all the digital disruption is a fact. It's not if it's going to happen.
It's not a maybe.
It is where we are today.
Right. Our decision to put purpose and social and environmental impact at everything we do is the secret behind our success and our growth. Because what happens when you are doing something for other reasons, right, than just the financial ones, you attract a different type of talent of company. You wake up in the morning energized, right, in a different way, with purpose, and you have significantly more resilience that you would have without that purpose.
So you got to do something that you love.
Yeah.
And if you do it, you're going to do it much better. If you do it with the people with whom you share those common values, and you generate you really expand that ecosystem as you go through your career. And in this case, obviously, I'm talking about the partnership of Butterfly with Chubb. That's resonating. That is generating something which, for me, is very, very different to what we're seeing, especially in the Latin American insurance industry.
We actually announced in the New York Stock Exchange, right, the financial center of the world, that we became the first company globally, not only to give charitable donations to foundations, but our own equity, shareholders' equity. We started to distribute it to foundations. Why did we do that in such a public and visible way? Because we want other companies to copy what we're doing.
We don't want customers that are just going to buy a product not to use and then leave a few months later or a year later. At the end of the day, for us, especially in Chubb, is how do we build a relationship?
Initially, we said 2 or 3 things that were out of the box, right? And all my friends today, publicly traded insurtech companies, I had these discussions. I don't want to name names. I told them, look, guys, there's no way, to make a disruption if you're going to compete in underwriting and product and distribution, everything together. The way to disrupt this industry is to partner up with incumbents.
We used to look at Europe. We used to look at US. Okay. We used to look up for Silicon Valley. We used to look up for those places and saying, wow, those guys are amazing. Let's bring some of that tech
here, right?
Yeah, let's bring it here. Let's bring some of those business models to our region, and we'll make it big. And that has been the case, I'll say, from the 2000s, from the 90s on to 10 years ago, right? When what happened was that we realized that our problems were not the same problems that they had in US and Europe. We had a lower penetration, financial penetration. It's way lower here than in any other region in the world.
The digital transformation is very deep in the case of Latin America. For example, when you see a model like Rappi in Colombia, like Mercado Libre from Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, I think that e-commerce platforms are very well developed, super app are very well developed. So in that case, I think that there is a new possibility that is to go and to sell insurance to underserved people.
All those things combined now makes this region as exciting as Europe or as US or even as Asia for venture funding, because now they see good thesis, good founders, good opportunities here. So I think that now we are better equipped to compete with other regions in the sense of talent, technology, funding, opportunities, and so on. What I would like to see this year and probably next is new ideas, new solutions, right? I'm kind of always seeing some of the same things over and over about distribution when there are so many fundamental problems that we could solve together as an industry, from the way we price products, from the way we provide the claims experience, from the way we complement it with other products that are not necessarily insurance to add more value to the end customer, from the way we gather the data from. There's so many problems that we can solve. And I'm always seeing like 90% of the insurtechs I see is about distribution, make it the customer experience at the acquisition point very easy. I would like to see more on the back end to really challenge everyone in the industry, even ourselves, to come up with new solutions.
When we are talking about InsurTech 2.0, in the case of Latin America, I think we are thinking about InsurTech that are trying to solve a problem and not to sell a solution. To solve the problem is the first part. The second one is to make a dimension of sustainability. And in that case, I think that inclusion, underserved people, are a new way to sell.
With every new technology comes the fear of disruption, leaving people out of jobs. And for us in our team, luckily we have a culture of constant learning and stuff that we embrace every new technology, and we'll try to see, first off, are the customers going to be here? Are they going to use it? Because we have to be where the customers are going to be.
Are they going to accept it?
Yeah, they're going to embrace it. Are they going to accept it? Or is this going to be a niche thing? Or if it's niche, it's okay, but maybe it's for a different segment of different team or different department or different solution. So that's one of the first questions we ask. Are the customers going to be here? Then if they are, how do they interact with that new technology? And then how we can embed ourselves into that in a way that adds value to the end customer, to the intermediary, to the partner. I think it all comes down to what is the problem you're trying to solve.
Exactly.
And have the long-term view.
Right.
If you have a long-term view, technologies will go up and down, will get better and better. It will take longer or shorter to solve. But if you're very, very focused on a very big problem, I call it it's a $1 billion problem, not a $1 billion idea, right? You have to have a $1 billion problem. It's big enough. And the good thing about Latin America, that we're full of problems.
So I think technology can play a very important part on making insurance an accessible product. Since people still in the region needs to have more transparent and simple ways to acquire policies and manage the policies.
We approach some partnership together because sometimes we don't have a solution for all the needs of our partner. So because we have a common culture and we have a similar way of looking the business, we have approached some new customer and we have new partnership together in the retail segment, but also in the SME segment.
The value we were giving to our users, it started to evolve from time to time, but at the core it's the same, and it's making a product that sometimes is by design very complex, like an insurance policy, make it simple, transparent, and accessible. And that's, I think, in a way, the concept we are trying to achieve is insurance should work like everything else.
Right.
It doesn't have to be complicated. It could be simple, and that's, I think, the main challenge in Latin America, trying to lower these barriers.
If we, as a job, we still working only with the traditional partners, we won't help the penetrations. There are some traditional partners that they are building new propositions to go through the non-banking sector or different people. So the way we help to increase the penetration is working with people that are accessing customers that typically are not in a traditional channels, right? With the bank loans, and then trying to adapt our strategy to their strategy to approach these customers, right? We don't do business by ourselves.
Right.
We go to the market together with the partner, and we try to understand the partner strategy, and we try to adapt as quick as possible.
First, we try to adapt our solution to the customer needs, not the other way around,
right?
Which is very typical.
We're on. Insurance for the New Possible is back for our final segment live at the Singapore Fintech Festival. And somebody thought it would be a good idea to like turn the tables on me and ask me a few questions. And to be fair, I haven't even said my name for the past 2 days. My name is Michael Waits, joined by Gabriel Lazaro. Gabriel wants to ask me a few questions. I'm not sure what they're going to be. Let's see what we get. Gabriel, please go ahead. It's great to have you here as always. Do your thing.
No, thank you, Michael. It has been fantastic 2 days. First of all, thank you to
thank you very much
for the amazing 2 days and all the guests. Right?
Thank you.
And thank you for taking the globe that I sent you, because I was thinking yesterday, I would like to talk to Michael, right?
Okay.
After such because I moved here 2.5 years ago in the middle of COVID.
Oh, right.
And I'm coming from US. Your podcast and the work that you are doing really helped me to understand the region, to understand about what's going on tech, to understand what's going on in insurance. So
thank you.
So it was, now being here in this table is an awesome
thank
moment.
You very much.
So it was fantastic. So I was asking them, let's make some questions to Michael, right?
Ask
because
me anything.
I have been listening to you in the podcast that we are doing, right? You moved here 30 years ago.
33
years ago, and you have a fantastic career as an investment banker, JP Morgan, if I'm not mistaken.
Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs.
In Japan, right?
Yes.
And then how did you pivot into content? Because now you are super successful with your technology podcast around Asia and everything. So how that pivot from financial services, international career to be, a fantastic content creator?
So one of the things that I do when I do my podcast, and I think one of the things that I do that differentiates me, is I'm trying to figure out who you are in the context of what you do. And the philosophy I have is this, and I'll get to me in a second, is that educated, intelligent people can be good at anything. But to be great at something, you have to care about it. And you can't start caring about it today. You have to have cared about it forever. When I was 12 and 13 years old, a lot of my wealthier friends, so we grew up poor, but a lot of the places where we lived had wealthy surroundings. And a lot of my wealthy friends started buying video cameras. And they would connect microphones to them with very long cables. And I always felt compelled to grab the mic and start interviewing people. And I love doing it. And I also want to make another point. People talk a lot about being introverted and extroverted. And people think being introverted means shy and extroverted means being outgoing. It doesn't really mean that. An introvert is someone who gets energy from themselves. An extrovert is someone who gets energy from other people.
That's right.
I'm an extrovert. I get energy from talking to other people, listening to other people, and learning from other people. And all I was doing from when I was 12 years old or 13 until I turned 50 was waiting for technology to catch up to my vision. And here's the other thing. What do I talk about on my shows? I talk about tech, I talk about finance, I talk about money, I talk about insurance. My entire life at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs was taking technology to make financial services business more productive in a customer-facing way. That's what I talk about today. So in a way, and this is what I mean when I say, I don't even feel like I've pivoted. I just feel like I'm behaving and acting on a different surface. That surface is now media, whereas before that was in the provision of financial services. Does that make sense? But I'm still having the same conversations.
It makes sense, but I'm in the other side of the table, right? I'm part of the financial services,
right.
Large institution, right? How was the leapfrog to say, okay, or it was you started like some side project and then you grew up?
No.
So because it requires a lot of courage, right? To jump into the unknown, and now looking backward, right? 10 years from now, I think you said that everyone looked like a success, but there's a lot of effort behind.
Right.
So, and I guess building that should be at moments of, geez, what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
And I think you the way you think, right? The way you act, you're very organized, hardworking people, right?
I tried.
That's how was that moment? Did you jump into the pool? What was that?
So one of the things we used to talk about, again, because we were the providers of technology in the financial services business, we always knew that we were going to automate ourselves out of work. We were going to innovate ourselves out of work. I was very comfortable doing it. So by the time that actually happened, I was ready for it. And when I left my last job, I thought I want to do something really different. And I wanted to create the vision that I'd had my whole life. And was it risky? Yeah. But, financial services is really all about understanding risk, managing that risk, and then mitigating that risk. And is it scary? Yeah. And I think that any entrepreneur that tells you that it's not is one of two things, lying or delusional. And I'm not sure which one is worse.
And you were thinking you were going to have this success where you are, where you thought you were going to be, or you are still thinking what I'm curious about.
So one of the lessons that I learned when I was sitting on the trading desk was to be successful, you have to envision a future. You can't just do little individual tasks and hope that they'll lead to something. It doesn't mean that you'll get to that exact future, but it means that you build a pathway there. And if you don't know where that path is leading at all, if it's not a purposeful path, you'll never build anything. So if I had shown you the diagram that I drew probably 6 years ago, now it had media sitting in the middle, a circular around it, and a bunch of spokes outside of it. And that's kind of what we're building. And we're just doing it methodically and purposefully. So are we where I thought I was going to be? We're on the road, for sure, but we're not satisfied. And you haven't asked me what we think we're building. We want to build the largest integrated media company in Asia that the rest of the world knows about.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I love this bold vision, and you are getting there, right? Honestly. And,
I'll get there. We'll get there.
Fantastic.
Martin and I will definitely do this.
Definitely. I would like to, after knowing a little bit about your journey, and also, as you were saying, you're an extrovert. I think I'm an introvert.
Fair enough.
but I think it's kind of good mix, right? And,
Yep.
and you are talking with so many smart people along those journeys, right? And especially during around tech, insurance. So, what are the kind of if you like to summarize 3 things that you have learned the last year, or it could be around technology, could be around that usages. These are the kind of that you would like to highlight, looking backwards, the last 12, 15 months. That could be from technology, could be for someone that.
I'll give you a few, at least 2. The first is, no technology is useful merely for technology's sake, whether it's artificial intelligence or electricity. What are you going to use it for? How's it going to enable somebody? How's it going to empower somebody to get something done? And I think once you figure that out, you're no longer as afraid as somebody who doesn't understand that it's not about the tech, it's about how humans use and empower that tech to make their lives better. The second thing is that most people who look like they're building things are chasers. I've thought about this word a lot. So, and I had a conversation, I think it was with, I can't remember earlier, but they use this thing of, I don't want to talk about buzzwords. Maybe that was you, actually. And if you think about it, if we'd been at the Singapore Fintech Festival 4 years ago, we would have been talking about blockchain.
Yeah.
3 years ago would have been the metaverse, right?
That's right.
2 years ago would have been something else. This year it's probably AI. The idea is none of that stuff matters. It's how am I going to take technology to actually use it for things that are good, but don't chase it. Right? And if you're the guy who 4 years ago changed your middle name to Bob Blockchain Thomas, you're never going to succeed at anything. Find the thing that you really care about and commit some energy to it. And I think that if you do that, you have a higher chance of success. The other thing is, most people give up. They really do. Most people don't have the stamina to go out and actually build something. And it's not because they're too afraid. It may just be because their life has other mitigating circumstances. You know this from building a business internally. It's just really hard. And there are so many times where you just want to give up, but you don't. And I think that's actually one of the reasons why we work together well, is because there's a desire to take things to vision.
That's right.
Because having the vision is easy, but taking it to a vision is really hard.
That's the fun part, right?
That's the most fun part, is actually saying, I had this idea, and then this happened.
That's right. I was talking with the folks, right? Because I think it's these 2 days that today we end, right?
Yeah.
And I think we start with the vision that you throw your ideas. I think we are smart enough to understand good ideas, and then okay, let's make that happen. And from a conversation, a PowerPoint, and a few things, now it's real, right? And looking back, is such an amazing event.
That's the fun part.
Such an amazing event. Looking forward, right? We are in the fintech insurance. So where do you see insurance 3 years from now, right? It's like we're talking about embedded insurance, phygital, but what do you think is going to be the way forward? Is going to be an expansion where we have? Do you think it's going to? So I'm curious about it.
So here's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
And again, I spent a lot of time thinking about this, particularly in the context of all the conversations that I'm lucky enough to have. I think in the old days, and we can go back 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, it doesn't matter. Insurance is a business with purpose. But that purpose was hard to implement because the technology didn't exist to make it easy to do.
That's right.
It doesn't mean that the companies didn't want to do it. It meant that it was hard to do and hard to implement at over scale, right? But I think what's happened is now that the whole world is changing at rapid pace, that I believe that the insurance industry has figured out how to change just as rapidly. And once you build sort of the base tech platform to be able to do that, again, as an enabler, not as the final product, now you can start creating products individualized, personalized, but at scale.
Got it.
That you've always wanted to do.
That's right.
But couldn't do. That's what I think is going to happen. I think we'll look back 5 years from now and think, yeah, we actually thought that was going to happen. Again, executing on the vision, getting to that vision and saying, we knew this was going to happen. We took the path. And we did it. That's what I think.
I completely agree, Michael. I think the scale is going to be something that, even for us in our journey, right? When we are building, you see the numbers that I share, right? And scale is the name. And the conversations that we are having during these 2 days with other platforms, fintechs, right?
Kind of awesome, yeah.
It's kind of awesome. Everyone is understanding the concept. Everyone wants to scale, and everyone wants to do it. So it's plenty of opportunities. So Michael, thank you. I know you want to say anything else.
I do. What I want to do is I want to thank you and the team for allowing us to do this. Again, having a vision is great, but having a partner to help you execute that vision is almost more important. One of the other things that I say is nobody succeeds alone. You can't do stuff by yourself. Everybody wants to brag about, I did this, I implemented this, I conceptualized that. It doesn't really matter. You have to have the right people around you to actually come to vision. The second thing I want to say is we've been live at the Singapore Fintech Festival with Insurance for the New Puzzle for 2 straight days. Something that nobody ever thought was going to happen. We were live yesterday for almost 6 hours, live today for 7 hours.
My goodness, guys.
Not a glitch, fantastic. Not nothing. And again, this is the power of unbelievable teamwork. I want to thank everybody that listened, that watched, and all the guests whose names I can't remember that participated. And also thank you and your teams, Judy, Patrina, and everybody else that made this possible. I had an amazing time. I hope you enjoyed it, and I found it useful as well.
No, means echo that, Michael. Thanks very much to you and Martin, right? Unbelievable partnerships, right? Completely agree with you. I mean, everything is about look around and about the team effort, building things together, and having unbelievable people around with the energy, the professionalism that you have. Thanks, Judy, as well, Petrina, all the team, all the guests, and yeah, that's the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's scale this up.
Let's do big things.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Singapore Fintech Festival. We really hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube. Sign up for our newsletter on insuranceforthenewpossible.com and look for new content every month. See you soon.